Their future questioned, and their future in China specifically being questioned, Tom. And that's the story this Monday, and why we're seeing this stock get beaten up just a little bit. There's another story out there as well about a whole array of banks and their behaviour over the last couple of years that we can talk about a little bit later. From New York and London, with Tom Keane nailing it just every single day, alongside Lisa Bravitz and Tom Keane. I'm just a lucky Jonathan Ferro.
5 goals.
And this is Bloomberg.
With the First Word News, I'm Ritika Gupta. A political fight is brewing on Capitol Hill following the death of Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. President Trump plans to nominate a replacement this week and says he will probably choose a woman. Democratic leaders say the post should remain vacant until after the presidential election. Ginsburg died Friday. She was 87. Health officials say the UK is on course for 50,000 new coronavirus cases a day by mid-October if urgent measures aren't taken to prevent the spread of the disease. Prime Minister Boris Johnson is widely expected to set out further restrictions Tuesday, although Health Secretary Matt Hancock says the government wants to avoid a second national lockdown. The country's health secretary also said today that Johnson is fully recovered from the virus, which put him in intensive care in April. And India added another 87,000 coronavirus cases to its tally today. That pushes the country's total to nearly 5.5 million. India has the world's second largest COVID-19 outbreak behind the United States. The country says 3 vaccines are in different stages of clinical trials. And a slow-moving tropical storm will bring drenching rains to Texas and Louisiana. Forecasters say Tropical Storm Beta could dump up to 20 inches of rain on some parts of the region over the next few days, though it's no longer expected to strengthen into a hurricane. Beta is the Atlantic's 23rd storm for 2020 so far, the second most active season in records going back to 1851. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg.
There is no change in policy, but there is a lot to unpack in this Fed statement.
My sense is that more fiscal support is likely to be needed.
You saw definite signs of slowing. Do you still see that?
The amount of pain we're going to have in the economy and the challenges we face to get to a full, robust recovery are just going to be much greater.
Give you a sense of the real-time action. The 10-year yield tumbling now 11 basis points, so continuing in this knee-jerk risk-off feel.
I am David Weston. Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience. Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
I think that all of us revere the institution for which we work, and we want to leave it in as good shape as we found it.
The late Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg there speaking to David Rubenstein back in 2019 as the political fight down in Washington continues to intensify over her replacement. The eyes come off the ball on the next fiscal effort in D.C., and that means one thing for this market. Equities breaking down stateside on the S&P 500. Futures down 1.55% on the S&P. Lots of other things going on out there as well, including the potential for more restrictions in the UK and beyond across Europe. Euro-dollar south of 118, 117.92. That is a weaker euro, stronger dollar through March of G10. In a bond market, yields in 3 basis points on 10s, 0.66%. Still right in the middle of that range on a 10-year Treasury over the last several months, but a real bid into the bond market this morning, Tom.
More market checks through the morning. Very important here on this correlated move. I would say the tape is a little bit better than where it was 90 minutes ago. What we're going to do and what we've done for years at Bloomberg Surveillance, if there's any big moment like this, obviously there's a politics, obviously there's a moment, the impact on our political economy, but there's also the people involved. As we spoke to our David Weston an hour ago about his clerking for Lewis Powell, David Weston on the fabric of the Supreme Court, we redux that now with Lisa Beatty Freylinghausen. She has the toughest admit in academics, which is women's lacrosse at Stanford. Everybody knows that's the toughest thing to do at the undergraduate level. And she went on off the lax field to clerk for one Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and she joins us now this morning. There's so much talked about, Lisa. The notoriety of it and the RBG thing and all that. I want you to take us back to the grind of the day. As David Weston said, the grind of clerking at the court. What was the Ginsburg grind like?
Well, first of all, it was my great good fortune to be able to clerk with her. She had been a hero of mine for many years, having worked at the ACLU before going to Stanford. The walking into chambers, it was a serious place. Everybody worked extremely hard. She lived for justice. She lived for the law. She ran terrific chambers.
Right. Yeah, Lisa, the summary of this and Linda Greenhouse's effort in the New York Times, I thought really captured it, was a series of steps which culminated with the Virginia Military Institute case, the VMI case. You were with her then. Was she aware when VMI occurred how momentous it would be?
Oh, of course. I mean, the justice, having really been responsible for establishing, gender equality before the law as an advocate, was acutely aware of the importance of that case. And in fact, 2 cases had come up that term. That was OT 95. Both the Citadel and VMI came up at the same time. The VMI case was the better case for the court to take. And it was a very important case to her. She was honored to be able to draft the opinion, to write the opinion, to author the opinion for the court. And she cared tremendously about everybody's views on that court and holding the big majority that she did in that case. That was a 7-1 case. Justice Thomas was recused because his son attended BMI, and the lone dissenter there was Justice Scalia, her friend. But it was an important case. She thought a great deal about it, and she articulated, with a reference to Justice O'Connor's case before that, she articulated the standard that states had to meet when excluding women, the exceedingly persuasive justification standard, which is quite a high hurdle.
What would you expect from Chief Justice Roberts as he tackles the future court, whatever the outcome may be? What can Chief Justice Roberts learn from your tenure there? The idea of Scalia and Ginsburg as close friends, can that goodwill still maintain on the Roberts court?
I think so. I think that the court is an extremely cordial place. There's a number of things that they do to maintain that collegiality. They shake hands before each oral argument with each other. They are good-natured and friendly. That is not to say that they don't disagree quite vehemently with each other. But I do think that with respect to the spirit on the court, it's a very cordial place. I think, you know, it was sad to see that moderate group leave the court. Justice Kennedy, Justice O'Connor, Justice Souter, and the court become, you know, a bit more like the country, a bit more polarized. But I do think that, you know, the justices care about the law, about the interpretation of the court. There's tremendous respect for each other on that court. And I do think there are things to learn from her tremendous friendship with Justice Scalia.
Lisa, for people who are not familiar with the Supreme Court, can you give us a sense of the proportion of cases that actually do come to a party line vote or a very heavily split vote? I mean, can you give us a sense of how much unanimity there is actually in the vast majority of cases?
The majority of the cases are decided, I believe, on unanimous grounds. I mean, it differs year to year, but it's really just the big, more political cases that tend to come down in a divided court. And, you know, those cases are usually, there's a lot of back and forth during the drafting of those opinions and the dissents. And those cases, tend to come down at the very end of the court's term, the end of June. But vast majority of the cases are unanimous decisions because the law is relatively clear.
Lisa, great to catch up with you this morning, and thank you for your time. I know it's been an upsetting weekend, so thank you very much for joining us. Lisa Beatty, Frelinghuysen there, the former clerk to Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Looking at the price action this Monday morning to get you up to speed on what's happening in markets worldwide. Equities breaking down in Europe, down around about 3% on a range of benchmarks on the continent. In Europe, that's the story. Here's the story stateside. Equity futures, Tom, down almost 50, off by 1.5%. Bit still there in the bond market, dollar stronger, all of the above. That's the story. The worries about fiscal policy and messy politics in D.C. put together with the worries about what's happening on the COVID side of things over in Europe.
Yeah, nicely correlated and showing the ebb. Worse 2 hours ago, John, and a little bit better now, if you can call it better. I think the VIX out four big figures, 29.63. John, I'm not going to call it a crisis, but just a reset to caution. That's certainly what we've seen this morning.
Would you call it a healthy correction? I had a joke with Troy
I really have trouble with the media punditry on this. First of all, folks, you look at two standard deviations, but I can't do that because I haven't nailed it this morning.
You've nailed it twice already. Coming up next, conversation you don't want to miss. The Dallas Fed President, Robert Kaplan. He'll nail it next on Bloomberg.
Huge emotional toll on everyone here. We have a lot of staff who are personally affected by the fire, direct family as well as extended members. We've had people who've had to evacuate themselves. And so it's kind of balancing out the management of our critical patients with just making sure that we can stay stable ourselves. This is just a lot for everyone.
Continuing to take animals in from the public and also trying to reunite owners with their animals at this location. We're not sure exactly how long we will be here, and so we're attempting to make efforts to create some infrastructure and to make a more permanent temporary shelter that can serve the residents of Jackson County for the next couple of weeks of meeting.
Valuations, particularly, sort of the technology landscape, have gotten to some pretty extraordinary levels. So I think it's not a surprise. I don't think it's any indication of the beginning of the end, but I do think markets don't like uncertainty.
Well, it's really a reminder, isn't it, just how sensitive the markets are to any commentary about trade. We did see some pressure on the yuan, we did see some pressure on the futures. That is now being reversed.
When everything around us, including the way we work and live, has been interrupted, uninterrupted service is peace of mind. Kimmy from customer support is responding to a 500% increase in daily call volume, no matter what. We keep on, so you can keep on.
I'm not going to say that there's a bubble forming. I'm going to say that there is potential for one to form.
I think there's a lot of risk in the bond market right now for investors, a lot of complacency.
We've really moved into a new era. Monetary policy, the way we grew up with it, it doesn't work anymore.
Anybody who thinks that the China-US tensions are going away are simply wrong.
We're going to have to live with the impact of this virus perhaps for longer than we thought in May.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow, and Lisa Abramowitz.
Good morning, everyone. Bloomberg Surveillance on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television. The quality of our guests seen there, including Rebecca Patterson of Bridgewater. If there was risk and uncertainty in September into October, ramp it up. In a moment, our Michael McKee with Mr. Kaplan of Dallas at the center. But right now, Lisa Abramowitz, John Farrow, and Tom Keene, we welcome all of you. And John, it is just simply a Monday different from what we knew Friday.
It is not a quiet start this week to this Monday morning. Equity futures down hard. European equities down even harder. Bid into the bond market. Stronger Japanese yen. Everything you'd expect to happen on a risk-off day is happening. And when you look to Europe and the prospect of tighter restrictions around some of these economies, look no further than travel stocks. On the equity benchmark in Europe, just break it down sector to sector. Travel stocks, Tom, down 5%.
Many different things going on. And, John, what I find just extraordinary here is it's not just about the future of the Supreme Court after the death of Ruth Bader Ginsburg. There's many stories. And to me, learning over the weekend about this new pandemic, a new heightened pandemic, is front and center.
It's the heightened pandemic in Europe layered on the three-dimensional political risk playing out down in Washington. And the three dimensions, Tom, are as follows. The path to a fiscal agreement, harder. The next one, the complexion of the Senate. Let's think about this. If you're a vulnerable Republican senator, your opposition just got energized big time going into this election. That's point 2. Point 3, we heard it repeatedly over the last several weeks. The worries about the day after the election, not having a result, what policy looked like in the lame duck session for the next 3 months. There were worries already. Those worries intensify this Monday morning.
Futures negative 51, Dow futures negative 520, and the VIX out 4 big figures earlier, 29.22. Lisa, an observation before we get to this important interview.
We've been having this narrative all year that low yields leads to higher asset prices. This has been the narrative consistently, and yet as yields go lower, that narrative seems to be dissipating. And that's my question. Are we seeing a true shift, Tom, or is this a pause before that narrative just reasserts itself?
Well, we will have to see. And again, we're watching the markets. We'll do more data checks for you through the hour. We have been most fortunate this morning on our coverage of the death of Ruth Bader Ginsburg. There have been many other topics as well, but if you're in economics, without question, this is our interview of the day. Our Michael McKee with the great dissenter, Robert Kaplan. Michael?
Thank you, Tom, and good morning to you, President Kaplan. Dallas Fed President Kaplan, one of 2 dissenters last week as the Fed adopted new forward guidance that incorporates average inflation targeting. You endorsed the old forward guidance and dissented on the new because, according to this statement, you prefer the committee retain greater policy flexibility beyond that point. What does that mean?
What it means is I believe strongly we should keep the current setting of the Fed funds rate, i.e. at 0 to 25 basis points, until we've weathered the pandemic and we're well on track to achieve full employment and price stability. That, by the way, is probably going to take at least 2.5, 3 years. The issue is, beyond that point, once we've weathered the pandemic and we're on track to reach our goals, I probably think it's appropriate to remain accommodative, or maybe even highly accommodative. I'm not sure it's appropriate to decide right now that at that point we should leave rates at 0. I would rather leave those judgments to future committees because I think the world is going to look very different post-pandemic than it does now, and I'd rather leave the judgment to future committees who can assess all the factors that are relevant in order to make that decision.
Well, does that suggest you think that we could come out of this with faster growth than most people are anticipating?
Or I'll put it a different way. In my own forecast, I think we're going to have solid growth in the third quarter, 30% annualized, a strong fourth quarter, above trend growth in 2021. And in my own forecast by the year 2023, and I know that's going out a long ways, we could start to approach an unemployment rate certainly below 4%, say 3.5 to 4%. And so I believe that is possible. Obviously, we'll have to see, and a lot of that is going to depend on how well we manage this virus, fiscal policy, and a whole range of other decisions. But when we get to that point, the question before the House is, do you want to still be accommodative in light of our new framework in order to meet our inflation goal? In order to remain accommodative, does that mean we need to leave rates at 0? And I'm not sure, but that's the point. I think it's hard to know right now that far in advance, and I want to make those judgments at the time.
Is that enough to dissent on? Important enough?
For me, it was, and the reason it is by making this commitment now. First of all, there are a few reasons why I dissented, what I just went through. And then my own view is I'd rather use forward guidance where we got more positive benefit. Going into the meeting, the world already thought that rates were going to stay extremely low for the next 2 or 3 years. And so my concern was by making this commitment now, I wasn't sure how much additional benefit we're going to be. But on the negative side, it means if you're in the asset markets, if you're a saver, if you're a pension fund, if you're an insurance company, if you're a market participant, it basically gives you a signal that you're going to need to take more risk. And my concern is about building up excess risk-taking, which can create fragilities and other excesses in the system, which are hard to see in real time and easier to see in hindsight, but could create issues for us to meet our goals. And so that was the reason I felt that the costs were not worth the benefits.
Well, in his news conference, Chairman Powell was at pains to say over and over again the new guidance is strong and powerful, but there seems to be a lot of skepticism on Wall Street about that.
Well, and I wouldn't overread the market reaction. It's been a few days, and I think these decisions usually are not are not, the reaction is not measured in 3 or 4 trading days. It's measured in the fullness of time. I think making a statement that people should expect even beyond the pandemic that rates are going to stay at 0 until we reach 2% and are on track to moderately exceed 2% for some time. I think as the months and the years go by, I think people will increasingly realize the power of that commitment. And so I think it's more significant than the markets may be initially realizing.
Well, Washington is consumed now by a fight over the Supreme Court, which many analysts say pretty much ends chances of getting any kind of additional stimulus, at least before the election and possibly afterwards. What does that mean for the economy?
Well, I think in my forecast for this year, I think some additional fiscal stimulus is part of that. And one of the unusual features of this downturn has been consumer spending has been very strong despite the elevated unemployment rate. That usually doesn't happen in a downturn, and it's happening because of strong fiscal support. And so I think some extension of unemployment benefits is critical. And I also, second thing I'd mention is aid to state and local governments, I think, is also important. They have big fiscal holes. They are needing to cut back because of that right now at a time where we're asking them to shoulder more responsibilities in fighting the pandemic and getting kids back to school and a number of other responsibilities. And so I think some fiscal support, I'm still hopeful for it, and I think it's important to this recovery.
The markets are, at this point, not just discounting what you did last week, but concerns over the Supreme Court and a round of pandemics. We've been asking for months about whether markets were too high and might fall, dragging down the economy. What's your read on what's going now?
Well, I won't go too far in this job commenting on the markets other than to say market cap to GDP is currently at a historic high. And at historic highs. There's some understandable reasons for that, but normally when you've had this kind of run, some kind of correction could actually be healthy. And so the thing I watch when I see a market sell-off is our credit spreads widening, and I don't see them widening, which tells me right now this is more of a correction, maybe not a fundamental change. If I saw credit spreads widening along with the sell-off, that would tell me something different, but I'm not seeing that.
Well, tight credit spreads and low interest rates suggest the Fed policy is working at the moment. But if we do have a need for additional stimulus and we don't get it, is there anything the Fed can do, or are you sort of out of the game, done what you can do?
I think monetary policy has done a lot. We still have more things we could do. And certainly with either asset purchases, I think we could do more to help small and mid-sized businesses. But I think the path of the pandemic, the incidence of the virus is still going to be the #1 determinant of how fast we recover. And I think some amount of fiscal policy secondarily is important. But I think monetary policy will do its part. It's not, though, the primary driver of this recovery right now. I think it's still how well we manage the virus.
The other issue you just mentioned, the Main Street lending program, and you also talked about the municipal lending facility. Chairman Powell goes up to Capitol Hill, and they're going to be asking him the question, why aren't those working? There's been almost no take-up. One loan for the municipal facility, and only 0.2% of the money for Main Street has been lent. What's wrong with the Fed programs?
Well, so let me just segment these. I think it's a mistake to judge the effectiveness of most of these programs by the take-up. The Main Street program, let me put off to the side. That's a little bit different. But on a municipal finance program is a good example. We have backstopped issuance in the municipal finance market with a capacity of $600 billion. As soon as we announced that program, the municipal finance market rallied. Money flowed into that market. That's true with the corporate bond market. It's true with other markets that we've done this for. So I actually think the measure of how effective those programs are is are people able to issue in the private market? The fact there hasn't been much take-up, we're intended to be backstop pricing. So I think those programs have actually been very, very successful. The one program we've scrutinized more, though, is the Main Street program. On that program, take-up is a good measure of how effective it's been, and has been a lot of discussion. there's still stringent credit requirements for that program. The banks have to agree to lend as part of that program. And so we are looking at ways, and there's been discussion, can more be done to make that program more attractive? But again, the Fed is a lender, not a spender. And in order to ease the requirements of Main Street, you'd have to be willing to tolerate more credit losses. And that's not a Fed decision. That's a decision for Congress and the Treasury.
Robert Kaplan, president of the Dallas Federal Reserve, thank you for joining us this morning on Bloomberg Radio and Television Worldwide. We'll send it back, speaking of worldwide, to John Farrow in London.
Mike McKee, thank you. A wonderful interview. Absolutely brilliant. And Tom, something that we heard there I think is really, really important. What tests the patience of a policymaker at the Federal Reserve is not equities, it's credit. It's high-yield spreads. It's investment-grade spreads. That's what tested the Fed back in late 2018. That's what tested the Fed in 2020. And right now, even with equities doing what they're doing, spreads have been really stable in and around 500 basis points on high yield, and I think that's critically important.
Now, if we see them break, that is a change tune, but even with the difficulties of the market this morning, futures at negative 58, it's true, John, we've been incredibly range-bound, and you see that with the moving averages that come down to 1 point. I'm moving my hand here. On radio, it looks great, right, John?
It's just fantastic.
It's just fantastic.
I just love that. I'll do it as well.
You can do it exponential, or you can do it linear.
Great radio.
You know, it's great radio.
Just awesome. You can do it with two hands. Just brilliant. Beautiful. You nailed it.
Thank you.
From New York and London. This is Bloomberg.
We never thought COVID-19 is going to hit us. But now, looking back, I don't know how we could cope without this new sector.
Hong Kong is not by itself a big market, but because of the growth GBA, there's huge opportunity. So we're seeing a huge wave of biotech innovation coming in the past few years.
Almost kind of certain that at the very beginning of our journey to pursue the biotech listings, we'll see a lot of the Chinese companies.
This is just the right thing to do at the right time, and it's such a big sector.
We have a second product for approval, and now are actively preparing for the commercialization. And we're expecting to have 2 more products to be approval before end of the year. So we have a high confidence that we will meet the expectation.
When everything around us, including the way we work and live, has been interrupted, uninterrupted service is peace of mind. Juzi from customer support is responding to a 500% increase in daily call volume, no matter what. We keep on, so you can keep on.
we explore the trends, investments, and competition of the European ETF industry. Join us on Bloomberg ETF IQ Europe.
It's a severance. It'll continue to be named TikTok as it was all along, and that's it. That's it. So I can say that I have given the deal my blessing. If they get it done, that's great. If they don't, that's okay too. But it's a great deal for America, and very interesting.
The President of the United States celebrating a deal between Oracle and TikTok, a deal we'll talk about in just a moment. From New York and London this morning, good morning to you all. Alongside Lisa Abramovich and Tom Keene, I'm Jonathan Ferro. Your price action shaping up as follows. 1 hour, 12 minutes away from the opening bell this Monday morning. Equity futures still near session lows, down 53 and negative 1.6%. It is worse in Europe, let me tell you that. Euro dollar 117.89, coming in 0.4% on that currency pair. Stronger dollar through the bulk of G10. And there's the bid in the bond market where it's been for the last couple of hours, Tom. Yields come in 3 basis points. Your yield on a 10-year maturity is 0.66%.
It is off our radar as of Friday and the death of Ruth Bader Ginsburg, but it's still very much front and center. As we spoke to Michael Wolff earlier about WeChat, John Farrow and I have been just waiting all morning to get back on the TikTok analysis bandwagon, and we do that right now with Lisa Abramovich. Jeffrey Gertz is at Brookings. He has wonderful international perspective on national security and on the processes of national security. Dr. Gertz joins us now with Brookings, their Global Economy and Development Fellow. Dr. Gertz, what's the next step here? I've yet to have a single person tell me this is anything at TikTok but contrived. What's the next step for an invented transaction?
Great, thanks. Happy to be here. So I think one next step that we're still a bit unclear of, we're still waiting on all the details to come out, but one question is whether the Chinese government will need to approve this deal or not. A big sticking point up to date has been the Chinese government was treating the TikTok algorithm as a potential technology with national security implications, meaning they were having export controls governing the license of the TikTok algorithm. So I think one question we're definitely still waiting on is how the Chinese government will respond to this new deal.
Meanwhile, what, Jeffrey, can we take away from the way this deal went down? There was a Carnegie Mellon professor quoted in a Bloomberg story saying the government should be in the business of citing national security concerns, but they should not be in the business of brokering a backroom deal with a U.S. company. Is that how it's being perceived?
Yeah, I think this has been a really interesting case to watch. So we definitely know that through the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, or CFIUS, the U.S. government does often play a role in regulating foreign acquisitions that have national security implications. And I think it was entirely reasonable for CFIUS to get involved in this TikTok deal. But having the president be personally involved in all of the kind of front room negotiations and all over the newspaper pages that we've seen is very different from how this normally goes. And we normally don't see, the president weighing in on kind of different potential acquirers or anything like that. So that aspect of it has definitely been strange to watch for those of us who are used to a very secretive national security process.
Is there any precedent in the U.S. for this type of transaction and the sort of government intervention that we've seen here?
So again, we've seen similar interactions and similar government interventions on other national security threats and increasingly on other kind of technology and data-related acquisitions. So we saw Grindr, the gay dating app that had been acquired by a Chinese company. The U.S. government did compel divestment in that case. We similarly saw on Stay in Touch, which was a company that handled the hotel booking data for major hotel chains. That was also ordered divestment from a Chinese company. So those kinds of interventions we're used to seeing now.
Dr. Gertz, real simple, and this is a question I asked Michael Wolff earlier. Is there any evidence of a national security threat by either of these entities?
I think it's a difficult question to answer for a few reasons. So, first off is just that the U.S. government is always very secretive in telling us what exactly the national security threat is. So we're kind of forced to take them at their word, and it's hard for outsiders to analyze the merits of the case. I will say that there are real concerns around data privacy around technology, potentially around the Chinese government having say over, which videos the TikTok algorithm is choosing to show. So again, you could imagine scenarios where the Chinese government has a say in promoting certain political voices and censoring other political voices. And I think that does raise real concerns for the U.S. government. It's important to note, though, there's no evidence that they've ever acted on any of these things so far. These are sort of potential problems that could arise.
Well, this is really important. Wait a minute. You just said it eloquently. Is there any indication here of anything but a potential risk?
This is all potential risk so far, but I think it makes sense to take these potential risks seriously.
Hey, Jeffrey, great to catch up. Jeffrey Gertz there of Brookings. Tom, in many ways, I think we're talking about the wrong company. We've talked for the last several weeks about the United States taking on the characteristics of China, telling the Chinese and the Chinese Communist Party that your companies, if they want access to our markets and we consider them national security threats, they need some kind of U.S. partner, or perhaps even a U.S. company needs to buy them. WeChat. Let's talk about WeChat. It is very difficult to act like China if you are not China. They can't ban WeChat right now this morning, and hardly anyone's talking about it. Why can't they ban WeChat this morning? Because there was a court injunction, Tom. A court injunction grounded in First Amendment rights, freedom of speech. And, Tom, this is going to be the difficulty for the United States. If you want to face off with the Chinese Communist Party, China's doing it by their own rules, and it's much, much harder to replicate them here in the United States.
The game theory of this, to me, is just wacko. I mean, that's a very sophisticated phrase, John, and I know I nailed it. But, the bottom line here is Dr. Gertz was great there about the potential risk. We're doing all of this on potentialities. How does Beijing respond to that?
Well, Tom, let's talk about the potential for the U.S. government when you know that the Chinese Communist Party, and you have some evidence of where the Chinese Communist Party has been hostile before through cyber, etc. Do you want them to have the data of U.S. citizens in the way that they could access the data through an app like TikTok? And I think the answer on both sides of the political aisle, not my answer, but on both sides of the political aisle right now, the answer to that is probably not. Headline cross on a Bloomberg, Tom, I want to get to. The President of the United States wants a final vote on the Supreme Court pick before the elections.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
It's coming from an interview with Fox News in the last couple of minutes, and it is a big deal, Tom, and it plays into the biggest story in this market right now as well, the what next down in Washington.
Yeah, absolutely, no question about it. But, as we talk about potential, I would say, John, we need a potential data check. Why don't you do it?
I will do that for you right now, Tom. 1 hour, 5 minutes away from the cash open. Here's the actual data check. There's the move in tech stocks this morning, with Oracle getting a bid after that deal potentially closes. In the equity market, futures down 59, negative 1.75%. There is a weight to this tape. We start to climb lower again. In the FX market, euro dollar 117.74. The bid picks up in the Treasury market. Yields lower down by almost 4 basis points to almost 0.65% on a US 10-year. For the US 30-year, the bid at the long end is strong. A 30-year yield that comes in 6 basis points almost to 1.397%. Risk aversion this Monday, alongside Tom Keene and Lisa Abramowitz. I'm Jonathan Ferro. This is Bloomberg Surveillance, heard on Bloomberg Radio, seen on Bloomberg TV, live from London and New York. This is Bloomberg.
The Boston Symphony Orchestra presents BSO at Home. While you stay inside, enjoy a curated collection of archived concerts and behind-the-scenes stories from BSO musicians. BSO Homeschool provides lessons for music lovers of all ages. New performances and messages from musicians are added regularly. Enjoy these selections and much more at bso.org/at-home.
Mercedes-Benz is on a path towards CO2 neutral mobility. So we have flicked the switch there, and really we're going to step by step electrify everything. And what does that mean? Combustion engines get electrified.
Risk aversion this Monday morning from New York and London. A good morning to you all. Alongside Tom Keane and Lisa Abramowitz, I'm Jonathan Ferro. This is Bloomberg Surveillance, and here's your price action 1 hour out from the opening bell in New York. Equity futures down by almost 1.9% now. There is a weight to this tape in the last 30 minutes. We add to the losses. We're down 60-odd points now on the S&P 500. Euro-dollar south of 118, 117.74. Yields heading lower as well, down by about 4 basis points to 0.65%. Two stories. The political division down in Washington. One of them, the other story, the potential for restrictions across various economies in Europe, with the United Kingdom very much front and centre. The Prime Minister, we can confirm, the British Prime Minister Boris Johnson, will be addressing the House of Commons on the COVID response tomorrow. The most responsible thing I can say at this point, Tom, is I don't know what the restrictions are, what many people expect them to be after hearing from the advisors to the Prime Minister today. Are things focused on various sectors of the economy and various restrictions, and something that I've been guilty of doing myself in the last week, but want to make clear I don't want to do going forward. I don't think we should call this a lockdown until it looks like something we saw in March. And right now what I'm hearing are further restrictions and not a lockdown.
Yeah, Francine Lacroix said the same thing with some heat, John, this morning, because I guess schools will still be active even with the so-called lockdown. I don't know what phrase you're going to come up with, John, but serious. And also, I should point out, folks, serious in France as well. We're going to watch the markets carefully. They deteriorate, negative 63. I would say possibly off of the headline we saw from the President of the United States speaking on Fox, and still I can see speaking on Fox, talking about he wants a vote on the next Supreme Court justice here before the election. We turn to the economy now with futures at negative 63. Megan Green joins us with the Harvard Kennedy School. Megan, I want to go to the great thrust I see right now, which is the inflation dynamic and when a central bank acts. Inflation is rising. Do you get out front and act? Do you get out front along the path of rising inflation, or a la Kashkari, do you wait for the very end of it in a truly Latin ex post manner? Which is the Fed doing right now?
It's the third, I think, of those three. And that's embedded in the Fed's new monetary policy strategy. The debate happening right now is whether we'll get inflation or not. And I think that only matters because if you get inflation, then the idea is the central bank has to hike into it. And the Fed has pretty much said, no, we don't, actually. We're going to average out at 2%. They've undershot for so long that they're going to have to allow inflation to overshoot 2% in order to average out at 2%. So I think they'll wait not just to see the whites of inflation's eyes, but to see the back end of it. Also, central banks know what to do in the face of inflation. They don't really know what to do in the face of deflation.
But in rules, if we think of John B. Taylor at Stanford and others that like rules, Charles Plosser, the conservative ex-Philadelphia Fed, the Rochester School, the Freshwater School, what is your definition of overshoot? They wanted rules. Do you have a definition of overshoot?
So I think that the Fed would tolerate inflation of, 2.5% to 3%.
Wow, that high,
I think so. I mean, look, the inflation has been persistently below the target since it was adopted in 2012. And there are a bunch of structural reasons why I think inflation will continue to be difficult to generate. And so I do think if they could get inflation of 2.5% to 3%, the Fed would celebrate in the short term and would watch it and not hike immediately.
Well, let's think about what they can celebrate right now, Megan. We come out of a summer where many economists thought we would go into this summer lull, that things would start to roll over a little bit. There are some people who have changed their minds after the data that has come in over the last month. You're different, Megan. You haven't changed your mind. You're calling this a Wile E. Coyote moment for the US economy. Can you walk us through what you're seeing or what you expect to see in the coming month?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you look at a lot of the high-frequency data, it does suggest that maybe economic activity is rolling over a little bit. And I think the most important piece, though, is policy. So whatever happens with the virus, we've had a whole bunch of support for unemployed people and small businesses expire. If that isn't re-upped and now it looks less likely that it will happen before the election or even before the end of the year, that's taking out a lot of support from the economy. I think we could well go into recession. 3 months ago, I would have said, of course, we'll have more fiscal support. That's a complete no-brainer. But now I think the Democrats and Republicans are so incredibly divided over a number of things that it's actually unlikely before the election.
So, Megan, we've talked about this a couple of times already, you and I. You think a double dip is on the cards. And I don't mean to get cute about it, but when do you expect to see that second dip?
Yeah, so I think it's possible. It's all dependent on policy. We're getting a little bit more support for unemployed people with the $300 a week federal checks, but again, they're not being dispersed widely. So it all depends on how much more support we'll get and when exactly we get it. Obviously, the longer we wait, the higher the likelihood that we'll end up going into recession. So it's impossible to give you specific timing. But I do think, unless we build a safety net under the economy, I think the coyote will fall into the chasm. That's how it works.
Megan, we've talked a lot on this show, and you've talked a lot about the bifurcated nature of this recession, the idea that the haves are doing just fine and the have-nots are doing terribly and bearing the brunt of the pain. How bad will the scarring be on the have-nots, and which groups are in the have-nots that you see as being most affected?
Well, I think that depends on what you think the economy will look like on the other side of this. And it's probably a bit too early to say exactly, what it will look like when the dust settles. But I do think we know that certain things probably won't happen anytime soon. Short of a vaccine or treatment, a lot of us will be working from home. I think gyms will suffer. Travel industries will suffer. And those employees of those sectors, they were the hourly service workers who were hardly getting back on their feet before this crisis hit and now have been knocked back off. So I think that, a lot of these service sectors are going to struggle for a long time until we get a vaccine. And even after we get a vaccine, I think we'll still continue to work from home quite a lot. I'll watch more Netflix than I used to just because I'm used to it rather than going to the cinema. I'll, probably travel within the U.S. a bit more than I used to because I'm a bit more used to it now. So I think if you just think if activity only returns, 90% of what we used to have in every industry, scale that up across the economy, and that's a huge drop in activity. And I think it's the hourly service workers who will mainly suffer. Well,
and to John's point, which is a good point, which is how long we have. In other words, when are we actually going to see this double dip? At what point, how long do we have to wait before fiscal support, before you start seeing a material decline in the possible recovery or the sort of near-term growth of the U.S. economy?
Well, we're starting to see some of the high-frequency data roll over, as I said earlier. It hasn't tanked yet because I think the programs that were implemented worked, and a lot of people stored up and were saving. But people and businesses can't live off of their savings forever. So when those cash buffers are used up, that's when the economy will tank, and it could just be a couple of months.
Megan, we have an economy of which Atlanta's telling us is up 25, 28, even 30%. One big Q3 bounce. And then there's the then what? What do we dampen down to? Where is I'm not asking as a market economist, but on an academic level, how do you fold in where potential GDP is and how that equation dampens down? Are we, forget about Morning America, we're nowhere near 4% real GDP. Are we even near 2% real GDP?
So, no, I think potential growth was already a bit below 2% in the U.S. anyhow. It's hard to know what this does to productivity. On the one hand, you have to believe that a lot of productivity has been destroyed and a lot of innovation that would have isn't happening now. At the same time, for those of us who are lucky enough to be able to work from home, we're getting by with fewer resources, and so that could boost productivity, actually. So I think fundamentally net, it will probably be down a bit. I'd also highlight that we've had this V-shaped recovery in the short term, but if you look at the high-frequency data, where people are spending money now is not where we lost all the activity in the aftermath of the immediate pandemic. And so there's a huge dislocation in the economy, and that suggests that from here on out, it's going to be a much harder slog.
John, I mean, we got to do a data check here in the middle of this conversation with Megan Green because the tape is deteriorating in all sorts of ways. And John, I would really look at the bond reset that we're seeing right now, down 4 basis points on the 10-year yield, and it goes into what Dr. Green's talking about.
Yields lower, curve flatter, equity market down 61 on the S&P. We're negative 1.85% on the S&P 500.
Look at the Dow.
Megan, we caught up with President Kaplan a little bit earlier and talked about the importance of the credit market and the stability that we're seeing in credit spreads. Megan, how important is that just in terms of broader financial conditions for this Federal Reserve?
So it's really important, but it's also hard to get a signal from that, right? Because credit spreads aren't blowing up precisely because the Fed has stepped in to backstop the credit markets. So that suggests that what the Fed has done is working. But looking further ahead, one day when the tide recedes, the tide of Fed liquidity recedes, what's going to happen? None of us really know. And so I think that Kaplan was probably right in highlighting that financial stability is a real concern. We could be sowing the seeds of the next bubble right now. And in the face of market meltdowns in March, that made absolute sense. But I do think going forward, we need to worry about that.
Megan, great to catch up. Megan Green there of the Harvard Kennedy School. Lisa, this was called Good Heart to Law. Good Heart to Law, that a measure ceases to become a good one when it becomes a target. The credit market is very much a target for these central banks.
Well said, John. I think this is sort of the conundrum for a lot of credit investors. Corporate debt used to be the canary in the coal mine. When you saw spreads blow out, you knew that was a leading indicator for other risk assets. It seems to have lost that. And what does that mean for all of these models that use credit as that leading indicator? It's lost that just because of what you said. It is being targeted by the Federal Reserve, regardless of anything else. And that, to me, is a huge shift in markets and models.
Do we have a leading indicator now, Tom Keene? Cross-asset worldwide. I mean, we touched on this a couple of weeks ago about the commodity market.
Really good question.
Maybe the cleanest trade, supply versus demand, was crude a couple of months ago at the peak of the pandemic. I just don't know what it is anymore.
I'd have to do a lot of chart work. I would point out Chris Verone, writing a brilliant note this morning for Strategas, really points out some of the odd resiliencies in the way we're going down that may give some enthusiasm here. He notes copper is one indicator. But, John, I look at my Bloomberg screen, and to your wonderful point, I mean, what do you pin on here right now? The one thing I would say is I got a great respect for what yen does in moments like this, 104.14.
Bitcoin.
Yen stronger, dollar stronger. I didn't hear what Lisa just said. I'm just going to pretend.
Lisa nailed it.
In the equity market, down 62. She nails it every morning. We're down 1.9% on the S&P 500.
Can I go home?
You did not. You can, whenever you like. Stay home all week from London and New York. This is Bloomberg.
With the First Word News, I'm Rishika Gupta. President Trump says he plans to announce his pick to replace Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg by Friday or Saturday of this week. Trump also told Fox News he wants to see a Senate confirmation vote for his nominee before November's election. Trump has said he will likely pick a woman. Ginsburg died Friday at the age of 87. President Trump heads to Ohio today. He'll address supporters in Dayton at an event called Fighting for the American Worker. He'll then head to an event in Swanton. Trump won Ohio by 8 percentage points in 2016. His chances for a second term rest heavily on being able to maintain the margins he won by in 2016, particularly in suburban areas. Health officials say the UK is on course for 50,000 new coronavirus cases a day by mid-October if urgent measures aren't taken to prevent the spread of the disease. Prime Minister Boris Johnson is widely expected to set out further restrictions Tuesday, although Health Secretary Matt Hancock says the government wants to avoid a second national lockdown. The country's health secretary also said today that Johnson is fully recovered from the virus, which put him in intensive care back in April. And a slow-moving tropical storm will bring drenching rains to Texas and Louisiana. Forecasters say Tropical Storm Beta could dump up to 20 inches of rain on some parts of the region over the next few days. Though it's no longer expected to strengthen into a hurricane, Beta is the Atlantic's 23rd storm for 2020 so far, the second most active season in records going back to 1851. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg.
Some things you see coming, some things you don't. The trick is to be ready for anything. Pablo from Infrastructure Support is working every day to keep essential market data flowing seamlessly. We keep on, so you can keep on.
This is Bloomberg Best, your weekly review of the most important business news, analysis, and interviews from Bloomberg Television around the world.
Ken Burns, welcome to Bloomberg Big Decisions.
We have always been a mixture of things. We are always stronger for that mixture.
Growth is a way to stay competitive, delight more and more consumers.
Welcome to the Best of Bloomberg Technology. I'm Emily Chang.
They've moved the needle by acknowledging that they have to monitor the content.
What is one word of advice you'll take with you?
Learn how to listen. And that is certainly something that has served me well.
Ankiti, where do you go from here? It's a huge market. It's a huge opportunity. I want to go 100x from here.
Our philosophy is to partner where we can and stand apart when we should.
This is a market that over the past few weeks has made it clear it wants to go higher. It got a little spooked by the idea that geopolitical tensions are rising.
We will. I think it is particularly important that the Senate take it up and confirm this nomination before the election.
That was Senator Ted Cruz on the Supreme Court vacancy left behind by the passing of the late, great Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. That was him speaking over the weekend to ABC this week. On the connection between Washington and Wall Street, just one of the best PIMCO's Libby Cantrell, the head of public policy, coming up a little bit later this morning on Bloomberg TV. Tom Keene, that conversation starting in 10 or 15 minutes' time as we work our way to the opening bell with futures down and down hard.
Looking forward to that, rather. And, of course, we're seeing a real deterioration or a second leg down in the markets right now. I believe the president has finished his comments to Fox and Friends, where he did state he wants a vote before the election. What we've tried to do this morning with work from Lisa Freundheisen, our David Weston, is get you people with real tangible experience in this uproar. One of those is Russell Wheeler out of the University of Chicago. He's former deputy director of the Federal Judicial Center at Brookings as well. And we are thrilled that Dr. Wheeler could join us this morning. Dr. Wheeler, I want to go back to 1956 and Dwight David Eisenhower, who needed the Catholic vote badly. Cardinal Spellman was giving it to him. You need to hire a Catholic. And they literally went out and got a guy they thought was somewhat conservative in Mr. Brennan. Well, that, changed over the years. But we have many times, back to the middle Supreme Court of the 1880s, we have many times gone through this, haven't we?
Well, many times gone through what? If it's gone through election year vacancies, not really. There have been 8 by my count. One of them was the Brennan vacancy created by Sherman Minton, whose health failed him. Eisenhower recessed a point to Justice Brennan. Then the Senate handily confirmed him in early 1957. That was not controversial, but, we've come a long way since those days.
Yeah.
Those days back in the 1920s when justices were confirmed basically on the day they were nominated. It's a different world.
It's a different world today. And what world would you expect to see here as a president moments ago says he's taking the line of conservative Republicans, let's go, let's get this done by the election. Can they accomplish that?
Well, they have enough time. I mean, they'd have to rush it through, but the Democrats, so they have a few monkey wrenches. They can slow things down, but not much really. So if they get their 50 votes plus Pence, they'll be able to confirm a justice pretty much any time before the election or after the election. It all hinges, I think, on whether or not how many Republican senators decide that it's just too hypocritical to vote to confirm a Trump appointee at this point.
Russell,
nominee at this point, given what happened to Merrick Garland, back in 2016.
There's been some discussion by some Democrats that if Republicans push a nomination and confirmation through, they would possibly talk about packing the court if Joe Biden does win the presidency. How realistic is that threat?
Well, I think it's a lot more realistic than it was a couple of days ago. I was quite skeptical of that, figuring that you don't tamper with institutions that lightly. But I must admit, I think there's going to be a lot of pressure to counteract a midnight appointment, is what this would be, late in the election season by a president who, you'd have to say, it looks like he's not going to get reelected. So it's not a pretty picture. And I think the Democrats will come back if they have the Senate and the House and the White House. They're going to seriously consider doing something to offset it.
So what would that look like? I mean, this was tried by FDR back in the day, but what would a court packing kind of measure proceed as likely?
Well, Roosevelt's was a little more duplicitous. Roosevelt said, I want the authority to appoint another judge for any appellate judge over the age of 70. This is quite direct. It just says the court has been at 9 since 1868, 1867.
Yeah.
We're going to increase the size to 11.
Well,
that just gives a lot of work to the Supreme Court carpentry shop, but that's about all that's entailed.
Doctor, this is critical. This is just critical, though. The Supreme Court Act of 1869 got us to 9 members. Right. Is that sacrosanct? Is that just something that's untouchable?
Well, the reason it's 9 is because at that point, there were 9 circuits, and the justice's job back then was largely to serve as trial judge on what used to be called the circuit courts, trial courts. 9 circuits, 9 justices. That's the reason it went up and down. When the court locked it in at 9, there's nothing magic about that number. It's come to be regarded that way. And most state Supreme Courts are 9 or less. Most world common law courts are 9 or less. But an 11 court member court can function, obviously.
So this is one final question, and this is just so important. You're not uncomfortable forgetting about conservative liberal with the idea of an 11-member court?
I am uncomfortable with it, but I think there's a lot of justification if the Republicans ram through this late in an election by a president who's clearly has no popular mandate whatsoever to impose a very conservative federal judiciary on the country. He ran on that and he lost the popular vote massively. So I think the court's legitimacy is already going to be in tatters if he gets another appointment, and it's just one more ratcheting down of the institution.
This has been hugely beneficial. Russell Wheeler, thank you so much. Dr. Wheeler, of course, with Brookings, and former Deputy Director of the Federal Judicial Center. Lisa, I really can't say enough about our team. They've been working nonstop since Friday evening, trying to get really thoughtful voices. And I think, Lisa, we really accomplished that today.
I agree. I think Michael Purvis of Talbackin put it really well in a note over the weekend where he said normally the Supreme Court justice vacancy would not make geopolitical noise, right? This wouldn't have an effect on markets. This time is fundamentally different, Tom, and this is really important. The idea that it will suck the oxygen out of the room in Washington, D.C. and take the conversation away from the economy is a huge deal and really torpedoes a lot of the chance of a fiscal deal before the election.
Futures negative 60 right now. Lisa, you see that headline coming out? I don't know what to make of that.
Well, that Oracle and that ByteDance will have no ownership in TikTok. This is coming from Oracle, reported by Axios. Again, the head scratcher of a deal gets to be even more of a head scratcher because ByteDance will not be necessarily transferring their algorithm to TikTok Global. We'll dig into it to find out. I do know Oracle shares significantly higher in pre-market trading, Tom, so sort of bucking the trend here of the NASDAQ.
It's a little bit of a trend up on that headline. I'm going to suggest we got a lift, negative 63 on futures, up to all of negative 59 as well. We're looking for every little lift we can get. In the yield space, in 4 basis points. Lisa loves when I say the yield space. Pharaoh hates it, so I got to only say it with Lisa.
Thank you. The stars in the yield space are bright.
0.66% on the 10-year yield. The 30-year bond once of 1.39. We now enjoy 1.40 on a 30-year bond. These are little moves, but it's that kind of day. Yen backs up at 104.04. Slightly weaker yen, 104. Can you top this? McKee with Kaplan coming up later from St. Louis. Mr. Bullard in the 6 o'clock hour as well. Please stay with us through the day, particularly news from Washington and the tumult of these markets. This is Bloomberg Radio. This is Bloomberg Television.
Ada 3 kelompok pengungsi tersebut yang sudah berpencar arah. Kemudian kami dari Polsek Banda Sakti berkoordinasi dengan perangkat desa Kampung Jomblang melakukan upaya pengumpulan secara persuasif serta minta tolong kepada warga. Alhamdulillah warga yang terpecah semuanya berkumpul.
Nalagyan ko na nanti po. Tunggu señor. Their CPG history, their experience, and really how we might be able to combine together to really create this fantastic public company. And so we kind of got into the SPAC thing a little bit before it became such a hot method of going public.
The cybersecurity sector obviously is no secret that it's probably going to do very well in the next 5 to 10 years, say.
2020 has already surpassed previous years' funding in digital health in particular.
I personally prefer to buy businesses that make money, and if you can buy them that are unlevered, that just means they're even cheaper.
Give you a sense of the real-time action. The 10-year yield tumbling now 11 basis points, so continuing in this knee-jerk risk-off feel.
From New York and London, for our audience worldwide, good morning, good morning. The countdown to the open starts right now with 30 minutes until the opening bell this morning. Your Monday morning price action messy. Equity futures on the S&P down 57, negative 1.7%. We begin with a big issue. Political tensions in D.C. intensifying.
Political risk rising. The Supreme Court pick.
Big if and when questions on fiscal stimulus.
A lot of confusion, mixed messages out of Capitol Hill.
Unless we get more support.
There's a requirement for additional fiscal stimulus.
I think the U.S. will go back into recession.
As we head towards November 3rd.
Uncertainty around elections.
The election risk.
Whether this U.S. election will be a clean election.
We may have a contested election.
A contested or litigated one.
That could be pretty disruptive.
A lot depends on policy.
How the shape of fiscal policy evolves.
This is all about fiscal policy.
Whether it's led by Biden or Trump.
Politics is front and center.
Things are likely to become less clear rather than more clear.
Let's head to Washington, D.C. and catch up with Kevin Cirilli, our chief Washington correspondent. Kevin, the focus in D.C., or more importantly for this market, where the focus is not. Walk me through it.
Well, precisely as it relates to the Supreme Court, President Trump saying that he is going to make a swift pick for the Supreme Court. Take a listen to what President Trump said just the other day about the timing of his pick. Here he is.
I think we're going to start the process extremely soon, and we'll have a nominee very soon. I could see most likely it would be a woman. Yeah, I think I can say that. It would be a woman. I would, if somebody were to ask me now, I would say that a woman would be in first place. Yes. The choice of a woman, I would say, would certainly be appropriate.
Now, according to sources, the front-runner is Judge Amy Coney Barrett. She is a conservative judge. She is also clerked for Justice Scalia. And another name that we're starting to hear is Barbara Lagoa. So two prominent female judges leading the pack in terms of who the president could replace. But it sets up a very contentious battle in Washington, D.C. Democrats are saying that this should not happen, just given the proximity of the election. Republicans saying they were elected to do this, and they have to fill that seat on the bench.
Kevin, equity futures down 58 on the S&P 500. This market concerned about quite a few things down in Washington, but top of the pile, I think, at the moment, the prospect for a fiscal deal. The prospect on a fiscal deal right now, given everything you've just said?
Well, all the oxygen is sucked out of the room because of the Supreme Court nomination process, and that will likely even put even more pressure on the Senate just to really have their floor time, their calendar time, their meeting schedules completely now occupied by the issue of the Supreme Court. However, I would note that prior to the passing of Ruth Bader Ginsburg on Friday, there was some talk that there might be a new push for fiscal stimulus and that there was some progress being made. Whether or not lawmakers can do what they say they always can, walk and chew gum at the same time, I'm not sure, because that clock is ticking down to the end of the month when that budget, which they've agreed upon, but when that continuing resolution would need to pass, and of course the November 3rd elections.
Kevin, great to catch up. As always, in this market right now, the focus on Washington and what's happening in Europe. Let's start with Washington. Cross-asset worldwide. Here's your equity market, 27 minutes out from the opening bell, with equity futures down and down hard on the S&P 500, negative 56, and down by 1.7%. In the bond market, there's your bid, 0.65% on a US 10-year. Yields come in 4 basis points. Dollar-yen with a 104 handle. For this market at the moment, for the political concerns around 3 dimensions. The first issue is the path to fiscal policy, messy. The second issue is the complexion of the Senate and the race for that Senate and the vulnerable Republicans. And the third issue is this messy period that Wall Street was anticipating between November and the end of January. One person who is absolutely brilliant at drawing the line between Washington and Wall Street, Libby Cantrell, PIMCO Head of Public Policy, and she joins us right now. Libby, let's just start on that number one issue for market participants, the path towards a fiscal deal. How complicated is that path now, Libby?
Yeah, I mean, it is gotten very complicated. I think some would say this is sort of the nail in the coffin. Our view had been for the last 3 months that additional fiscal stimulus was really a question of when, not if, simply because of the political downside risk to the economy of going into a re-election, and as you said, a pretty vulnerable re-election for many Republican senators without additional fiscal support. That the sort of hopes for that had faded over the last few weeks as Democrats had insisted on a bigger number, 2.2 trillion. Republicans had sort of maintained a $1 trillion figure. And now, Jonathan, as you point out, I mean, the recent developments around the Supreme Court have just widened that gap from a partisan perspective. And if, Republicans go forward with this, I think there's going to be very little room for, compromise on fiscal stimulus, which, again, was looking like it was already in doubt, before Friday night.
Well, Libby, let's talk about that very little room. From your perspective, is that purely a political issue or a process issue? There just won't be time to try and do both.
Yeah, I think it's both, although I think what Congress always, sort of reaffirms is that, process is really sometimes just an excuse not to do things. But if there really is the will to get something done, there usually are workarounds around process. So it really is the substance of the issue. Jonathan, there's really been actually a framework for the deal for a while, really since the summer. But there are a couple of issues that continue to be the big sources of disagreement. That's around funding for states and cities and the level of unemployment insurance. Those are the big sticking points. They've been the big sticking points for the last 3 months, and they continue to be. Now, interestingly, though, the White House here, especially if this, market continues to decline, you could see President Trump really try to lean even more on Congress to get something done. He's been he himself has been more absent from this. Of course, Mark Meadows, his chief of staff, has been leading negotiations. But I think you could see President Trump insert himself. But I think the question is it too little, too late? It may very well be.
Well, Libby, let's talk about Congress. The complexion of Congress after November 3rd. Maybe have to wait a while to have a look at what the White House looks like. But let's start there with Congress and the Senate. I know you've been looking at this. The vulnerable Republican senators, if McConnell and Trump go forward with this, if the majority leader, of course, of the Senate and the president go forward with this, Libby, I just wonder, are those vulnerable Republicans in the Senate even more vulnerable?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the big question here. You're right. Now, Republicans before COVID, before the economic downturn, certainly before this, already had a difficult math, as you allude to. Of the 35 seats up for re-election, 23 are being defended by Republicans, and of those 23, really 6 are incredibly vulnerable for Republicans. And they happen to be mostly in battleground states and sort of purplish states. So I think the conventional wisdom, which I think is right, is that this could be forcing a lot of these moderate Republicans like Senator McSally from Arizona or Senator Cory Gardner from Colorado in a pretty difficult spot. Now, on the other hand, you could say this galvanizes the base. This galvanizes, Republican turnout. That's potentially the case. But for these folks to actually win those Senate seats, they do need to kind of tack to the center. And I'm not sure lining up behind a Trump nominee right before the election will actually succeed in doing that.
Libby, just one final question from me, if I may. there was already a terrific amount of concern about the period after November 3rd up until the end of January. In the lame duck session, your outlook for that period, Libby, is it a little bit messier now than maybe it was on Friday?
Yeah, that's like a euphemism, Jonathan. Yes, it is a little bit messier. Especially if it sort of depends on when they, Republicans decide and if they have the votes, of course, to bring up the Supreme Court nominee. If they do that, then I think the focus of the lame duck session will be singularly on this. And again, from an economic perspective, very little chance for fiscal stimulus, meaning that we're not going to see, potentially we could not see additional support for the economy until January of 2021. That's another really important point here, is that if this happens, especially before the election, if Republicans bring up a Supreme Court nominee and Democrats sweep Washington, January 2021 is going to be very messy. I think that the expectation for filibuster reform, for potentially adding justices to the Supreme Court, for even more partisanship, if you can believe it, is very likely. And from a markets and an economy perspective, that just adds yet another layer of uncertainty coming from Washington. So I think probably a net negative from a market's perspective should this all come to pass.
If there was a euphemism there, Livy, it was certainly not intended. Livy, it's always great to catch up. Livy Cantrell, send my best to the team over at PIMCO, won't you, please? In the equity market right now, equity futures down 60 on the S&P. We are down by 1.82% on the S&P 500. A little bit of breaking news. Here's Abigail.
John, crossing the tape just moments ago. News on Microsoft. The tech giant is planning to buy ZeniMax for $7.5 billion. ZeniMax owns Bethesda Studios, which is a well-known game publisher. This is to boost Microsoft's Xbox business. It's their most expensive video game purchase ever. Microsoft needs some game titles after the delay of Halo Infinite. And at this point, John, the stock is not reacting all that much off of the lows of the day, but not really on this news. And it is worth noting, as you know, after last week's big tech sell-off, continued tech sell-off, Microsoft now down more than 15% from its recent peak. Not so far from a bear market, potentially.
It is not looking pretty. Abigail, thank you very much. 20 minutes away from the opening bell. Coming up on this programme, COVID cases rising across Europe. The UK considering renewed restrictions. That conversation coming up next with Alpha Omega's Peter Cecchini and Stuart Kaiser of UBS. With futures down 60, we're negative 1.8% of the S&P. This is Bloomberg TV.
It's really a reminder, isn't it, just how sensitive the markets are to any commentary about trade. We did see some pressure on the yuan, we did see some pressure on the futures. That is now being reversed.
if everybody follows the rules and does the self-isolation, if they need to, follows the rule of 6, which is really simple and clear, and the basics, hands, face and space, then we can avoid further measures. Yeah. But the alternative to that choice is that we will have to bring in more action. And we don't want to do that, but every single person has a part to play in this.
UK Health Secretary Matt Hancock warning national restrictions could be reimposed unless the recent spike in virus cases is brought under control. The Prime Minister speaking tomorrow. Bloomberg's Guy Johnson joining us now with the latest. Good morning to you, Guy.
Good morning, John. We have taken a turn for the worse here in the UK. The numbers are starting to grow and grow very quickly. In fact, the virus is now said to be doubling every 7 days. We had a briefing earlier on today from Patrick Vallance, the Chief Scientific Officer, and from Chris Whitty, the Chief Medical Officer. They laid out the stark terms under which the UK is now operating, talking about a potential 50,000 cases by October. That has got the politicians on the move. As you say, we're expecting to hear from Boris Johnson tomorrow. There is a Cabinet Office briefing, a COBRA meeting tomorrow. There is expected to flow from that further restrictions. Matt Hancock a little bit earlier on ITV, the television network, talking about the fact that the priority is to keep schools open. The sense he said is that the spread at the moment is coming from social interactions. So I think that is probably where we're going to see the measures being targeted. But John, we are seeing UK assets underperforming once again. Some people are talking about UK assets like Seema Shah at Principal Global Investors being a value trap. We're going to hear from the Governor of the Bank of England as well tomorrow. Mr. Bailey is going to be speaking. Remember, the Bank of England talking very much more about the preparations for negative interest rates. All of this coming together in a tumultuous week for the UK. And as I say, as a result, we are seeing UK assets underperforming, John.
Hey, Guy, great to catch up, as always. I know you and Alex Steele will be picking up the baton on what we're talking about right now in around about 45 minutes' time. Let's talk about this contrast, the compare and contrast between the United States and Europe right now. Equity futures on the S&P are lower. They're negative by around about 1.5%. Even lower right now. But in Europe, we've been down by about 3 percentage points on the European benchmarks all through the morning. The FTSE off by 3%. The DAX, the equity benchmark in Frankfurt, Germany, down by a similar amount. This after we have had people lining up on this programme to overweight Europe versus the United States. I can tell you after 3 months of happy talk, that happy talk ends this morning. Joining us now is Peter Cecchini of Alpha Omega for Advisors and UBS's Stuart Kaiser joining us now for more. Stuart, let's just start there. The compare and contrast between Europe and the United States. What does that compare and contrast look like for you this morning?
Hi, good morning, Jonathan. I think from our perspective, really what you've seen since, June or July is a lot of additional risk premium priced into U.S. equity markets, through implied volatility. And, Asia and Europe generally trading a little bit lower. Likely what you're going to see is that rebase itself, as the virus and political risks also kind of grow in Europe. So things should sort of kind of normalize themselves out a bit. Our view has been this rotation into value, which I think would also encompass rotation into Europe, rotation into emerging markets, is a little bit of a head fake, and it's not something you should necessarily chase. We do think it's too early to sustainably rotate into those markets. And I think to your point, this is something that's going to kind of take a little bit of the momentum out of that in the near term.
Peter, does that argument resonate with you?
Yeah, yes, it does, Jonathan. Very, very much so. In fact, and I hate to agree with the other guests because it doesn't make for as lively a conversation. But I must in this case.
It's a different network, Peter. We do it differently here. You know that. I don't set it up that way. It's about the quality of the conversation, not the opposition. Carry on, please.
Indeed, indeed. Well, as you know, in my recent note, I quoted Aldous Huxley, actually, and I said, just because the facts are being ignored does not mean they don't exist. And I meant that really in two ways. First of all, we've been witness to this seemingly incredible bull market, but really it's been limited to the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ because of a very narrow handful of components of those indices.
Just having a little bit of a connection there, a problem with the connection with Peter Cecchini. Peter, bear with me as we just try and re-establish that. I'll bring Stuart Kaiser back into the conversation. Stuart, when we think about the cyclical headwinds, what many people have been looking for is a cyclical recovery, which is why they've wanted to allocate to Europe. And one thing that you've argued, I think pretty consistently and persistently over the last several months, Stuart, is just the length of time, the period of time we'd be operating below capacity. Is that still the epicenter of your argument going forward?
Yeah, it is still a key risk as we see it. Most of the big data tools we track, whether that's consumer sentiment or economic activity, have definitely shown kind of a flattening out over the course of the last 2 to 4 weeks. I would say the economy has recovered better than we would have expected, given what the big data is telling us. And obviously markets, to Peter's point, due to tech leadership and being able to shrug that off largely. But our view is, that is still sort of a simmering or long-burning risk underneath the surface of the markets, that economic activity, while it's recovered significantly off the bottom, is still a fair distance away from full capacity where we think it needs to get. And I think what we saw in June and July when U.S. cases spiked is a lot of folks in the U.S. essentially becoming much more reluctant to leave their homes and changing their spending and economic outlook. And if we were to see something similar, a path similar to that be followed in Europe, I think it would again kind of call into question not only the sustainability of the recovery, but more importantly, how far we are from where we need to get. So yeah, it is a risk for us. It's definitely a risk that's underlying the markets. Though to be fair, markets, particularly tech leadership, has largely shrugged it off. So it's a little bit hard to handicap where we are in that trade, but we are of the view that is an underlying risk. Yes.
Stuart, stick with us alongside Peter Cecchini. In just a moment, we'll continue this conversation. We have to talk about the one side of the trade, which are the cyclical headwinds in Europe at the moment, off the back of potentially further restrictions in economies like the UK. On the other side of the debate, it's just the division down in Washington, D.C. That division sparked over the weekend by the passing of an incredible woman. And that passing has triggered a whole series of concerns. But front and centre, we have to pause on Wall Street as we head to the New York Stock Exchange and to the NASDAQ as well. It's for a moment of silence for the late, great Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Equity futures down 57 points this Monday morning. We are lower by 1.73%. The concerns for you all pretty evident at this point. On the one side, the potential for more restrictions across Europe, and then on the other side, the doubts around the fiscal path in Washington, D.C. Still with me going into the opening bell, Peter Cecchini of Alpha Omega Advisors and Stuart Kaiser of UBS. Peter, your line broke up a little bit. I want to give you the opportunity to talk about this. The reasons behind why you think growth is between a rock and a hard place, whatever happens as we work our way to the opening bell.
Yeah, look, I've been of the mind for some time that large cap equity performance and tech performance in particular were not painting the right picture or a real picture of what was going on with the economy. There was a massive disconnect for obvious reasons. By the way, the same can be said of the credit markets right now, given the intervention there. They are no longer a leading indicator right now. In fact, I think equity volatility is one of the most interesting places to look for a leading indicator. But what I've been thinking for some time is that the risks are being ignored. There are risks to valuation. Valuations are excessive, whether they're for large cap tech or for smaller companies. Fiscal and monetary policy risks are fairly extreme, in my view. The Fed has no policy space remaining, and fiscal policy, especially with the death of Chief Justice Ginsburg, is a distraction, which is going to make fiscal policy action into the election, I think, even more difficult. And lastly, if you look at the high-frequency data in the U.S., it really has not been improving, and it's been rolling over somewhat, especially initial claims, for example.
Just to add to those political concerns, just a final question to you, Stuart. This period after November into the end of January that everyone was already very worried about, we saw that in the VIX curve, Stuart. I'm just wondering, I think the question that many people are asking, many people are already anticipating that volatility, that mess. What's the strategy going into November then, Stuart?
It's a great question. I think in hindsight, we may actually think that the amount of risk priced into the election for fundamental reasons was probably a little bit too high. But essentially what you've seen, to your point on the VIX, is the October VIX future had a clear kink in it. And more recently, we've seen that kink flatten out because the implied volatility into November, December has increased so much. So I think what you've seen investors do is initially they were trying to trade that event specifically. But as the narrative about a delayed election outcome, particularly maybe even getting all the way out to December 8th when the states need to certify the election results, has forced people to move themselves further and further out the term structure in terms of expressing views, So I think that pattern is likely to continue. I think there's a less concern potentially fundamentally and probably a little bit more concern about the sort of extracurricular issues that could impact the market.
Stuart Kaiser, Peter Cecchini, appreciate your time. Going into the opening bell, equities down. This is Bloomberg.
The Census Bureau has asked Congress for a 120 extension. I don't know that you even have to ask, and I think 120 days isn't nearly enough.
When everything around us, including the way we work and live, has been interrupted, uninterrupted service is peace of mind. Kimmy from customer support is responding to a 500% increase in daily call volume, no matter what. We keep on, so you can keep on.
I think what we've seen during this period of time is that communicating via video is not a fad. We are using it in all aspects of our lives, for work, for learning, for communicating, for staying in touch.
We explore the trends, investments, and competition of the European ETF industry. Join us on Bloomberg ETF IQ Europe.
It's a choppy Monday morning with equity futures down 59 on the S&P 500. We're down by around about 1.8%. NASDAQ futures away to the tape. We're down 168. We're negative 1.55%. That's the equity screen. Switch up the board. That diminishing risk appetite, that risk aversion reflected elsewhere as you hear the opening bell ring for equities. In the bond market, yields come in 3 basis points on a 10-year to 0.66%. Commodities getting smacked around, down by 2.2%, a 40 handle on WTI. And to round things out in foreign exchange, the dollar stronger through G10, with the exception being the Japanese yen. Euro dollar 117.70. We're down 0.6%. That's the cross-asset price action. Let's get you some movers at the market desk. Here's Abigail.
Well, John, certainly a piece of the bearish action this morning. The banks, one of the worst sectors on the day, and the worst sector in Europe. So we're seeing some follow-through of that selling action in Europe right here to the U.S. J.P. Morgan, Bank of America, Citigroup, BNY Mellon, all down sharply, as you were just mentioning. It has to do with that cross-asset picture as well, with yields down, weighing on the banks. In addition, J.P. Morgan is down on potential money laundering investigation, so some uncertainty there as well. Another sector that's hit hard today, John, the travel and leisure sector. If we take a look at some of the airlines, along with Carnival Cruise and Marriott, we see big selling here. This is one of the worst sectors in Europe as well, of course, as virus concerns are resurging there. So you see lots of weakness here for airlines and everything else related to travel, as folks are worried once again about the virus, John.
Abigail, thank you. The breakdown pretty clear for all to see. As Abigail points out, 1 minute into the session, we are lower by 1.45% on the S&P. We are down on the NASDAQ by 1.5%. A story we have hardly talked about this morning. TikTok. The President of the United States, Donald Trump, saying he would rescind his blessing for a deal between Oracle and ByteDance to create a new US-based TikTok service if, big if, the Chinese company retains control of the operation. Let's bring in Bloomberg's Scarlett Fu for more. Scarlett, so much confusion over this one. Clear it up.
All right, let's try to get you the clarity here that everyone needs. First of all, we're looking at Walmart and Oracle moving higher in early trading in defiance of overall weakness in U.S. equities. President Trump did approve the TikTok deal in concept, but the companies involved still need to approve it. So what we know so far is that ByteDance values the TikTok U.S. operations at $60 billion. So Oracle and Walmart would pay a combined $12 billion for 20% of the new entity called TikTok Global. Oracle would get a 12.5% stake and become the app's cloud provider. Walmart would get 7.5% and provide e-commerce, fulfillment, and payment services. Chinese parent ByteDance would still own 80%, so that gets to what you were talking about, as well as keep the TikTok algorithm, raising a lot of questions over whether national security concerns have been sufficiently addressed. Now, since U.S. investors, including Sequoia Capital and General Atlantic, own 40% of ByteDance, the White House can claim that U.S. interests would then own 53% of the new company. Also, 4 out of 5 people on the board of TikTok Global will reportedly be American, including Walmart CEO Doug McMillon. What's not clear here is whether President Trump is demanding the U.S. government gets paid some kind of fee. He initially mentioned $5 billion. ByteDance later said that the $5 billion is just TikTok Global's estimated tax bill over the next several years. Now, in addition, we saw RBC upgrade Oracle to outperform. It sees the TikTok investment as a wise use of capital and says there could be 12% upside to Oracle's shares over the next 12 months. John.
Scarlett, thank you. That's just one side of the story between China and the United States and big tech this morning. I think the story that's not getting enough attention is WeChat. A California judge blocking the President of the United States curbs on WeChat this morning, and hardly anybody is talking about it. Henrietta Trays of Vader Partners writing the following. She says China releasing its unreliable entity list rules are another massive step in the decoupling direction. The terms are vague enough that any US-owned business operating in China should be on guard. And here's the important distinction, Henrietta. The Chinese can act like the Chinese Communist Party because they are, by definition, the Chinese Communist Party. And when the United States tries to take on Chinese characteristics and ban things like WeChat, they struggle to do it because you get an injunction from a court in California. Henrietta, how important is that distinction between the United States and China right now?
I think it's a massive distinction. You've seen it in everything from this specific tech transfer to the trade war and putting tariffs on. China can put tariffs on overnight. The United States has to go through a very comprehensive process. The Trump administration has long claimed that it is a systemic advantage for China to be a Communist Party control as opposed to our democracy with all these checks and balances. It's long been a concern of the Trump administration's, and I think a really key pillar of the various memorandums and executive actions, the IEPA charges that the administration has put out in the last couple of years, very indicative of a long-term war with the Chinese and the United States, particularly under this administration. I think one of the most underappreciated components is that the president alluded to this back in May of 2019 when he released a executive memorandum on IEPA saying that the entire digital economy is something that they are going to be pursuing and analyzing and scrutinizing carefully under IEPA, which in this case, the TikTok ban is the first time it's ever been used against a technology company. And that obviously precipitated the unreliable entities list coming out for the first time in a year. And I think it's a very big deal and a meaningful escalation in the trade war between the U.S. and China.
Henrietta, you understand these issues so much better than most, and I love catching up with you. And I want to just probe things a little bit further, but go more broader, thinking about the United States versus China, whoever's in the White House. The objective was to change the behaviour of the Chinese Communist Party. And this administration has made it pretty clear that they're willing to act like the Chinese Communist Party acts, block entry to markets, force them to have a partner in the way that maybe Oracle will be in the same way. Henrietta, are there limits to that? Is that what we're recognising this morning, with WeChat as an example, that just the very nature and structure of the US government and the way things operate in Washington are going to make it very, very difficult for the US to change the behaviour of the Chinese Communist Party through tit-for-tat measures?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a race to the bottom is essentially what you're getting here. And I recall just from your questions there, the age-old aphorism that nobody wins a trade war. And that's essentially what's happening here. So you have Democrats who released a LEADS Act earlier last week, indicating that this ongoing challenge with China would be perpetual. And the Trump administration, which certainly in its second term would continue to perpetuate the trade war, the main difference is how they go about it. So you have the critical issues of how we write laws here in the United States and the fact that we have various courts and the government does not have the authority to go into businesses and take their data the way that the Communist Party does in China. That is clearly something that's shifting. And if you had spoken to, Pentagon officials, State Department officials in the last couple of years, you've seen the growing expansion of things like CFIUS that Senator Cornyn, a Republican out of Texas, has been intimately involved in, and basically expanding their authority, coming up with dramatically expanded export control restrictions that cover, 25 different segments of the economy on everything from AI to robotics to 3D printers. And that's something that they have been working on methodically, diligently, and consistently for many years now, and that's really picked up under the Trump administration. And it's something I don't expect will go away, even if Vice President Biden is elected or if Trump stays in office. This is going to be with us for the foreseeable future.
Henrietta, stick with us, because in a moment, a little bit later in the programme, I'd love to catch up with you on what's happening with HSBC over in the UK today, and more broadly, what could happen with banks and other companies trying to operate in China at the moment. For this market right now, 8 minutes into the session, equities down hard on the S&P 500, negative 2%, on the Nasdaq, negative 1.88%. For this Oracle TikTok deal, the lack of clarity is just bewildering at this point. Brent Thiller-Jeffries joins us now over the phone. Brent, how are you describing this for clients this morning? And can you answer the question as to who will actually own TikTok Global after all is said and done?
Good morning. There's too many moving pieces right now to make that call. It's obviously a good win for Oracle. Will help give them some referenceability, and it's a badly needed win. They haven't had a win. Microsoft, Amazon, and Google are stealing all the limelight. And we think, again, it's unfortunate that Oracle has to win a deal this way, but it definitely gives them some wind in their sail finally after they've been really getting hurt by the big competitors.
Well, Brent, you and I were talking about this in just the past week, and you talked about the muted growth, which for this sector, for these kind of companies, is incredibly rare to have muted growth. In your opinion, though, there are some people out there just saying, you know what, this isn't much of a deal at all. This was just a very dramatic way of getting a cloud contract. Brent, is it more than that?
Well, I think, look, they get an investment, they get the technology win, and no question TikTok's a great asset. So I think, obviously, if they get this up and going, it's a badly needed reference for Oracle. And we think, again, this does not disrupt the momentum that Amazon and Microsoft have. They are moving at a way quicker speed, have incredible force in the industry. We don't think it's really going to change directionally how companies continue to bet, some of the best companies in the world to bet on Amazon, AWS, and Microsoft. So I think, look, the market's big and the opportunity set is there. Again, Oracle has not been growing versus the torrid growth of the other names. So this just gives them a little bit more wind. The stock is cheap, too. Remember, this stock's at 10 times EBITDA on 13 times earnings. Software right now has a huge multiple, and the rest of these tech names have had big runs. So, there's been this talk about, growth to value at some point, and I think we're starting to see it a little bit in the market where Oracle is not an expensive name, but obviously not putting up great numbers. So, it's a cheap way to play this market right now on the cloud side.
Brent, I know you're busy this morning. We appreciate your time. Thanks for dropping by. Brent Thill there of Jefferies. In this market at the moment, 10 minutes into the session, here's a snapshot. I think it's really important not just to look at the US session, but compare and contrast it with Europe as well. Equities down in the United States by 2%. In Europe, a huge move lower by more than 3%. On the DAX right now, on the equity benchmark in Frankfurt, Germany, we are down by almost 4 percentage points. And bottom of the pile throughout the session over in Europe has been the travel stocks and the prospect of further restrictions around movement and on particular sectors as well. On the price action of the moment stateside, here's Abigail.
Well, John, keeping with that risk-off tone for stocks that you're talking about, let's take a look at some of the biggest laggards to the downside, starting out with the shares of Illumina. The gene sequencing company shares are down at this point off of the lows, down about 7% on the news that they are, in fact, buying cancer detection blood test startup Grail for $8 billion. We, of course, reported last week of that possibility. On that, the stock had already dropped 20%. Bloomberg Intelligence is saying that this really signifies a shift in strategy. Investors not liking it. Nikola plunging down 20% at the lows, down 30% at that point. Its worst day ever since 2018. On the news that Trevor Milton, the founder, has resigned amid the SEC investigation. Short seller Hindenburg, of course, is alleging that they have made false statements. GM, not so long ago, took a $2 billion stake. As you know, it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. And then finally, Tenet Healthcare down 16.4% as JP Morgan has cut the hospital company to an underweight with a price target of $20. The firm is cutting hospitals across the board as Obamacare status is in danger on the death of Ruth Bader Ginsburg, saying that the healthcare system overall could really be disrupted. We are seeing the shares of Tenet Healthcare this morning, John, certainly disrupted.
Abigail, thank you. Thank you very much. 12 minutes into the session, equities lower by 2% on the S&P. Coming up, a little bit of a risk-off meltdown this morning. Virus fears on top of political fears, on top of bank concerns. That conversation coming up next with Henrietta Trays. And we'll touch base with Tom Titsouras as well of Strategas from New York and London. This is Bloomberg.
never thought COVID-19 is going to hit us. But now, looking back, I don't know how we could cope without this new sector.
Hong Kong is not by itself a big market, but because of the group GBA, there's huge opportunity. So we're seeing a huge wave of biotech innovation coming in the past few years.
Almost kind of certain that at the very beginning of our journey to pursue the biotech listings, we'll see a lot of the Chinese companies.
This is just the right thing to do at the right time, and it's such a big sector.
We have a second product for approval, and now are actively preparing for the commercialization. And we're expecting to have 2 more products to be approval before end of the year. So we have a high confidence that we will meet the expectation.
When everything around us, including the way we work and live, has been interrupted, uninterrupted service is peace of mind. Juzi from customer support is responding to a 500% increase in daily call volume, no matter what. We keep on, so you can keep on.
The stock market getting knocked around this Monday morning. The S&P off by 1.9%. You might feel better if you look over at Europe. If you're an equity bull in the United States without European exposure, of course, the equity market there down by more than 3%, down by almost 4% on the equity benchmark in Frankfurt, Germany. HSBC getting absolutely battered in today's session in London. Joining us on that story is Bloomberg's Guy Johnson. Guy, great to have you back with us on this. 2 angles to this story. More broadly for the banks, there is one story. And then another side of this is just China and the relationship between HSBC and China going forward.
So, John, European banks basically being hit by a perfect storm here. As you say, HSBC has long been caught up between China and the United States. We had reports over the weekend coming from the Global Times suggesting that we could see HSBC being put on a list by the Chinese authorities. There were stories in the UK papers suggesting that we could see further sanctions coming from the US authorities. People are now beginning to seriously question whether HSBC's model of being domiciled in the UK is sustainable. So there's all kinds of things coming together there. Then you've got this wider report which is coming through from this ICIJ story, which I think is causing further problems for not only HSBC, other banks are mentioned here, Standard Chartered, JP Morgan is potentially mentioned here as well. Barclays is involved in this too, but HSBC's name is on the list as well. And this is the FinCEN report, and this is the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network. And basically, this is a series of reports that BuzzFeed has obtained that are basically suspicious activity reports, SARS reports. And you go through them, and there are all kinds of alarming names being listed and money being transferred in those names, which haven't been jumped upon in the way that maybe they should have suggested that we should have seen. Now, the question here, John, lies as to whether or not we're going to see authorities taking a different tack on this, or whether or not much of this is water under the bridge and the authorities felt that they will have dealt with it, because some of this is historical. But nevertheless, this, plus the virus, plus the news surrounding the United States and what is happening with China, John, it is the perfect storm hitting European banks, and the stocks are really reflecting it today.
What a treat this morning, a rare one to see Guy twice in an hour. Guy, great to catch up with you, sir. It's an equity market that is not doing well, a bank stock that's not doing well either, HSBC. I wanted to bring Henrietta back into the conversation because, Henrietta, I really wanted your thoughts on this. Henrietta Trey's of Veda Partners back with us just for a moment. Henrietta, it was once thought for a long time that having exposure to China was a good thing for your company. Now for investors, they wonder if it's a risk. Can you help my audience understand those risks a little bit more clearly?
Sure. Sure. The risks are myriad. It's not just tangible trade. It's also the digital economy, as I mentioned earlier. It's any intellectual property. It's your actions there. And you're under fire not just from the United States and President Trump's escalation in U.S.-China tensions, but also from China. The release of this unreliable entities list is much more broad-based than I think a lot of investors appreciate. You mentioned a couple of these companies that are under fire for the FinCEN report this morning, but J.P. Morgan is just as at risk under the unreliable entities list as HSBC is, in my opinion. Essentially, any business that has a competitor in China. So, for instance, if you're Ford or GM and you're competing with the Geely Automotive Association down there in China as well, you have a real problem. This is a way for China's Communist Party to essentially subsidize its own domestic industries and then put up artificial barriers via this unreliable entities list that's done on the same kind of grounds as our Section 232 tariffs. It's a national security concern. So it really runs the gambit across every single sector, and I don't see any of them as being particularly safe. It's just which one is going to be targeted in any given day. So bank stocks, automotive, the Gap, Nike, Starbucks, you name the list, it's all there. If you're a U.S. company or indeed maybe some other international companies as well operating in China, you're under fire not just from the U.S. side but also from China. And that's not something that's going to go away after the election. So our larger, more long-term oriented investors have had that front and center now for many years and use that as their primary sort of lodestar as they navigate the markets right now. It's obviously proven to be true.
Through this morning, that's for sure. Henrietta, great to catch up with you. Love getting you on the programme. Got to get you back soon. Henrietta Trey's there, Vader Partners. Looking at HSBC down 4%. Looking at this market down and down hard. And the bid back into the bond market, curve flatter. 30-year down by 5 basis points. On a 10-year yield, we come in 4 basis points to 0.65%. Tom Sitsouras of Strategas joins us now on the phone for a comment on what is happening in this market as we break down just a little bit more. Tom, your thoughts this morning, please, on the dominant concern for you as you look at risk breakdown and that bid come back into treasuries?
Yeah, well, I think right now it's simply a matter of we have not cleared the virus globally, and there was always going to be a chance of a second wave of infections this fall. In the U.S., we characterize that fear as there could be chances that schools open and then shut down. That's looking a little bit less likely. But now you got to deal with the fact that Europe is having its own second wave, or you could even call it a third wave, and there are risks of shutdowns in Europe. So as long as we're going to have these risks that we could lock down the global economies again, you're going to see a bid to quality, and you're going to see risk-off continue to permeate. Add to that the election risk in the U.S., now the situation with the passing of Supreme Court Justice RBG, now you're looking at a potential flare-up. If you could imagine that the situation could get even more inflamed in the U.S., you're looking at a potential further flare-up of political hostilities in the U.S. And no surprise, you're getting a bid to quality and you're getting a risk-off move this morning.
Except from your perspective, Tom, you're still thinking about just tightening things up on duration and credit, but also taking that cyclical risk on the credit side. Would you question your exposure on the cyclical side to credit risk right now, given what you're seeing play out this morning?
Yeah, I would, only because credit risk has gotten quite rich by the end of the summer, and in particular, long-duration credit risk has gotten quite rich both on a yield and a spread basis. So we've been reducing our spread duration, that is our longer-duration corporate bond exposure. We've been putting that into short-duration corporates because we believe there's both growing and perhaps too much both credit and interest rate risk in those long-duration corporates. So I do believe this does pose another risk of spread widening. And the other situation, the other scenario is if everything plays out reasonably well and all hostilities simmer down, then you get a risk of interest rate increases again.
Hey, Tom, great to get your thoughts on the programme this morning. Always enjoy catching up with you. Let's have a longer conversation next time. Your equity market breaking down, 1.8% on the S&P, a bigger move lower over in Europe, but a sector story in the mix as well. Here's Abigail.
John, not surprisingly, it is risk-off tone from a sector perspective. When we take a look at some of the worst sectors, they are all about the cyclical sector, so that's not healthy either. All 11 sectors are lower by about 1% or more. I was just mentioning that cyclical tilt to the downside, energy, materials, industrials, all lower. Interestingly, we do have this year's defense tech outperforming on a relative basis, down 0.9% on the month, though. John, tech is in a correction, the worst sector on the month. It's going to be interesting to see how the next few days, as this month winds out, how it plays out, whether something has actually changed or if it's just a painful sector rotation.
Abigail, thank you. 23 minutes into the session, equities breaking down. A turnaround on dollar-yen that's interesting in the last 10 minutes. I know that got some of the attention of most of you out there looking cross-asset. In the bond market, though, the bid sticks into treasuries, yields lower. Up next, the market-moving event you need to be watching. That's next in our trading diary. You're watching Bloomberg TV.
The Boston Symphony Orchestra presents BSO at Home. While you stay inside, enjoy a curated collection of archived concerts and behind-the-scenes stories from BSO musicians. BSO Homeschool provides lessons for music lovers of all ages. New performances and messages from musicians are added regularly. Enjoy these selections and much more at bso.org/at-home.
There is no change in policy, but there is a lot to unpack in this Fed statement.
My sense is that more fiscal support is likely to be needed.
You saw definite signs of slowing. Do you still see that?
The amount of pain we're going to have in the economy and the challenges we face to get to a full, robust recovery are just going to be much greater.
I am David Weston. Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience. Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
Not the best of starts for the equity bills to this week. Equities down by 1.8% on the S&P, off by 1.24 on the Nasdaq. That's the move lower. Will it stick? Let's get to the trading diary. What you need to be watching through this week. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo holding a news conference at 11 Eastern. The president delivering remarks from Ohio at 5 p.m. and again later this evening. It's all about the Fed this week with President Evans, Mester, Rosengren, Daly, Bullard all speaking throughout the trading week. Plus, starting on Tuesday, Chairman Jay Powell appearing on Capitol Hill for 3 straight days, ending on Thursday with his testimony alongside Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin. Finally, on Friday, we get U.S. durable goods to close out the week. From New York City and the City of London, with equities lower this Monday morning, good morning to you all. This was the countdown to the open. Continue the conversation with me over on Twitter at Ferro TV. You're watching Bloomberg TV.
This is Bloomberg Best, your weekly review of the most important business news, analysis, and interviews from Bloomberg Television around the world.
Ken Burns, welcome to Bloomberg Big Decisions.
We have always been a mixture of things. We are always stronger for that mixture.
Growth is a way to stay competitive, delight more and more consumers.
Welcome to the Best of Bloomberg Technology. I'm Emily Chang.
They've moved the needle by acknowledging that they have to monitor the content.
What is one word of advice you'll take with you?
Learn how to listen. And that is certainly something that has served me well.
Ankiti, where do you go from here?
It's a huge market. It's a huge opportunity. I want to go 100x from here.
Our philosophy is to partner where we can and stand apart when we should.
Some things you see coming. Some things you don't. The trick is to be ready for anything. Pablo from Infrastructure Support is working every day to keep essential market data flowing seamlessly. We keep on, so you can keep on.
Months after Hurricane Maria, Puerto Rico is still in peril. Huge swaths of the island are still without power, running water, or access to medical care. Experts estimate that it will take years before these services are restored island-wide. Much of the blame has been placed on FEMA for a slow response in comparison to recent disasters on the mainland. But recovery from a disaster of this complexity and scale has proven more challenging than anyone anticipated. And filling the gaps between an overextended public sector and a suffering populace falls on the private citizens. Robert Anderson is a Puerto Rico resident of 4 years.
The eye of the storm came in south of El Yunque, swept up towards San Juan and out to Arecibo. Everything on the right-hand side is what we call the dirty side of the storm.
This isn't his first time in a disaster zone. With a military and telecom background, Anderson worked on repairing damaged cell phone towers in New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina. Some might be tempted to label him a disaster capitalist, seeking lucrative government contracts for his expertise. But as Anderson finds himself in the middle of a humanitarian crisis, he and his associates are developing a variety of pro bono recovery projects that target the island's hardest-hit areas.
I see two Puerto Ricos. We're here in San Juan. They have telecommunications restored. They may or may not have power, but basic services are in place. They're able to get food. They're able to buy things. They're surviving. And when you look outside of the San Juan area, you can go 15 minutes from here and find areas that are devastated. I'm working on the devastated side.
Today, he's put together a boots-on-the-ground mission to provide medical care to some of the island's most isolated and vulnerable residents. Steve Berenbaum is one of Anderson's business associates. He offered an extra car and a set of hands.
So we received an initial report from a nurse that was out in the area. We're headed to the northeast region of Utuado for some people that are in need of urgent medical assistance.
Dr. Sally Priester is a physician from San Juan. She filled a van with medical supplies at her own expense and brought along a team of nurses. Google Maps estimated our first destination to be a 90-minute drive. But it didn't account for obstacles like this. Our first stop was the home of an 82-year-old blind Vietnam veteran. His roof was blown off by the storm, and he's been living alone in a back shed for nearly 2 months.
His cane actually got broken in the storm, so he's limited mobility. He has a number of medical ailments. Dr. Priester's having a look at him. We called the VA. They're going to get him set up with what he needs, get him stabilized so he can then be transported either to an evacuation center or off the island. It's when the chain gets broken, when those families that are connected to them leave the island or take off. These guys get left at the end of the road, and it's tough.
FEMA was not officially part of Robert's team, and their arrival caught everyone by surprise. Their job here was to survey and report back to their superiors, and did not come with medical aid of any kind.
People think that FEMA is there to hand out bottles of water, and it's not what they do. FEMA has a role to play. They have a very specific role. They bring in ships, they bring in airplanes, they bring in tractor trailers with pallets of things. But they're a big machine, and there's gaps in that thing. And you're seeing one of the gaps here, and we help fill that role. These guys are in a bad situation before, and now they're struggling for real basic things. One of the risks that you run is people going from fear to hopelessness. Those are the folks that we're trying to reach.
And how are they reached? How are they even found?
Word of mouth, mostly.
And what's your role in all this?
Ghost in the machine. I'm lucky enough to be able to communicate with folks in FEMA, the state of Puerto Rico.
For a ghost, Robert makes his presence well known. Not only was he the de facto leader of the mission, now with FEMA in tow, he created his own maps to survey storm damage.
So we're right here.
And delivered them to FEMA HQ free of charge.
I have pretty good reach.
Perhaps that's how he managed to earn himself a coveted FEMA badge without actually working for them. And it's these relationships that allow him to operate more efficiently than an NGO or a government agency.
We're able to resolve problems at a different level.
Our next stop was on a mountaintop, a family of 11 struggling to care for their special needs brother in what was left of their house.
Probably we are the first health team to come and visit this family.
Muy bien, todo muy bien.
The patient has Down syndrome. He is all day in bed. The difficulty with this is the patient cannot be alone. The most important thing is that you need to take care of the chronic disease besides disability, because they have been not going to a doctor, and no doctor has come in here yet.
So we need a refill of this medication.
After maybe 54 days, it's not getting better. And the only way that you can be able to see that is coming to the ground, drive, and see the people and talk to the people.
You can see San Juan from here, but you can't get there. It's like the Emerald City.
On this stop, we caught word that a man living alone at the edge of the jungle was in need of care.
So we decided to take a little detour, come up here and check out and see what's going on. One of the challenges is to find those people that are at the end of these roads that need help.
¿Pero por qué estás solo? ¿Por qué estás por acá? I'm asking about why he's alone right here. He says things in life happens. You know, I'm here by myself.
So ¿dónde vive acá? En la parte de
This is not a job. To do this, you need to have passion for what you can do. You're not going to get paid.
It's said in disaster response and emergency response that the real first responders are your neighbors. You don't need to wait for a lucrative FEMA contract to go out and do good and to help the community.
In the end, do you feel like you're making a difference?
Lives you touch and people that you can affect. I don't really think about it in those terms.
But why do you do it?
It helps me sleep at night. I think it's as much for the people that are going out to help and do things as it is for the people that you affect.
Whether out of altruism, or the lure of a paid gig, or some mixture of the two, Anderson hopes to stay here to help shape Puerto Rico's future.
Puerto Rico's essentially been a colony for 400 years. It was treated poorly by the Spanish. It was not treated well by the United States when they first got here. Puerto Rico can continue in the way that it's always been, or Puerto Rico can rebuild itself like nothing that's ever been. And we have to do everything we can to make that real. That's the bottom line.
When I met him first online, I found him to be really sweet. I think I was the one who was talking for an hour. He was just listening.
When we met, I saw her. She was beautiful, intelligent, and kind, which was, something that I was looking for.
Anshu and Sumit are one of about 12 million couples that get married in India every year. Unlike their parents' generation, they're not from two close villages, but from two cities on opposite sides of the country. And their love didn't start through community matchmaking, marriage brokers, or classified ads in newspapers, but began online.
So we met through jeevansaathi.com. So it's basically an online portal where we have detailed profile of different grooms and brides.
It makes a lot of remote profiles who are located in distant areas more accessible.
Thanks to growing internet and smartphone usage, matrimony websites and apps in India are starting to disrupt the matchmaking industry. More and more people are finding their partners at the click of a mouse. jeevansaathi.com, where Anshu and Sumit met, is one of the biggest players. Young Indians looking for love set up profiles including their caste and horoscope, but their criteria for choosing spouses appears to be changing.
We have seen the shift from traditional caste community conservative parameters to something like which is more focused on education, employment.
Anshu and Sumit's marriage was initiated by their parents, but modern Indian couples like them have more input than previous generations.
We looked up to them to agree for the proposal, but it was primarily our decision that we wanted to be with each other.
So what's the emoji you use the most to send to each other?
There's a bear which basically we use for indicating a hug.
Yeah, that's our language basically, bear icon for a hug.
Time flies when you're in love, and just 1.5 months after they first met online, the couple got engaged. They decided to hold their wedding less than 3 months later. But planning a traditional Hindu wedding on such short notice is no easy task. The massive event usually lasts 3 days, has various ceremonies and celebrations, and involves the entire two families and hundreds of guests. Luckily, there are websites and apps for that.
We searched online, we got in touch with Wedding Brigade and they helped us finalize the venue, and it makes the search faster and efficient.
Startups like the Wedding Brigade are challenging traditional wedding planners in this $50 billion industry. It provides various services from booking banquet venues to buying wedding gowns. The website makes money by charging commission from vendors.
People don't want to be limited to what is available around them. They want to know the entire range of options available before making a decision. And now it's easy to find almost everything on one portal.
Anshu and Sumit are officially married in a ritual that has gone on for thousands of years, but their love started in a very new way. Technologies might be changing the way couples meet, date and get married in India, but they're definitely not changing everything.
The technology was only the first level help that we could get to find each other. Everything else was like very humanly and emotions and feelings based.
Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren has become a symbol of everything the Republican Party stands against.
Everyone gets a right to basic health care. We need strong oversight of these banks.
A legal scholar and a consumer advocate turned politician, Warren has branded herself as a champion of the working class and made a career out of standing up to big business. While rumors of a 2020 presidency bid remain just that,
I'm not running for president.
her Senate seat is up for re-election in 2018, and Republicans are already pumping millions into super PACs to defeat her. This is the story of how a law professor and politician came to be seen as the biggest threat to Republican values and the greatest hope for progressive America. Elizabeth Warren was born Elizabeth Ann Herron, the youngest of 3 siblings, on June 22, 1949 in Oklahoma City to middle-class parents. After waiting tables to help her family pay the bills, Warren became a star on the high school debate team. She landed a scholarship to George Washington University at the age of 16, but 2 years later dropped out to marry her high school sweetheart, Jim Warren. By 1980, Warren was a mother of 2, divorced and remarried, had earned a bachelor's degree from the University of Houston, a juris degree from Rutgers, and practicing law in New Jersey. Warren then went on to become an influential law professor, teaching, lecturing, and publishing highly cited work on bankruptcy and commercial law at 7 universities around the country, eventually settling at Harvard Law School. But Warren wasn't always a liberal lion.
Elizabeth Warren used to be a Republican, actually.
That's Stephen Dennis.
I'm a Senate reporter for Bloomberg. Around the time that Elizabeth Warren switched parties, she became a fierce opponent of a Republican drive to make it much harder to file for bankruptcy. She fought that for a decade. It ended up passing anyways.
While her efforts ultimately failed, her warning calls were heard in 2008.
We're in the midst of a serious financial crisis. Our entire economy is in danger. And without immediate action by Congress, America could slip into a financial panic, and a distressing scenario would unfold.
Professor Warren was tapped to help with oversight in the government bailout.
She would excoriate bankers and their bonuses and their practices.
Why should the U.S. taxpayer alone carry Citi?
She proposed a series of tough regulations, which became the basis for much of the Dodd-Frank financial law that we have today. That sort of catapulted her to national stardom, particularly among the progressive left.
Encouraged by her newfound notoriety, Warren declared her bid for the U.S. Senate on September 14, 2011. During the race, her opponent Scott Brown tried to derail Warren by accusing her of falsely claiming Native American heritage, a controversy that earned her the nickname
Pocahontas.
Nevertheless, she was victorious and won the Senate seat by a comfortable margin. She used her new tenure to challenge everyone, from banking regulators and Treasury officials to members of Wall Street and Congress.
I'm really concerned that too big to fail has become too big for trial. We need tough new laws to hold corporate executives personally accountable. No one should be above the law.
She called for Wells Fargo CEO John Stump to resign for fraud, introduced the Bank on Student Loans Fairness Act, and reintroduced the 21st Century Glass-Steagall Act. In 2016, after staying silent during the Democratic primary battle, Warren finally endorsed Hillary Clinton and had some harsh words for candidate Trump.
Donald Trump is a loud, nasty, thin-skinned fraud who has never risked anything for anyone, and that is just one of the many reasons he will never be president of the United States.
But she was wrong.
The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer.
Warren wasted no time resisting Trump's agenda.
Have you ever managed or overseen a $1 trillion loan program?
I have not.
How about a $1 billion loan program?
I have not.
In the Donald Trump era, Elizabeth Warren has been playing defense and trying to prevent Donald Trump and his cabinet appointees from rolling back protections that she helped enact.
Warren actually found herself rebuked by Mitch McConnell for reading a letter by Coretta Scott King about Jeff Sessions' record on racism during his confirmation.
She was warned. She was given an explanation. Nevertheless, she persisted.
That moment became something that's on t-shirts, bumper stickers, slogans, and that really galvanized a lot of support for her. It's been very hard for Republicans to get much of anything done this year, and that's at least in part to this resistance movement that Elizabeth Warren has helped champion.
We are here to fight back.
Enough of Elizabeth Warren. Like you.
Millions of dollars are being funneled to defeat Warren in the midterm elections in 2018. But it's the rumors of a 2020 presidential bid that has further prompted powerful donors to fund her opposition, often using the same playbook of constant and ruthless ad campaigns that many believe helped Trump win in 2016. It's anyone's guess if she will endure what Hillary could not.
You know, the question for Elizabeth Warren is whether she can go from being a liberal firebrand to somebody who can regularly get 60 votes for initiatives in the Senate and 218 in the House and drive an agenda, and whether she can bring together coalitions for political victories. That's the challenge, and we'll see what happens.
Sadiq Khan, the mayor of London, has made some powerful opponents.
He doesn't know me, never met me, doesn't know what I'm all about. I think they're very rude statements, and frankly, tell him I will remember those statements.
My message to Donald Trump and his team is that, your views of Islam are ignorant.
He's the first Muslim mayor of a major Western capital and proud of it. This is how Sadiq Khan went from the son of Pakistani immigrants to a lawyer, lawmaker, and now the mayor of London. Khan's parents emigrated from Pakistan. His father was a bus driver, his mother a stay-at-home seamstress. The 10-strong Khan family squeezed into a 3-bedroom flat in South London. He wanted to be a dentist, but TV in the 1980s convinced him otherwise.
Objection!
LA law, with its swagger and ill-fitting suits, caught Khan's eye. He graduated in 1991 with a degree in law from North London University and joined a human rights firm. Khan worked a number of high-profile cases, often clashing with London's Metropolitan Police Force. But he had bigger political ambitions.
This is what being a new MP is like, squatting on a bench in the absence of an office, dealing with letters from constituents.
Reports are just coming in of an explosion here in London.
And there's just explosions, and then it was just smoke everywhere.
Everyone's just asking what's happened.
Only 2 months after Khan entered the Commons as a Member of Parliament, London was attacked by Islamist extremists.
That day will stay with me for the rest of my life.
He spoke out against the attacks both as a London MP and as a Muslim.
He has been very clear about his opposition to violence, opposition to terrorism, and has set out to make the case for a more open and peaceful Islam.
That's Thomas Penny, one of Bloomberg's Westminster correspondents.
Here is a man who is a Muslim, and he is standing up and being open and straightforward and being clear that the problem here is not Islam, but it's Islamic extremism.
In 2015, a decade after the attacks, Khan ran for mayor of London, and his faith was back in the headlines. His opponent, Zach Goldsmith, trying to link Khan to radical Islam.
The debate got again personal and nasty. The Goldsmith camp has called Khan extreme and accused him of associating with, quote, those who seek to do our police and capital harm.
There's a pattern of behaviour.
Even the former Prime Minister David Cameron repeated the allegations.
He shared a platform with Sajil Shahid, the man who trained the ringleader of the 7/7 attacks and accused the United States of bringing 9/11 on themselves.
But the smears didn't stick.
Zach Goldsmith ran a very negative campaign that was based on what people knew was a lie.
This election was not without controversy. And I'm so proud that London has today chosen hope over fear and unity over division.
After taking the mayor's office with a comfortable majority, Khan has brought a business-like efficiency to the role, scrapping expensive vanity projects like the Garden Bridge and the new Routemaster buses, which cost £350,000 each. The former lawyer who used to fight the police in court is now praised for his close relationship with them.
I was talking to a very senior police officer in the Metropolitan Police who said there was a sea change when he went into City Hall, and the police were saying how much they welcomed this because they knew where they stood and it was more straightforward to work with. So he works like a lawyer, he works like a government minister.
Khan's kept his faith at the fore. He's an outspoken voice for moderate Muslims across the world.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States.
Now, by giving the impression that Islam and the West are incompatible, you're playing into the hands of the extremists.
The ongoing spat between Khan and US President Donald Trump escalated when Trump went after Khan, misquoting him on Twitter just hours after the terrorist attacks of June 3rd, 2017. Khan's now one of the most prominent Labour politicians in the UK. In fact, a recent poll of Londoners found Khan was more trusted to keep the country safe from terrorism than the Prime Minister or the Labour leader. His story of going from the son of an immigrant bus driver to the mayor of one of the greatest cities in the world plays well with Londoners. But can he appeal to the rest of the nation? Has Khan got his eye on the top job? And is the UK ready for a Muslim Prime Minister?
What does it take to change the world? A big army? A cure to a pandemic? A revolution? All of these take either a lot of people, thousands of hours, or massive amounts of space. But for Julian Assange, all he needs is one room, an internet connection, and the world will listen. Assange is located here, and more specifically, right here. And from that location, he's posted government secrets, classified documents, and leaked emails from some of the world's most powerful people. And in doing so, has been labeled a hero, a villain, a nihilist, and everything in between. This is how an Australian programmer sequestered in the Ecuadorian embassy in London became one of the most influential and notorious people in the world. Born in 1971 in Townsville, Australia, Assange has always been on the move. Living in over 30 homes by the time he was in his mid-teens, Assange, along with his mother and half-brother, finally settled down in Melbourne. His introduction to hacking started at 16 when he was given a Commodore 64, which he attached to a modem. He attended the University of Melbourne, where he studied programming, physics, and mathematics. He never graduated, but that doesn't mean he didn't get an education. By 1991, Assange hacked into the Pentagon, U.S. Navy, and other branches of the U.S. government. In 1996, he was caught by the Australian Federal Police and charged with over 30 counts of hacking and computer-related crimes. He didn't get any jail time, but he was fined $2,100.
I think the first taste of what would come later was the hacking that he did as a young programmer, and that really sort of foreshadowed a healthy skepticism of the use and abuse of technology by governments.
That's Vernon Silver.
I'm a reporter for Bloomberg's investigations team.
Assange's youth as a hacker laid the foundation for him to start WikiLeaks in 2006. But what is WikiLeaks? It's a website that posts unfiltered, usually classified documents. What separates it from every other media outlet is that they have no editorial hierarchy. With a publication like the New York Times, information comes in, they take that information, package it, then disseminate it for the public to see. WikiLeaks, however, cuts out the middleman.
WikiLeaks gathers information, most of it given to them anonymously. So what they're doing is really very simple. They get the information in one end from who gives it to them and out the other with sometimes minimal interference. Julian Assange is the leader of that, the mastermind, the creator, and really, because he thinks of it as a journalistic enterprise, the editor-in-chief.
But every story starts with a source, and Assange has some unconventional sources.
Julian Assange does not hack as far as we know. He is the recipient of people who are either insiders who give him secret documents or hack emails from a foreign power.
That's Eli Lake.
I am a columnist for Bloomberg.
And there was no source bigger for Assange than Chelsea Manning. He used to be known as U.S. soldier Bradley Manning. In 2010, Manning provided Assange and WikiLeaks with hundreds of thousands of leaked government documents. WikiLeaks quietly began releasing the documents in February of 2010, then made big headlines in April by posting what is now known as the Collateral murder video.
Come on, fire!
It was a vivid, graphic video. It changed the debate on the Iraq War, and importantly, it put WikiLeaks on the map when they put it online, and they couldn't be ignored at that point.
And those leaks were just the beginning. They went on to post more than 90,000 leaked documents known as the Afghan war logs, 390,000 documents known as the Iraq war logs, and 250,000 private messages between diplomats called cables in what is now known as Cablegate. These leaks were met with very real ethical questions.
The problem with publishing those cables was that a number of confidential sources for U.S. diplomats who faced real danger when their names were exposed.
Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home that
every country, including the United States, must be able to have candid conversations about the people and nations with whom they deal.
Shortly after Cablegate, the Swedish government issued an arrest warrant for Assange on allegations of rape and molestation. He claimed the allegations were fabricated to get him extradited to the United States, a claim the U.S. government denied. Either way, Assange's next move was
to seek refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy, which really was the beginning of the new chapter in his life and what we're dealing with now, which is him being stuck in London.
What was supposed to be an office in an embassy is now Assange's self-imposed prison to this very day. But that doesn't mean he's slowed down. Since being trapped in the embassy, WikiLeaks has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners, Syrian political figures, and the draft to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then came the 2016 U.S. election.
Thousands of leaked emails showed Democratic Party officials possibly plotting against Bernie Sanders in his race against Hillary Clinton.
Over the course of 68 days, WikiLeaks released 20,000 confidential Democratic National Committee emails. In terms of the presidential race, if you look right here, when Assange released the first batch of emails, Trump actually takes his first lead against Clinton.
I think we've had enough of the Clintons, in all fairness. Don't you think?
Once WikiLeaks started exposing secrets of the Democratic Party, Julian Assange became a hero to many on the right. Public opinion kind of flip-flopped.
WikiLeaks!
From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign manager makes risotto, and also how the DNC squashed Bernie Sanders' campaign. One thing we don't know is who gave Assange the stolen emails in the first place.
Many leading Democrats say they suspect it was the Russians. They released an analysis from a private cybersecurity firm that had said it was the Russians.
But Assange claims
our source is not the Russian government and it is not a state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public still doesn't know who provided the emails to WikiLeaks. Meanwhile, Assange is still running WikiLeaks and still releasing documents. In March 2017, he started publishing documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence called Vault 7.
The CIA, the agency charged with finding and keeping our top secrets, can't keep its own secrets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work has been done. He's changed the way people think about their governments, about their own secrets, about their own hackability, and really the world has changed because of him.
When it debuted, the 4G wireless we have today allowed people for the first time to hit the road and explore unknown places with only a smartphone for directions. When 5G arrives, it could enable driverless cars to take us there as well. 5G stands for 5th generation mobile networks or wireless systems. It's insanely fast and can accommodate a lot more connected devices. But the reason it's being called revolutionary is because 5G will allow connected devices to speak to each other as well as people.
Right now we're living in a world where really it's a one-way experience.
That's Bloomberg tech reporter Ian King.
The network talks to your phone, you look at your phone and access data, then you send something back to the network. What we're being told about 5G is that really for the first time we're going to see machines communicating with each other over mobile networks in a meaningful way.
5G could end up being 100 times faster than what we have now, with speeds that could reach 20 gigabits per second. In plain English, that means downloading a full-length HD movie in seconds. 5G will also increase total bandwidth, which we will need in order to accommodate the growing Internet of Things. We're talking about the class of devices like internet-connected refrigerators, thermostats, dog collars, but 5G will enable many, many more.
Things like your utility network factories, where machines are just sat there not connected at all. Suddenly they're all going to be connected. Suddenly we're going to be able to have real-time monitoring. Other things like cars, like utility poles, like your light, the light poles.
But perhaps the biggest advance will be a huge reduction in communication lag time, known as latency. A network of driverless cars will need the speed of 5G to ping each other multiple times per second to avoid collisions. Near instantaneous data transfers could allow doctors to perform surgery remotely with a robotic scalpel. So how will all this work? First, you need to improve network density.
And that's just a fancy word for saying you put more towers out there. What we're being told is that's not actually the case with 5G.
The idea is 5G will not only use the existing mobile spectrum, but also tap into higher frequencies called millimeter waves. Millimeter waves can carry more data, but only travel short distances. This may mean you'll see a lot more of these base stations around town. And the new towers may have as many as 100 antenna ports, compared to about a dozen on 4G cell towers. So when will we get 5G? Getting 5G ready is expected to cost providers $275 billion over 7 years in the US alone. Look for the first 5G service to pop up in big cities sometime in 2019.
When people think of Vladimir Putin, they think of capital P, power. And that's exactly the impression he creates. Whether it's physical power, firing different weapons, riding in various James Bond-esque modes of transportation, or tossing hapless opponents in judo. Or political power, ruling his own country with an iron fist, crushing his political opposition, or, most recently, being accused of meddling in foreign elections for his own benefit. This is how Vladimir Putin went from a poor, tough kid in Leningrad to a KGB spy to the very symbol of modern Russia. Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin was born in 1952 in Leningrad, which is now St. Petersburg. His father was a factory foreman and his mother a homemaker. It is widely said that Putin's public-facing tough guy persona can be traced back to him getting into fights when he was younger, which paved the way for him to take up judo. After getting a law degree from Leningrad State University, Putin joined the KGB Foreign Intelligence Service. He spent 16 years in the KGB. When Putin returned to Russia, he began his political career.
He went to work for Anatoly Sobchak, who was then the mayor of St. Petersburg.
That's Leonid Bershidsky.
I'm a columnist at Bloomberg View.
Putin thrived in Sobchak's administration because
he was sort of considered pretty efficient city official at that time. He was very loyal to Sobchak.
So loyal and efficient that
he was noticed by Yeltsin's close circle.
And those people soon brought Putin over to Moscow to work in Yeltsin's administration, where he quickly climbed the political ladder.
Then, of course, he was promoted to Prime Minister of Russia.
That's Dmitry Trenin.
I am currently director of the Carnegie Moscow Center.
Around this time, Yeltsin and the people around him, the so-called family, decided that Putin would become Yeltsin's successor. And then, this happened. The apartment bombings were carried out in 3 Russian cities, killing 293 people and injuring more than 1,000. Putin immediately accused Chechen separatists for the bombings and followed it up with action.
He was
was credited with having a very successful military campaign against the terrorists.
And it worked.
After that, he became an heir apparent in the eyes of the Russian people.
3 months later, Yeltsin resigned. And on his way out, a famous exchange.
He was getting into the car in the Kremlin, and the last words that he addressed to Putin before getting into his car was, "Take good care of Russia."
So Putin took over as president, and 3 months after that, won his first election. But just because Putin won the presidency, that didn't mean he had all the power. This is Michael McFall.
I was U.S. ambassador from 2012 to 2014. In the 1990s, there was a fire sale of all the things worth owning in Russia, and certain people,
the oligarchs,
did better than others in that fire sale, sometimes called privatization, and those people tended to be well connected with the Yeltsin regime, and they weren't Putin's friends.
But they probably miscalculated, thinking that they could easily find a way to influence him. It became impossible almost from the start.
And from that very moment, there was warfare between him and the oligarchs.
That's when Putin gave the oligarchs a choice. Putin's way?
Some of those people from the 90s managed to figure out a new way of dealing with Putin and have survived.
Or prison.
Others could not find common vision, and so they lost their assets.
Khodorkovsky once was Russia's richest person, worth $15 billion, but he ran afoul of President Vladimir Putin and spent a decade in prison.
With domestic power consolidated, Putin focused on restoring Russia's global influence.
Putin is the guy who believes in the expansionist Russian state. Georgia and Ukraine and all the other Soviet republics that split off when the Soviet Union fell apart, he still believes that they're traditional Russian satellites. A lot of his strategy is about keeping them in the orbit. That Yeltsin line, take good care of Russia, that's how he understands it.
And he used annexation and invasion, as well as oil, gas, and trade to keep former Soviet republics in Russia's orbit. In 2008, Putin's 2 terms were up, and he decided to step down as president. Dmitry Medvedev stepped in as president, and Putin went back to prime minister. But really,
Putin never left power. He pretty much continued running the country, and Medvedev was a bit of a figurehead.
There was actually a period of cooperation between Russia and the U.S. that benefited both countries during Medvedev's presidency.
Because Medvedev did not have the same negative attitude towards the West as Putin did.
But when Putin came back to run for a 3rd term, in the lead up to the 2012 election, it was widely believed that both the presidential and parliamentary elections were rigged, and Russians took to the streets. Putin blamed the protests squarely on America, and more specifically, Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
He believed that she had sent, and this is his words, a signal to demonstrators.
Still, Putin won by a huge margin and set about crushing the protest movement immediately upon his return to the Kremlin. Over the next few years, Russia's economy tumbled. Putin annexed Crimea, leading to sanctions. The price of oil fell drastically. The ruble hit a new low, and America played down Russia's influence, with Obama calling Russia
a regional power.
Despite all of that, Putin's approval rating remained sky high, and then an opportunity for payback.
I think I'd get along very well with Vladimir Putin.
In 2016, there was one candidate who called Vladimir Putin very smart.
Trump exhibited tolerance towards Putin's actions annexing Crimea, and similar views on NATO and sanctions.
Secretary Clinton didn't support any of those views.
Even though Putin denies any wrongdoing,
U.S. elections.
Yes.
The U.S. has accused Russia of being behind the leaking of 20,000 Democratic National Committee emails, which many say helped Trump beat Hillary Clinton in the presidential election. Which leaves us here, with the possibility of a President Putin until 2024, positioning Russia to be the world power he always imagined it should be.
Jack Ma is Asia's richest man and most recognizable business tycoon. He's the chairman of Alibaba, China's e-commerce giant and one of the 10 largest companies in the world, yet he still wants more.
We know where we're going. We want to be the 5th largest economy.
Big words from the man some call Asia's Jeff Bezos. He's confident, he's charismatic, and he's definitely not the average CEO. This is how a poor schoolteacher went from the classroom to being one of the most influential multi-billionaires in the world. Ma was born in China's southeastern city Hangzhou in 1964. His parents were traditional musician storytellers. As a teenager, he started to learn English from foreign tourists after China opened up in the late 1970s.
And then for 9 years, Jack Ma hung around outside the Hangzhou Hotel, which is now called the Shangri-La. He would get up at 5 a.m. to talk to travelers.
That's Bloomberg technology reporter Lulu Chen.
And I cover China Internet for Bloomberg.
Ma failed China's National University entrance exam twice before being admitted to local teachers' college. He graduated in 1988. He applied for 30 jobs and got rejected, including from the fast food giant KFC.
When KFC came to China, come to us say, 24 people went for the job. 23 people were accepted. I was the only one guy.
Then Ma got a job at a local university and taught English there for about 5 years, earning just $15 a month. On the side, he started a translation company with several friends. During a company trip to the US in 1995, Ma had his first encounter with the internet at a friend's place in Seattle.
I searched the first word, beer. I don't know why, because it's easy to spell, baby. And I see beers from Germany, beers from USA, beers from Japan, but there's no beer from China.
So he searched for the word China instead and still couldn't find anything. And that got him thinking. He wanted to build something that would put China on the world's map.
He started China Pages, a Yellow Pages-like website, but it didn't take off. Then Ma joined a government agency in Beijing to help set up a website. By 1999, the internet stock boom had gripped Wall Street, and back in his Hangzhou apartment, Ma decided to try again. With his wife and a group of friends, Ma raised $80,000 and set up Alibaba, a site that allowed businesses to sell stuff to each other.
人家美国人强就强它的硬件，强就强它的系统建设，这方面确实比我们早。但是玩信息玩软的，中国人的脑袋绝不比我们长。我们在座的所有人的脑袋绝不比我们长。
By 2000, Alibaba had raised $25 million from investors, including Goldman Sachs and SoftBank.
He had no business plan and zero revenue, but his eyes was very strong eyes.
In 2003, Alibaba started Taobao, a platform for individual sellers to trade with each other, and publicly declared war against eBay, who had started to make a foray into China.
Jack Ma has this famous saying that Alibaba is a crocodile in the Yangtze River, whereas eBay is a shark in the ocean. And if they fight eBay in the ocean, then they'll lose. But if they fight them in the Yangtze River, then they have a home base advantage.
In 2007, just 1 year after it forced eBay out of China, Alibaba debuted its business-facing division on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. But it delisted 5 years later as its performance sagged. But in 2014, Alibaba raised $25 billion in the world's biggest IPO in New York.
Everybody should have a dream. What if that dream comes true?
After achieving dominance in the business of e-commerce in China, Alibaba has been building an internet empire worth $472 billion, with businesses in cloud computing, online video streaming, movie production, healthcare, sports, retail, and even news media.
Alibaba buying into South China Morning Post really raised eyebrows. This is the largest English newspaper in Hong Kong, and it shows that Jack Ma's ambitions weren't limited to e-commerce. He wanted to influence not just Chinese users, but also overseas users as well.
The US has criticized Alibaba for allowing companies to sell counterfeit and poorly made goods, but in China, it enjoys the favor of China's government. It's part of Ma's company philosophy.
In love with the government, but don't marry with them.
Jack Ma's an extremely fortunate man for jumping on the internet sector so early. Note that this is a person who has no coding skills at all. He's a natural showman and a gifted public speaker and really able to convince others to believe in his vision.
Ma's vision of growing Alibaba to be the world's 5th largest economy faces strong competition at home and abroad. It will require more than just naked ambition and charisma, but Ma is great at getting himself in the right place at the right time. So far, it's served him well.
Peter Thiel is a walking contradiction. He got his bachelor's and Juris Doctorate from Stanford, but speaks out about the horrors of higher education, saying college is
as corrupt as the Catholic Church was 500 years ago.
He's a staunch supporter of the free press, yet he bankrolled a lawsuit to bankrupt an independent media company.
But these were not journalists.
And most of all, he's an immigrant libertarian who's the most public supporter of Donald Trump in all of Silicon Valley.
What Trump represents isn't crazy, and it's not going away.
This is the story of how an openly gay, immigrant genius, libertarian billionaire went from tech contrarian to Silicon Valley's biggest Trump supporter. Peter Thiel was born on October 11, 1967 in Frankfurt, West Germany, to Suzanne and Klaus Thiel. Peter's family emigrated to Cleveland, Ohio when he was 1. An Ayn Rand devotee during his youth, Thiel attended Stanford University majoring in philosophy.
His Stanford experience shaped a really big part of
who he decided to surround himself with.
That's Lizette Chapman.
And I cover technology and venture capital here at Bloomberg.
He and his Stanford friends made their first big splash in tech with PayPal. After selling to eBay for $1.5 billion, they would become known as the PayPal Mafia for each incredible success after PayPal. For Thiel, that began with an early, modest $500,000 investment in Facebook.
And in VC speak, early means big risk, but also big reward. He turned that initial $500,000 investment into more than $1 billion in cash.
But Thiel was just getting started with Facebook, and he went on to make a whole bunch of wildly successful investments.
From SpaceX to Airbnb to one of the largest, most powerful companies in the United States, if not the world, and of course that's Palantir.
The incredibly controversial secretive data mining startup he founded with his colleagues from PayPal. It connects data silos and then allows non-technical people to search that information for patterns. Data like
financial information, feeds from video cameras, biometric details, passport information, flight manifest.
Palantir doesn't talk much about how they collect this data, who has access to it, or what they do with it. But they have contracts with
the Department of Homeland Security and the CIA and the Department of Justice and the Securities and Exchange Commission
and several other federal agencies. It's the richest company you've never heard of, valued at $20 billion. But there are plenty of obscenely wealthy people in Silicon Valley. What makes him different...
he's a complex ball of multiple contradictions.
Take college, for example. Even though college was extremely important for Thiel, there's something called the Thiel Fellowship.
In exchange for dropping out and a promise not to pursue college, Thiel would give them $100,000 each.
You basically tell people that if you get a diploma, you're saved. Otherwise you go to hell. You go to Yale or you go to jail.
Also, his relationship with the press.
Here's another contradiction. He's donated to free press initiatives, including the Committee to Protect Journalists.
But he also secretly spent tens of millions of dollars bankrolling a lawsuit filed by Hulk Hogan over the publication of a sex tape and bankrupting the independently run Gawker Media. Why did he do this? Because in 2007, one of Gawker Media's blogs, ValueAg, outed him as gay. And with the lawsuit, he
found an opportunity to get back at them by funding the lawsuit that Hulk Hogan was able to bring then, but he wouldn't have been able to do that without Thiel's money.
And finally, Thiel's biggest contradiction, his endorsement of Donald Trump.
When he was asked about his support for Trump, he was surprised at the outrage that came with it from many of his colleagues in Silicon Valley. He didn't want more of the establishment.
No matter how crazy this election seems, it is less crazy than the condition of our country.
After briefly supporting Carly Fiorina in the primaries, Thiel pivoted to Trump, donating $1.25 million to Trump and his associated super PACs in October 2016. And he didn't just help Trump financially. He gave a full-throated keynote speech supporting Trump at the Republican National Convention.
I'm not a politician, but neither is Donald Trump. He is a builder, and it's time to rebuild America.
And when Trump was finally elected, Thiel was given the reins to an enormous amount of power.
And I want to thank you, man. You have a very special guy.
He was named the transitional advisor. And in that role, he did a lot of interviewing and a lot of vetting to fill hundreds of cabinet positions and different jobs within the administration.
But it turns out, Thiel's support isn't unconditional.
Talking to people who spend time with him, I have also heard that he is no longer a great supporter of Trump.
It was reported that Thiel was unhappy with the direction of Trump's presidency. Ever since, he's been mum, making no public appearances, no statements, and staying out of the spotlight altogether. Although there have been suggestions that Trump could tap Thiel for a top intelligence post or ambassadorship, there's no indication he'd accept.
He's described his relationship with politics as schizophrenic. He gets really involved, and then he runs away as fast as possible.
Whether Thiel takes a new position or simply continues as a board director at Facebook and Palantir, at just 50 years old, he's primed to wield some serious influence in technology and politics for decades to come.
2016 was again the hottest year on record, and the previous 17 years have seen our 16 most scorching. Scientists overwhelmingly agree. Global warming is the culprit. And it's just getting started. Ice caps, extreme weather, wildfires, droughts, and the hits keep coming. What are we doing about it? In 2015, the world took its boldest step yet to stem climate change with a historic accord in Paris. But now comes the hard part. Nations must change energy policies and invest huge amounts of money, and they will likely do it without the United States. President Donald Trump announced on June 1st that the U.S. would withdraw from the accord.
The reality is that withdrawing is in America's economic interest and won't matter much to the climate.
Here's the situation. Decades in the making, the Paris Agreement united the U.S., China, and more than 190 other nations in a push to limit fossil fuel pollution. The UN-sponsored plan secured pledges to cut greenhouse gases, the emissions that trap heat in the Earth's atmosphere, in an effort to avoid the rising seas and other environmental disasters that climate models predict. But even if all pledges are met, the globe is expected to warm by as much as 3.4 degrees Celsius this century, more than the UN target of well below 2 degrees. Meeting the Paris Agreement means that governments will have to offer more incentives for clean energy, scale back support for fossil fuels, make emissions more costly, and reduce deforestation. It's estimated that the deal will require $13.5 trillion of spending through 2030. Here's the argument. Unlike past climate pacts such as the Kyoto Protocol, each country set its own Paris targets and then promised to revisit and improve them. The U.S. was primed to play a lead role in climate change, but Trump's Energy Independence Executive Order reverses Obama-era rules and directives put in place to combat climate change, and expands production of coal, the dirtiest fossil fuel. The resulting policies threaten the global fight against climate change. Without the U.S. commitment to emissions reduction, other countries may join it in abandoning the Paris Agreement. This could make it almost impossible and even more expensive down the line to stop climate change. Optimists argue that the shift to a lower carbon future is already underway. Businesses, cities, and U.S. states, such as California, are already investing in wind and solar and taking other steps to make it work.
I've actually been called an environmentalist, if you can believe that.
There's an inherent attraction to light and being human. And I think on a very deep psychological level, light is this way in which we experience the energy surrounding us in a very personal manner. My name is Matt Dilling. I'm the founder of Light Bright Neon Studio, and we manufacture, produce, and restore neon works of art and design. Origins of the creative content of a lot of the work at Light Bright comes from a variety of sources. Sometimes people come with a napkin sketch. Some people come with an Adobe Illustrator file. And we have a whole design team who then we kind of work together to help create layouts of what it might look like. Scale it up and create a paper template using a pen plotter. And that paper template actually becomes our guide for what we're going to bend the neon to. We take from the office into the glass shop. We pick out the right size tubing with the right color for the right size project. From there, we heat up the glass tubing. The torches heat the glass well in excess of 1,000 degrees in order for it to get into its molten state. We heat up and bend the glass tubing to match the template. One of our chandeliers has over 100 different bends in it. So each one of those bends has to be marked for a heated up bend. We also have to allow the glass to cool between the bends so that the next area can be worked on and heated up in its own unique fashion. It turns into spaghetti, and then we have to make sure that that spaghetti lines back up and cools to the template. We use a blow hose to connect our mouth to the tube, create a volume that's closed, and we can control the pressure in there with our mouth. There's just a variety of challenges that come up inherently in working with glass. Glass can crack due to stress, and sometimes you'll just have a batch that all it wants to do when it gets near a torch is crack. After we've bent various components, we have to go in using the crossfire or the hand torch and actually weld all of those pieces together. The last step on that is then to weld on electrodes onto either end. Each one of those steps is very, very specific. I draw inspiration from so many different experiences. It's hard to come up with one thing that's particular, but one of the ways that I really am able to connect with the creative is to float. Floating is a similar experience to meditation, to psychedelics. Going into a blackened room and laying out in a body of water and salt that's heated to your body temperature, and it allows for all sort of external stimulation to fall away. And your internal world really begins to bubble up and manifest. You really get to experience a different relationship to your mind. I think I work with neon because I can't not work with it. It's so challenging and so rewarding. And those things are so intertwined that there's no way of separating it out. I learn so much and continue to learn so much by working with it. I find so much inspiration in working with it, and I just continue to experience new and different things through the medium. It's that close to me at this point. Once the neon tube is completed, we have to hook it up to our manifold for bombarding. The manifold is open, a vacuum is drawn. We check the tube for leaks with our Tesla coil. We close the tube back off, and we heat it up using a very large and powerful transformer. As the tube is heated up, it releases anything that's not inert inside the tube, and we evacuate that out. We introduce the gas into it. and we seal the tube off, sealing into that tube whatever gas we introduced into it. I think my favorite part of making a neon light is when I see it lit up for the first time. Different gases, when electrified, emit different wavelengths of light. Neon gas is this very bright orange, fiery red color. Argon gas creates a very intense blue, but that light output that is produced can then be expressed in a different wavelength by coating the inside of the tubes with a phosphor coating that takes that one wavelength of light and emits a different wavelength. We bring it over to the aging table where we hook it up to an age-in transformer and allow it to settle, age the gas in that we've introduced to it. There's always a stray particle of something left inside the tube. But that time that the oxide coating can act to scrub whatever is left inside the tube while things are getting settled into place. Once the tubes are aged in, we move on to our process of assembling two halves of the fixture together in a jig, gluing up the center of the fixture to its spindle. Once the adhesive dried, we would connect the wires from the fixture together into a transformer, and we turn on power and it lights up. Part of what we love about what we do here is that we try and put out into the world the kind of things that we'd like to see. I still am surprised when it lights up. I'm still excited when I get to see it illuminated. There's an ineffable quality to it. To me, it is this insight into the inner workings of the universe. It literally is. It's a way of looking at what is surrounding us in the cosmos in a new light.
a bit like an addiction. You've got to make something, you have to do something. It's borderline obsession. And every bike we build is my favourite bike at the time, and as soon as it's done, I want to build another one. Sven Cycles is something I've been thinking about ever since I started cycling in my late teens. We want bikes that ultimately you'll really enjoy riding. There's never a bike that's the same. There's always a slight change. And as we build them individually as well, they have the marks of a bike that's built by hand. Most people I know cycle have an idea of their dream bicycle. And it may be an evolving idea you've had in your head. And we've worked with a lot of people that have come to us with sketches and scrapbooks. It's really, really nice to build something that's just one-off and unique. I think a lot of people see a bicycle as two wheels and a frame in the middle. There are a lot of subtle changes and nuances in design which can change the riding characteristics quite dramatically. I'm a really big fan of modernist architecture, and the simplicity of a modernist building is really hard to achieve. And with some of our bikes, they may look very simple, but I think people should not underestimate the time and effort that goes into designing a product. Tubing is key to a bike's feel and ride. Reynolds tubing has been in my life ever since I can remember. Growing up, I could never afford a frame manufactured with their tubing. We can now put a badge on our bike saying manufactured at Reynolds, which is a sort of thing as a kid I just wouldn't have believed was going to happen. Every part of the bike has a specific tube. It's not universal. The first thing we do is get the tubes out, check they're correct, check the wall thicknesses, sand the edges, make sure it's all really clean, because if it's not clean, the tubes won't join together correctly. We build in steel because I still believe it's one of the best materials to use. It's been used in bikes since the late 1800s, and they're still using it now for a very good reason. It's the flexibility that we can replace the tube, repaint the bike, and you wouldn't know it's damaged. I just like working with it. It's very sculptural. This isn't sort of aerospace precision engineering. It's a steel rule and a marker. So when we're cutting the tubes, it's within a mil or two. But what we're trying to do is take the best from bicycle building in the past and add a little bit of modern flair to it. There's various techniques for building bicycles. We do a thing called fillet brazing, where you connect a pipe together. We use a bronze rod and a flame. We heat the tubes up to the same temperature and we fill the joint with bronze. And it gives a very, very sort of fluid, lovely, sort of quite sculptural feel. You've got to practice. You've got to be able to judge material temperatures. You've got to just look at it and you just get a feel for it. It's the stage where your tubes start to look a bit like a bicycle. My father's a jeweller. He'd make sort of very pretty things, which are lovely, but for me, they don't really have any function. What I love about bicycles, you can start on a Monday with a box of tubes, you can be riding it by the weekend, and it can last you for the rest of your life. Outside of the frame and forks, the other most important part is the wheels and tyres. When you build the wheels, you have to lace them, so there's little holes going all the way around the rim. You poke the spoke through. We do build all our wheels by hand here because a machine can't get 30 years worth of wheel building experience. Colour is very, very personal. With any of our bikes, you can have them painted whatever colour you want. We've matched one to a teapot, so we can get that scanned and we can match that, or someone's favourite item of clothing. I like to let the bike sit for 4 or 5 days minimum, just so the paint can have time to cure a little bit, and then we assemble it. We get out all the new components, and it's a case of putting them together. Some bikes you can assemble in 3 hours, some will take 3 days. And we've built bikes that cost in the £10,000 plus mark. Some people, they're saving up and this is their bike and they're going to own it for the rest of their lives, so we just want to make sure they get the right thing. I think the bike for me was the first time I had some freedom, so as soon as I had one I was off. A lot of people still get that thrill as when they were a kid blasting down a hill, wind going through their hair. It's fun. Everyone has their favourite jacket or something that just makes them feel good. If you've got a bike that fits well, you actually feel part of it. Building bicycles as a creative outlet is fantastic. It's not something you do because you're going to get a big paycheck at the end of the day. You do it something you have a passion for it.
If you ever saw a wooden surfboard, it was probably hanging in somebody's house or underneath the deck. But kind of in the last 10 or 15 years, wood has made a big comeback. They surf wonderfully. It's beautiful and it feels great to be on one of them. I always had a love for wood and kind of passionate about things that went in the water. I've kind of been around wooden boats most of my life. There's just so much character. The way they're built, the stories that come with them, a lot of that has translated over to why we build surfboards the way we do. When we first started thinking about building surfboards, wood was the natural material we chose. They have a very high strength to weight ratio. Wooden surfboards have the longest history of use in the surf world than any other material. People have been surfing wooden surfboards since kind of the first documented history of people riding waves. The board starts in CAD, where we take a 3D model, break down the shape, and kind of create frames and templates and all the inner parts of the board that we get cut on a CNC machine. We take those frames and we just pop them out, assemble the frame into kind of a skeleton. We go out to our lumber shed, pick a bunch of cedar, and bring them into our mill shop, put glue along the edges, clamp it all together into a panel. Everything's book matched. You have symmetry in the colors and texture of the wood. Cut your outline. Take our assembled frame, gently put it down right on top of the plank. Once that foundation is started, you're basically building up the three-dimensional shape, the outside part of the board, using lots of strips that kind of interlock and fit together. Every piece of wood is going to be different, and it's all going to react differently. There are frustrations with it, but I think that's one of the things that keeps it challenging. You learn to read the kind of what the grain lines are doing and what the color of the wood is telling you. Once those rails are cleaned up, we put our top planks on. It's a little bit like putting a lid on a box. It's like, this is it. Whatever's inside that board is staying inside that board. And by tensioning some rope, you can clamp the two together. It's like a time capsule. What makes our boards unique are they are built right here in York. They're built using material that grows right here in the state of Maine. They're built 100% by hand by local craftspeople and surfers. There's a lot of time that goes into these boards, between 40 and 60 hours, start to finish. We wanted to build surfboards that were as hollow as they could be, but still be strong enough to work well. Too light and they don't surf well, but too heavy and they don't surf well. So there's a balance point there, and that's where we try to be. Taking the board off the rocker table, once the top has gone on, that is by far one of my top favorite parts. It's just you and a shaping stand, a board, and a hand plane. Everything else is out of your view. It's simple, it's pleasurable, it's quiet. You can be with your thoughts and you can just kind of be present. There's something about taking a nice sharp edge tool to a beautiful piece of wood and feeling the curls coming off and knowing that every pass that you're making, you're kind of getting it closer and closer to what you have in mind. Once we've shaped it down and the board's looking like it's supposed to look like, it's time for it to go into the glassing room. 4-ounce fiberglass, laying it over the board, draping it over the edges, cutting it, applying epoxy, and on the board. Once both sides are lamb coated, it's time to put in the hardware. Drill and router and install the fin box. And on the other side, we drill and put in the leash plug and a vent. There's a lot of air just naturally inside the board, and that air wants to expand and contract with temperature changes. And that vent has a little piece of Gore-Tex fabric in it, and it allows air to kind of breathe both ways, but it doesn't allow water to get in. Once all that hardware is put in, it goes back into the glassing room. We brush a nice, beautiful, thick coat of epoxy over the whole surface, and that we call a gloss coat. That's supposed to look beautiful and glossy and shiny and flawless. You get to see that board come to life. Whatever the colors in the wood, they really come out. It just makes it look like candy. You just want to touch it and run your hands down it, and it's just kind of the icing on the cake. Once everything is hard, we put it into what we call the oven, get that epoxy to cure, really kind of bake it, and just get it to harden. Put in the fin, screw in the vent, and ship it out. We just love the idea of building something that's sustainable and long-lasting and made by hand. Kind of gives you a deeper connection to the product over something you might buy on a shelf. When a customer gets the board, they feel it. They 100% feel the amount of work and the amount of passion that went into the board. So I'm not really looking at hours and efficiency. We're looking at like doing it right and enjoying it as we go.
Ma Baoli, better known as Gang La, is one of the 4 Grand Marshals leading New York's Pride Parade this year. But in the country he comes from, being gay is still a social taboo. The CEO of a Beijing-based internet company is on a mission to improve the lives of millions of gay men in China.
对于每一个 LGBT 人群来说，即使这个国家不允许你跟同性爱人结婚，但是你仍然要勇敢地去选择你自己的生活，你仍然应该拥有幸福生活的权利。
Ma's company Blue City runs an app and a website specifically for gay men. Blued is one of the biggest gay social networking apps in the world, with an estimated 30 million registered users. Unlike most other apps, Blued is more than just dating or hookups.
大家可以在我们这个软件里面找他自己的情感，然后可以阅读相关的内容，然后可以进行一些娱乐，比如玩游戏啊，比如看直播啊等等。
Back in 2000, when Ma studied at a police school in northern China, he realized he didn't feel like everyone else.
因为他们都找女朋友，然后谈恋爱，但是我对长得好看的同性的男生，我反而觉得对我更有吸引力。所以那个时候我就到互联网上去找这样的一些资料，然后希望能够告诉我自己，我到底是谁。互联网上所有的信息都是负面的，都是错的，就是说同性恋要电击疗法，要被治疗，然后要吃药等等。
After visiting some foreign websites with different attitudes to homosexuality, Ma created his own site for a Chinese audience, encouraging people that
他们也是正常的，他们不用自卑，然后也不用自杀。
Even though attitudes towards homosexuals are slowly changing in China, it's still a social stigma. The virtual world of Blued, where members can be open about their sexuality, is for most a striking contrast to their real lives. This is live streaming, a function added to Blued in late 2015, right as the internet craze was starting to take off in China. Many self-made stars like Jin make decent amounts of money by receiving audiences' virtual currencies and gifts.
我们不是彼此的初恋，初恋这种事儿多不靠谱啊。
For Kyle and Klaus, a couple who have come out, live streaming on Blued means something different.
其实我经常会收到很多粉丝的一些互动的留言，就是类似就是说你们让我们看到了同志情侣之间的一些希望啊，我看到这样的留言我是很欣慰。
The government's rules for acceptable content online may shift quickly in China, with LGBT material in a grey area. Many companies feel the chill of the recent internet crackdown, but Blue City still runs as usual. Ma has won the Chinese government's trust by helping with HIV prevention among gay men. A third of the company's staff are dedicated to screening pornographic and politically sensitive content.
我不太多的愿意去对抗，我更多的愿意去对话，去改变他们的想法。我觉得这个可能在中国来说是更有效的。
In the past 5 years, Blue City has grown from a team of 7 people to a promising business with about 250 staff. Ma said the company earned over $15 million last year, mainly through advertising and selling virtual currencies to live streaming audiences. Now the company is expanding overseas.
我希望吧，通过我们的努力，Blue能够成为全球第一家在美国纳斯达克或者是纽交所上市的这样的同志互联网公司。
This is Rich Chiga. He's a Chinese rapper by way of Indonesia, and he's very popular on the internet. This is Joji. He's a Japanese-Australian singer, and he's also very popular on the internet. Plus, Joji invented the Harlem Shake meme. Let me say that again. This guy, Joji, in the blood bathtub, invented the Harlem Shake meme. But we'll come back to that. So Rich and Joji are both signed to 88 Rising, an entertainment company hoping to build a lasting global brand that will outlive singular moments of virality. They primarily create content combining Asian culture and hip-hop, a formula that apparently pleases the internet gods greatly. They've only been around for 18 months, but they're already putting up major label numbers.
I think that we have an unprecedented collective of talent, a group of like predominantly Asian artists, you know, really like making waves globally, which from an independent point of view as well.
88's founder, Sean Miyashiro, cut his teeth launching Vice's electronic music channel, Thump. But quickly, Sean became interested in life beyond dance music.
I knew that after launching a whole content platform that I have kind of the ability and the know-how to do it again, but like for what was the question.
So Sean moved to the Bronx to start over and figure it out. He couldn't afford an office space, so he worked out of his car at the top of a grimy parking garage.
Everything kind of started here. If you look around, this is my environment. This is my serenity, really. 88 Rising was built here. Built on the grounds of LA Fitness, residence in a parking garage. I was living in the Bronx. I'm just like, damn, where the hell do I go? So I just come up here and I like, you know, I just kind of figure things out every single day. Being like, okay, what the hell is this thing? Coming here was kind of like my own kind of private office, basically. Like, to be honest, I would even go to the bathroom here. I would like take pisses here, you know what I mean? Like, it was, you know, it's just too far to go back down there. When I need Wi-Fi, I'd spend a good part of the day at Dunkin' Donuts. Hi, how are you? Can I get a chicken snack wrap?
Before 88 Rising officially launched, Sean caught a surprise break in the form of a Twitter friendship with a funny 16-year-old kid from Indonesia named Brian, who taught himself English by watching Rubik's Cube tutorial videos on YouTube. Seriously, that's true.
I thought his Twitter was genius, from the future, just crazy, and like just the shit that he was saying, like the memes he was making. But I didn't know that he rapped or anything like that. I really didn't, and he came up with that stick like 2 weeks later.
12 in the morning, pop shells for a living and baby gon' smell blood trail every minute road.
Dat Stick was Brian's first ever attempt at making a rap song, and it immediately went viral.
Everything was great about it, but the one thing that I noticed is the song was hard as hell. Just like everything about it, man. Just like, it was menacing, bro.
Soon after the video dropped, Brian signed with 88 Rising.
I'll FaceTime with Rich. Sorry for calling you Rich Chiga on my phone, Rich. Brian, he gets like super pissed off that he's saved in my phone as Rich Chiga. He's like, dude, am I not a human to you? What's good, bro?
What's good, brother?
How you doing?
Doing great. I did the sound check.
How was it?
It was tight.
But you've been a bitch, suck a thick cock.
So, Brian could definitely rap, but some viewers understandably took offense at a Chinese kid satirizing rap cliches and calling himself Rich Chiga. But if a group of well-known rappers saw the video and genuinely liked it, that could at least help validate Brian as a legit hip-hop artist. Plus, it could be really funny.
It was just kind of an idea that I just had on the spot. Everything that rappers say is better and funnier and smarter and wittier, you know, and it's just more entertaining. We just edited it as tight as possible, put it up, and it really worked.
12 in the morning, vibe shows
Woo!
for living in.
Yo, this nigga got a pouch on and a Reebok pouch. This is the hardest nigga of all time.
He said when you come for a chigga like me. That was dope.
It's just lit, and I think people will take it as a joke at first, but it's like if he ran with that and kept doing more videos like that, it's just lit.
You know, I'd never been to America before, and like all of a sudden, just like I see like all the rappers that I listen to just like reacting to my stuff, and I was like, what? How did this happen?
The reaction video also went viral, and even led to a remix of Dat Stick featuring Wu-Tang's Ghostface.
I'll get on that track. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Really, on the remix?
Yeah. Oh, you know him?
And yeah, the remix went viral too. Brian has since acknowledged the misstep in his name and claims he may change it. But for the time being, he's still Rich Chigga to his fans. An ever-growing global audience, hungry for more releases from emerging talent around the world.
I didn't know that it was gonna be this impactful and this important to people, and I'm very thankful and blessed that it has. And every day now that I wake up, it's like it's just like a new mission every day.
A major part of that mission involves Joji. Remember the bloody bath guy? He's a former YouTube personality in the middle of a career transition.
The sound of this song, Will He, it's like a trap song that you can like slow dance to. Awkward prom shit, you know what I mean? I used to do crazy episodic internet videos. It was going well, and one day it was me and a few friends just in a room. We were casually chilling, and then someone plays the song, and it's brand new at the time. I happened to have a lot of costumes laying around, so I told the other guys, I was like, get in these costumes and let's just dance to it, like who cares? We were like, okay, let's just go crazy at the drop. So that video goes up, I go to sleep, and the next morning, everyone's doing it, like next morning. That taught me a lot about the internet, how people want to just be a part of something. And from that point on, something changed, and I was a little better at understanding demographics and people and what they want to see and what they want to hear. I was friends with a couple other artists who were affiliated with 88, and then I also started to realize that 88 is the bridge between Western and Asian entertainment, and I really wanted to be a part of that.
Joji just released the In Tongues EP, his first project as a serious artist.
Joji's In Tongues record came out a couple weeks ago. It's #2 on Billboard on the R&B charts, which is crazy for independent release, and he's like a brand new artist.
And the success is even more impressive, knowing he went from creating something like this,
It's just Taco Bell. What could possibly go wrong?
to creating something like this, the newest music video for his song Demons. Tonight, Rich Chigga has a show in New York City. Tickets sold out in an hour.
I came here, I'm first online. I was here at 1.
I was the third person online.
So why'd you get here so early?
Because I want to see Rich Chigga.
I want to touch him.
What do you guys think of Joji?
He's hot. That's my dad, son.
Did you guys cop the new EP or like?
Yeah. I woke up at 6 in the morning just to cop that shit. And then I listened to it, and that shit started making me cry.
This is actually kind of exciting. Every time, this never gets old. Like, you live online and social media, but like, there's nothing like just being with the people.
Back on my bullshit, man, you can't believe it. Who the fuck you said I should quit?
More often than not, viral success happens by accident. And then after an appearance on Ellen or Jimmy Kimmel, the creator's star power fizzles out. But 88 Rising has figured out how to turn potential gimmicks into brands with an actual following that keeps coming back for the next thing.
Oh, shit!
So keep an eye out for 88's next move. But more than likely, it won't be covered on network television or terrestrial radio. Although, as they've already proven, nowadays that really doesn't matter.
Online retailer Farfetch is betting it can shape the future. This is its concept store, showcasing the latest in retail tech.
How do you capture all of that fantastic information that you gather in store with customers, touch and feel products? And we created a concept called the Connected Rail. And this is using a combination of RFID and ultrasound. The RFID signal recognizes the product, and the ultrasound recognizes the movement. Take the product off, and then you'll start to see your products appear. And essentially, it's like online browsing behavior. Whichever products you touch and pick up in the store are automatically sent to your app. This is effectively what you've created is your in-store wish list. In the middle, you'll see essentially a hologram of the product. What the customer sees, they control the experience on a touch device. What this allows the customer to do is take elements of products and then add their own style to it. Right, so this is the connected mirror. So in this example, I see my products. I select a coat, and that's tried it, and it's slightly too big for me. So what I can do is choose an alternative size and send a request to the sales associate, and they'll bring that size to me in the fitting room mirror. You'll also see that we've got some product recommendations here. Crucially, the sales associate's able to push items into the mirror from their device. If you wanted to, you could simply use the mirror and pay and go. Your items would then be packed and dispatched to you afterwards.
Do you want me to turn you so you're looking outwards? Yes, please. How about there? First time we came out with B, Jade said, it feels like I've been released from prison. Do you want these, Mrs?
Definitely.
Definitely. Right. Yeah. And she could say hello to everybody, people she hadn't seen for months.
It's
Hi, it's Jade.
Oh. So you can talk to Jade through this.
Hi, Katie. She's there.
Hi.
Every time anyone's seen her, they want to know why she's there. And it's kind of the opposite of when you're in a wheelchair and people see you and they kind of go, oh, should I look? I don't know what the right protocol is. When there's a tiny robot with its bright little eyes going around just looking happy everywhere, it really opens you up for conversation.
You've got some friends here, look.
Hiya. When I saw her for the first time, I remember thinking, this is going to change things. This is one of those points where if this was a book, this would be the cliffhanger. have a condition called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which means that I have a lot of dislocations, there's a lot of pain, and a lot of seizures and whatnot. So I can end up on my own in my room for long periods of time.
Yeah, my love.
A lot of the time, with a condition like my own, of course there's the pain, and the pain is bad, and the dislocations are bad, and the seizures and being in paralysis and never knowing whether you're going to be able to wake up properly tomorrow, that's bad. But what's worse still is being able to count the number of people you see a day on one hand.
Are you ready?
Sure am, I'm just hoping the connection's going to stay.
Yeah, me too. Alright, here we go.
When you're used to just the same little metre by metre and a half window every day, and you've been there for months, being able to just see the sky from somewhere else, or the tops of trees, or a sign, is incredible. Or being able to have that kind of chat in the car that most people would probably take for granted.
I'm going to go past Grandma and Grandad so you can give them a wave. Now, if Jade is particularly seizure-y, she can still take part. And that's brilliant, really, because before she would just be left in a bed or in a house with just her carers. It's quite a small world, that.
Right, so there's one of her. Here, this costume I'm busy making at the moment. When I'm not on bed rest and I'm not just wearing pyjamas all the time, I enjoy being able to dress as different characters and go to Comic Cons and that kind of thing, because it just lets me show a different side of myself, and it's a bit of fun. If you can't go out that often, you've got to enjoy it when you do.
Was that? Good.
It's one of those weird things where I want to not have to use B because I want to be well enough to be able to go to those places myself. Like, it really makes a big difference to me to be able to go into school. But the thing is, with my condition fluctuating all of the time, I can't go into school reliably.
He's written it out bigger on the board. Thank you.
Today's the first day that I've been in school via B, and so far it's interesting. Still a few little things that we need to work out, but for the most part I think it's going fairly well. And it's brilliant because I can really tell the difference between today and yesterday. How yesterday I forced myself to go into school when I wasn't very well, and I was really tired afterwards and ended up having loads of seizures, whereas today I've been able to do all of the work, I've been able to keep a clear head and not be ill, which means I'm able to be more focused on my schoolwork.
So there is my first step of working, is to simplify root 8. The algebra test is next week.
Now I'm trying to make friendships which I'll be able to maintain with B. Before that, I end up letting people down quite often. B gives me hope, yeah. She's just always there, and if I can't do something, she can, and if I need sort of assistance to be able to make commitments, then she's there, and she means that I feel like a more valuable person because I'm more reliable.
When it debuted, the 4G wireless we have today allowed people for the first time to hit the road and explore unknown places with only a smartphone for directions. When 5G arrives, it could enable driverless cars to take us there as well. 5G stands for 5th generation mobile networks or wireless systems. It's insanely fast and can accommodate a lot more connected devices. But the reason it's being called revolutionary is because 5G will allow connected devices to speak to each other as well as people.
Right now we're living in a world where really it's a one-way experience.
That's Bloomberg tech reporter Ian King.
The network talks to your phone, you look at your phone and access data, then you send something back to the network. What we're being told about 5G is that really for the first time we're going to see machines communicating with each other over mobile networks in a meaningful way.
5G could end up being 100 times faster than what we have now, with speeds that could reach 20 gigabits per second. In plain English, that means downloading a full-length HD movie in seconds. 5G will also increase total bandwidth, which we will need in order to accommodate the growing Internet of Things. We're talking about the class of devices like internet-connected refrigerators, thermostats, dog collars, but 5G will enable many, many more.
Things like your utility network factories, where machines are just sat there not connected at all. Suddenly they're all going to be connected. Suddenly we're going to be able to have real-time monitoring. Other things like cars, like utility poles, like your light, the light poles.
But perhaps the biggest advance will be a huge reduction in communication lag time, known as latency. A network of driverless cars will need the speed of 5G to ping each other multiple times per second to avoid collisions. Near instantaneous data transfers could allow doctors to perform surgery remotely with a robotic scalpel. So how will all this work? First, you need to improve network density.
And that's just a fancy word for saying you put more towers out there. What we're being told is that's not actually the case with 5G.
The idea is 5G will not only use the existing mobile spectrum, but also tap into higher frequencies called millimeter waves. Millimeter waves can carry more data, but only travel short distances. This may mean you'll see a lot more of these base stations around town. And the new towers may have as many as 100 antenna ports, compared to about a dozen on 4G cell towers. So when will we get 5G? Getting 5G ready is expected to cost providers $275 billion over 7 years in the US alone. Look for the first 5G service to pop up in big cities sometime in 2019.
The cubicle represents a tyranny. It confines your imagination, your thoughts, into a small physical area. Imagine pretty much every software engineer or finance person being able to, disconnect from their desk and look at holographic monitors on a beach and doing their work from there. That's not going to be science fiction. It's the modern office place.
Silicon Valley is all about building the future. A startup called Meta thinks it's getting there first, thanks to a big bet that it's made on augmented reality.
How are you?
Good, thank you. Welcome to Meta.
Thank you.
Call it a 360-degree office where you can spatialize your thoughts as part of your workflow for education, architecture, design, engineering, etc.
People often mix up augmented reality with virtual reality. VR totally blocks your ability to see or hear the real world. AR overlays holograms onto what you already see. Meta has tried to make its version of the workspace feel familiar.
You grab the hologram instead of using a controller or a mouse, and your brain already knows how to do it. In other words, we've designed an operating system that humanity has always known how to use. So you can see this eyeball, which is, by the way, photorealistic. You can see my hand is occluding the eyeball, and now the eyeball is occluding my hand, right? You see those two circles? They get small, and then they turn into this glowing white ball, and then I can move my hand around supernaturally. I can do this with two hands and rotate the thing. I could stretch it. I could throw it back right into the shelving system, and that's all you have to learn to become a modern worker.
And to prove this, the employees at Meta have started to get rid of their computer monitors, trading them in for Meta's augmented reality headsets. Mayron thinks that in less than a decade, we'll all be just wearing strips of glass that can project holograms.
In the early 80s, everybody had computers on their desktop, but no one was using them because they had a lot of work to do. So they were still using typewriters. And at some point, the CEO took all the typewriters away and everybody was forced to use their computers. So it's very exciting to see a new generation of technology, a new paradigm.
I consider us like pioneers in the holographic wild. I'm pulling up my browser with my hands and sending out emails to colleagues and just kind of really acclimating to the new environment.
Now you're putting on my computer, essentially. Our digital lives live on our phones. We have all of our pictures and notes and all these kinds of things. So, why don't you write yourself a little sticky note? I like it. And go ahead and just take your fist right over the top of the sticky note and close your fist. And now...
Oh, what?
Meta's own transition to augmented reality has run into plenty of unexpected problems. And it's still going to be a while before you'll start to see these devices in your office. But I think it's a future worth waiting for.
If we could see these holograms between us, we will have been able to share our work with one another more naturally, more efficiently, and more productively than ever before. Humanity will have evolved slightly.
This is Hatsune Miku, Japan's sensational virtual pop star. She's released over 100,000 songs in multiple languages and performed sold-out concerts around the world. Her image has appeared in games, on TV, in car races, and is even etched on the side of a Japanese space rocket.
I came from Hatsune Miku, Carlos.
She's Lady Gaga's favorite digital pop star and opened shows for her in the US 3 years ago. Tens of thousands of fans attended her exhibition and live shows near Tokyo recently.
理想のアイドルっていうと、どの曲でもミクはすごい綺麗に歌ってくれる。
他没有缺点啊，没有任何让我们感到不开心的一些新闻。
She's everything to everybody. That's probably why she's so popular.
Miku's creator Hiroyuki Ito and his Sapporo-based company have been developing the virtual diva for over 10 years.
初音ミクとは、キャラクターとしてすごく、YouTube とかで検索すると、たくさんの初音ミクが出てくるんですけども、元々の、初音ミクのその原点は歌声を合成する、ソフトウェアなんです。
Both the software and character are named Hatsune Miku, meaning the first sound of the future. Originally based on Yamaha's Vocaloid technology, Miku the software has a sound bank containing voice samples and a huge array of tools. You input the melody and lyrics, then Miku the character sings them. To date, Krypton has sold 120,000 software licenses at $200 each to fans around the world who use it to create numerous songs and share them online. Some of the fan-created songs are chosen to be part of Miku's concerts, for which they're paid a royalty fee.
元々初音ミクっていうその、存在自体がそのボトムアップって言いますか、中にはアマチュアクリエイターじゃなくて今もうすでに、プロになって活躍している方もいらっしゃるんですけれども。
The company also has other revenue streams. It makes money from merchandising, licensing deals, and concert ticket sales. According to the real-life musicians who perform with Hatsune Miku, the virtual pop star is interesting and surprising.
今年で3年ぐらい、ちょうど3年ぐらいになってきて、ライブも数十本、数百本だったの。そういうことが演奏によって起こせるためのそういう器みたいな感じになっています。初音ミクらしさって僕はあんまりない。初音ミクって何だってありっていうか。
For Ito, Miku has the potential to change the way we think about music.
そういう新しいそのテクノロジーによって新しい音楽のあり方っていうものを模索していきたいと思っていました。
And for her fans, it goes even further.
初音ミクって魂がないので、だからみんな魂を作り上げるために存在している。
Now, there are a lot of fitness gadgets out there. In my quest to get fit, I tested 17 of them over the last few months. At least one personal trainer I know was a little bit skeptical.
Yeah, I've been watching these new technologies come to the market for almost as long as I've been a personal trainer. They're just tricks and tropes. They're not much different than the Bowflex machines or, to be honest, the original Jane Fonda workout video.
But some of these gadgets that are just coming to the market do so much more than what they used to do, just tracking your activities. Out of all of them, this chest strap was my favorite. It comes with a robot coach that points to the future, one where you might not need a human trainer at all. And it works like this. You wear the chest strap so that it can read your heart rate, and that connects to Move's free app that talks to you.
Welcome to Move Heart Rate Hit Outdoor Running. Let's get moving and warm up in Zone 2.
Move's computerized coach tells you what to do at that exact moment, whether you're running outside or you're doing body weight exercises indoors.
Swing your arms faster to get your legs moving quicker. Let's crush this round.
And by reading your heart rate, she knows exactly how hard you're working. She keeps you honest.
Way to go, you are in the target zone. Keep pushing, you're almost at the end of the round. Don't give up.
I've been running for 7 years now, and my biggest problem is that I never push myself hard enough. I end up going on the same slow, comfortable 30-minute jog, but the Move HR Burn blasted me out of that rut. By the end of these half-hour exercises, I was drenched in sweat in a way that I never am when I work out alone. Training with a real person is great, whether that's your group instructor or your coach or your personal trainer, but humans, they're expensive. For the rest of us, this $60 gadget is all you need.
what does it take to change the world? A big army? A cure to a pandemic? A revolution? All of these take either a lot of people, thousands of hours, or massive amounts of space. But for Julian Assange, all he needs is one room, an internet connection, and the world will listen. Assange is located here, and more specifically, right here. And from that location, he's posted government secrets, classified documents, and leaked emails from some of the world's most powerful people. And in doing so, has been labeled a hero, a villain, a nihilist, and everything in between. This is how an Australian programmer sequestered in the Ecuadorian embassy in London became one of the most influential and notorious people in the world. Born in 1971 in Townsville, Australia, Assange has always been on the move. Living in over 30 homes by the time he was in his mid-teens, Assange, along with his mother and half-brother, finally settled down in Melbourne. His introduction to hacking started at 16 when he was given a Commodore 64, which he attached to a modem. He attended the University of Melbourne, where he studied programming, physics, and mathematics. He never graduated, but that doesn't mean he didn't get an education. By 1991, Assange hacked into the Pentagon, US Navy, and other branches of the US government. In 1996, he was caught by the Australian Federal Police and charged with over 30 counts of hacking and computer-related crimes. He didn't get any jail time, but he was fined $2,100.
I think the first taste of what would come later was the hacking that he did as a young programmer, and that really sort of foreshadowed a healthy skepticism of the use and abuse of technology by governments.
That's Vernon Silver.
I'm a reporter for Bloomberg's investigations team.
Assange's youth as a hacker laid the foundation for him to start WikiLeaks in 2006. But what is WikiLeaks? It's a website that posts unfiltered, usually classified documents. What separates it from every other media outlet is that they have no editorial hierarchy. With a publication like the New York Times, information comes in, they take that information, package it, then disseminate it for the public to see. WikiLeaks, however, cuts out the middleman.
WikiLeaks gathers information, most of it given to them anonymously. So what they're doing is really very simple. They get the information in one end from who gives it to them and out the other with sometimes minimal interference. Julian Assange is the leader of that, the mastermind, the creator, and really, because he thinks of it as a journalistic enterprise, the editor-in-chief.
But every story starts with Bloomberg, and there was no bigger for Assange than Chelsea Manning, who used to be known as U.S. soldier Bradley Manning. In 2010, Manning provided Assange and WikiLeaks with hundreds of thousands of leaked government documents. WikiLeaks quietly began releasing the documents in February of 2010, then made big headlines in April by posting what is now known as the Collateral murder video.
Come on, fire!
It was a vivid, graphic video. It changed the debate on the Iraq War, and importantly, it put WikiLeaks on the map when they put it online, and they couldn't be ignored at that point.
And those leaks were just the beginning. They went on to post more than 90,000 leaked documents known as the Afghan war logs, 390,000 documents known as the Iraq war logs, and 250,000 private messages between diplomats called cables in what is now known as Cablegate. These leaks were met with very real ethical questions.
The problem with publishing those cables was that a number of confidential sources for U.S. diplomats who faced real danger when their names were exposed.
Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home that
every country, including the United States, must be able to have candid conversations about the people and nations with whom they deal.
Shortly after Cablegate, the Swedish government issued an arrest warrant for Assange on allegations of rape and molestation. He claimed the allegations were fabricated to get him extradited to the United States, a claim the US government denied. Either way, Assange's next move was
to seek refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy, which really was the beginning of the new chapter in his life and what we're dealing with now, which is him being stuck in London.
What was supposed to be an office in an embassy is now Assange's self-imposed prison to this very day. But that doesn't mean he's slowed down. Since being trapped in the embassy, WikiLeaks has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners, Syrian political figures, and the draft to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then came the 2016 U.S. election.
Thousands of leaked emails showed Democratic Party officials possibly plotting against Bernie Sanders in his race against Hillary Clinton.
Over the course of 68 days, WikiLeaks released 20,000 confidential Democratic National Committee emails. In terms of the presidential race, if you look right here, when Assange released the first batch of emails, Trump actually takes his first lead against Clinton.
I think we've had enough of the Clintons, in all fairness.
Once WikiLeaks started exposing secrets of the Democratic Party, Julian Assange became a hero to many on the right. Public opinion kind of flip-flopped.
WikiLeaks. From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign manager makes risotto, and also how the DNC squashed Bernie Sanders' campaign. One thing we don't know is who gave Assange the stolen emails in the first place.
Many leading Democrats say they suspect it was the Russians. They released an analysis from a private cybersecurity firm that had said it was the Russians.
But Assange claims
our source is not the Russian government, and it is not a state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public still doesn't know who provided the emails to WikiLeaks. Meanwhile, Assange is still running WikiLeaks and still releasing documents. In March 2017, he started publishing documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence called Vault 7.
The CIA, the agency charged with finding and keeping our top secrets, can't keep its own secrets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work has been done. He's changed the way people think about their governments, about their own secrets, about their own hackability, and really the world has changed because of him.
I'm about to expose everything you won't admit. And action! This entire video is based on a true story. When I do like motivational speeches or even tell myself like, love yourself and you should love yourself.
This is Lily Singh, but to fans all over the world, she's the YouTube star Superwoman.
What if everyone went to girl Superwoman? I know we can change the world for the better, one positive day at a time. My parents now know what I do. They didn't know what I did for a long time in the beginning of my career. I was just making videos in my room. They had no idea. Mom, Dad, have you seen my keys? I can't find them anywhere. because you're always on phone.
Until someone called them, like a family member from another part of Canada was like,
Canada.
Is your daughter making videos? And the mom was like, I don't know, Lily, are you making videos?
Just making videos grew into an entire career. Today, Lily's YouTube channel has some 12 million subscribers, over 2 billion views, and guest stars like Michelle Obama, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and Seth Rogen.
I think a lot of young girls are raised to believe that you're going to go to school and then graduate and then get married and then get a job and then have kids.
And Lily was on that path, all the way through a psychology degree at York University in Toronto. But when she started thinking about a career,
I started to immensely panic and think something was wrong with me because I tried to figure out my life and it wasn't working in that straight line.
it was 2010 and YouTube was only 5 years old.
I thought nothing of YouTube. I was probably the last person in my circle of friends to discover YouTube. And I remember when I did, I thought, this is so strange. There's people making videos in their rooms and other people are watching them.
So she figured, why not give it a shot?
I one day posted a video because I was sad and I wanted to be creative and happy.
She didn't know how to edit video or write scripts, so she winged it.
It was so bad and so cringe, and my expectation was literally nothing. I was like, I'm gonna put this video up, a couple of my friends are gonna watch it, probably make fun of me, and that's gonna be the end of this. The second and third video came from, wait, 70 people watched my first one, can I get 80 to watch the next one?
She kept creating, she kept posting, and the viewers kept coming. Lily had found an audience.
A lot of the comments were, oh my God, there's a brown girl on YouTube.
More specifically, India. Lily's parents immigrated to Canada from India, and Lily was born and raised in Scarborough, near Toronto.
My home life was awesome. My parents, even though I portrayed them to be quite strict in my videos.
Oi, Lily, where's the rest of your skirt, huh? I teach you like this, to walk around like this, showing everything to everyone?
They actually aren't like that at all. They're pretty modern and pretty cool.
Your dress is short. Don't know what for.
And were pretty lenient with me. I mean, I got away with a lot of things. I was a brat. I was a brat.
She had a different idea of what she wanted out of life than other kids. In a grade school graduation slideshow, her classmates said they wanted to be lawyers and doctors.
And then I came up and I was like, rapper.
Making out with your friends, man. But then you say that you hate hoes.
I could just feel my parents being like, why?
Because that's just not something women really did in the Singh family.
I know there was a ton of people that weren't happy about my birth being a female, so I think, and that's some real-ish, but it's a real thing. The best thing I could have done to prove to so many people that didn't want my mom to have a daughter was to become Superwoman.
What up, everyone? It's your girl, Superwoman.
It was the name of Lily's favorite hip-hop song by Lil Mo featuring Fabulous.
I love the song so much because it was one of the only songs at the time that was an empowering female song, where Lil Mo's going on about, like, I will save guys with my superpowers, and I will save girls with my superpowers, and I am the Superwoman. I thought, this name that I've had for so long that empowered me when I was younger, I'm gonna make this my screen name.
Maybe there should be a new series.
Superwoman didn't just burst onto the scene overnight with a viral video. It was a steady climb fueled by hard work.
The moment that I thought this is going somewhere and this could be a career was the first time I performed internationally. It was in India. And it was the first time where I was truly across the world and people knew my videos.
Singh has transformed herself from a bratty kid to an internet personality to a media mogul. She starred in a feature film, A Trip to Unicorn Island, in 2016. And her book, How to Be a Boss, hit the New York Times bestseller list in 2017 while she was on a 30-city international tour. Lily started out with the goal of getting millions of subscribers and financial security.
Hurry the hell up!
But after surpassing those goals, success has new meaning.
I've really come to terms with the fact that my definition of success is what's the best legacy I can leave behind. And it's not the number of views and the number of subscribers. It is the number of people that can say, this girl changed my life or changed something in my life positively.
CTE is often found in the brains of deceased athletes, military veterans, and others with a history of repetitive brain trauma. Hundreds have donated their brains to the VA Boston University Concussion Legacy Foundation Brain Bank.
This is a former NFL player who died in his early 70s, and this is a veteran who also died in his early 70s.
Dr. Ann McKee dissects these brains.
The hippocampus and the mammillary bodies are very important for memory. I can see that they're slightly affected.
McKee recently dissected the brain of former New England Patriots player Aaron Hernandez, who was convicted of murder and later committed suicide.
You'll see right away that the brain is showing signs of shrinkage. You can see the crevices in the brain that you can't see in the normal.
McKee says Hernandez's severe case of CTE impacted his decision-making, depression, and ability to control rage and aggression. Right now, she thinks we're underestimating how many people have CTE.
We were able to distinguish between CTE and controls and CTE and Alzheimer's disease. The next question is, can we do this in the blood, and can we do this in living people? And we aren't there yet with those answers.
But the need for a diagnosis in the living is motivating companies such as Quanterix in Lexington, Massachusetts, to work faster on technology that could diagnose concussions and CTE in as few as 30 minutes. Kevin Rosovsky is the CEO.
It's like a high-powered microscope. And so by doing that, we can see little biomarkers that you couldn't see before in the blood.
Quanterix received a grant from the NFL and just went public. Since then, its stock is up more than 40%. The company sells a machine called Simoa for $175,000 to other biotechs, hospitals, and researchers.
And for the first time in history, we're able to see brain health in blood, and that's a major breakthrough, and that's leading to less invasive testing, and we've already been able to see evidence of concussions, and there's the beginning evidence of being able to see the accumulated effect of concussions.
Quanterix is also trying to detect Alzheimer's disease, multiple sclerosis, and ALS. Rosovsky says he thinks diagnosing concussions will be easier than diagnosing CTE.
Diagnosing CT in the living probably is a couple years away. We're real excited to see the progress, but reducing some of that work into actual tests in a laboratory takes time. There's regulatory approvals. There's a lot of red tape that you have to go through.
Also in this race to diagnose CTE in the blood are Athlon Medical and Exosome Sciences. And New York's Mount Sinai Hospital is scanning for the disease in the living. But it's just one step in a series of questions for those with serious head trauma. There's still no cure for CTE.
Even if we had a great idea for a treatment, there's no way to test whether it's effective or not. So that's the enormous advance that we'll get if we can develop a biomarker for this disease.
In Boston, Ann Mostu, Bloomberg News.
Wine is a $300 billion global industry where one person's opinion can make fortunes or break them. That's because of this man, Robert Parker, and his newsletter, The Wine Advocate. For 3 decades, he dominated as the world's most influential wine critic. Now Parker's protege is building an empire of his own. Antonio Galloni runs Venice.
Antonio, tell me, what are you trying to build at Venice?
Well, at Venice, we started with the idea in 2013 of building a world-class platform. We have a database of about 250,000 professionally written reviews. On Delectable, we have 7 million user reviews. Through Delectable, we also have a partnership with Whole Foods and several other partnerships that we can't announce just yet. And when you put that all together, what we have is something that no other company in our space can even come close to.
Do you think of yourself as the next Parker?
Not at all.
Why?
Because Steve Jobs said you can't live your life trying to be somebody else. So he's one of my biggest influences, and I've never wanted to be a replica of somebody else because a replica is never as good as the original. Bob is a genius, fantastic, one of a kind. We're going to be something completely different, and I have no desire to be some version of somebody else.
Different in what way?
Every decision that I've made at this company is completely anathemic to what Bob did with his company. I want our writers to be partners. All of my senior people are locked into the company. They all have equity or they have a path to equity based on business results. That's something that we never had at Parker. Our benefits are world-class, and everything that we've done at Venice is completely different from that model. When Steve Tanzer, who is the most experienced active wine critic in America, wants to work with us, that says something. When Alessandro Masnaghetti, who's the best cartographer of vineyards, wants to work with us, that says something. When Neil Martin, who's a superstar wine critic with enormous experience in Bordeaux and Burgundy and the former lead critic at The Advocate, wants to come and be part of our team, that says something.
You make it sound like The Wine Advocate was a disaster as a company and a miserable experience as an employee.
No, it was great because I got to work with Bob Parker when he was at his prime. And Bob was like a second father to me, and we talked on the phone all the time, and he gave me great advice.
Can anyone's palate dominate the wine criticism business the way Parker's did, and should anyone's palate dominate it the way his did?
I just think the world is very different today. It's just a totally different world. It's probably not healthy to have a single person dominating the world.
It's not even wine criticism, it's the wine industry.
Yeah, that's probably not the healthiest thing in the world. But I think that there's just such an opportunity right now with social media and technology to reach such a massive number of people that I think it's possible that 1 or 2 people will actually have more influence than Bob Parker did. Because they will, again, this goes back to your first question, not trying to be a version of somebody else. You see this in sports all the time. It's like, oh, well, nobody will ever beat this record. And then somebody comes along. It's like tennis, Pete Sampras. Nobody's ever going to win as many Grand Slams. Now you have 2 guys who are ahead of that and 1 knocking on the door. And so I think a lot like that.
You're a former investment banker. How does that inform and influence what you're doing and what you've done?
My generation has had to deal with a lot more challenges. That's why I think we're actually much better poised for the future. My first job in finance, the first thing that happened was long-term capital, 1998. Then the tech bubble melted down. Then there was a mutual fund trading scandal. That was all like within about 5 or 6 years. And these are the things that I had to deal with as a young executive. My peers who were 20 years older didn't know how to manage in crisis. They'd only seen Black Monday. They'd just been in a big bull market. It's very different. So I'm very lucky. People of my generation or a little bit younger have actually had to deal with a lot more crises. I think that's actually good for learning how to cope with challenges in business.
From the outside, it kind of looks like you're trying to demolish the house that Parker built, right? You left The Wine Advocate.
Yeah.
You merged with one of his chief rivals.
Yeah.
And you just hired his successor, Neil Martin.
Mm-hmm.
So are you?
I think what that says is that all the best people want to work at our company. And that's really what we strive to create starting in 2013. We wanted to create a world-class company that would attract the best-in-class talent, and not just on the content side, on the technology side, on the digital side, our office, and at every level, what we're trying to, we only hire superstars, and we're looking for those superstars.
In the world of professional wrestling, there's something called a swerve.
Hulk Hogan has betrayed WCW!
Some examples. These tag team partners are called babyfaces, or the good guys. Then one of them swerves when he super kicks his tag team partner in the head, quickly assuming the role of the bad guy, or what the wrestling world calls the heel.
Are you kidding? What a despicable act that was!
Or a match is almost lost when, what's that? The superstar wrestler appears out of nowhere sprinting down the aisle to save the match.
That's the Warriors music! That's the Ultimate Warrior!
That's a swerve. So it should go as no surprise that World Wrestling Entertainment, known as the WWE, the most popular brand of sports entertainment in the world, is prepared for any swerves that come their way. So here's the story of how the WWE learned to see the swerve coming. So I spoke to Bloomberg reporters Felix Gillette.
I'm a writer for Bloomberg News for the global business team.
And Kim Basine.
And I'm the U.S. luxury reporter at Bloomberg.
To find out exactly how the WWE is positioning itself for an all-out global invasion, which starts with a massive change to their lucrative pay-per-view model.
WWE basically pioneered the pay-per-view model on cable. I remember as a kid, when the pay-per-view events came up, all of our friends would scramble around and try and get one of the parents to pay for it.
But in 2014, they took a huge risk.
They saw a little bit sooner than some of the other entertainment brands that where this whole thing was moving was away from cable and satellite television and towards on-demand streaming video apps. They made this risky decision, in essence cannibalizing that pay-per-view model, which they had essentially built.
And after some early turbulence, it's working. Roughly 1.5 million people are paying $9.99 a month for the WWE app, making it the 5th most popular streaming OTT service. This adapt-or-die approach is in the WWE's DNA. Over the past 30 years, the company always seems to think 2 steps ahead. In the early 90s,
WWE was at its most threatened when Ted Turner took them on with WCW,
which stands for World Championship Wrestling. And back then, the WCW was winning the ratings war. So in order to compete with them,
WWE had changed its product from a family-friendly kind of cartoonish style to this really raw. That's why they called their show Raw. It was this raw style of wrestling.
With violent, outrageous, reality-inspired plot lines and aggressive personas.
From a 16-foot ladder!
And they won that fight against Ted Turner. And they bought WCW.
The early 2000s ushered in an era of testosterone-driven programming aimed at the red-blooded American male.
Bra and panties matches, and people smash each other over their head with like barbed wire bats and things like that.
Until 2015, when WWE fans started a hashtag #GiveDivas_a_chance. Since then, WWE has hired 40 more female wrestlers, and that growing cast of female characters was part of a much larger plan.
They started to try to appeal to a broader set of people.
Let's attract more female fans. And after we've attracted more female fans, let's attract more international fans. They're broadening their base, and they're doing that in large part to make it more advertising friendly.
And not just friendly to advertisers.
They're trying to build up their fan base in China. They're trying to build up their fan base in Europe. They, already have a pretty good fan base in India.
India is a place where they already have an established wrestling culture.
Because of the gigantic Indian wrestler, the Great Khali. But there's still a lot of work to do. While the WWE set a revenue record in 2017, only 30% of it is coming from an overseas audience. And there's one person whose responsibility is to grow that number.
The buck eventually stops at Vince McMahon, no matter what's happening within WWE.
Yeah, he's a very controlling guy, and it's a very, very, very tightly scripted company.
And that goes all the way down the board to big stars' entrance music. And their outfits and things like that.
So with a CEO like McMahon always planning 2 moves ahead and an aggressive push into multiple international markets, a big issue is money.
It's hard to do all those things simultaneously without committing a huge amount of capital to it.
And that's where the WWE becomes an attractive company for buyers.
Potentially, one thing that could happen with WWE is they could benefit by being acquired by a bigger technology or telecom company, an Amazon or Facebook Facebook or a 21st Century Fox.
So with a market cap of $2.8 billion, the advantage of owning 100% of their own content, and a rapid consolidation spreading throughout the entertainment industry, it looks like the WWE is well positioned, even if there are swerves ahead.
Lara, thank you very much for coming here.
Thanks for having me.
I've always been relieved ever since you were appointed, because at least until your appointment, I seem to have the most unpronounceable name. But now we will keep it as Dara and John. This conference is called The Year Ahead, but in your case, you are close to 6 months into the job. And I wondered what you saw in terms of the year ahead at Uber as your biggest challenge. What's the thing that you think about most when it comes to 2018?
We definitely have our share of challenges at Uber. And for me, where I want to get Uber to the year ahead is a year of normalcy. 2017 was, I think, will go down as one of the most difficult years for any company out there. And I have to give credit to the Uber team and the employees there. It is a group of true believers who believe in our mission, who believe in mobility as a service being available to consumers everywhere at a reasonable cost. And what my job in 2018 is to get rid of the distractions and get the company back to business, get the company back to normalcy. There's a lot that we've done in the past 6 months as far as bringing in new investors, driving a new culture and norms where doing the right thing, period, comes first, bringing a new management team, et cetera. There's a lot that we've gotten done, but this is a company that knows how to execute. This is a service. Mobility as a service is something that's universal, that's needed in the world. And I just want to get back to doing business.
It's quite interesting. You said true believers. Yeah. Normally, true believers are the last possible people where you're able to change a culture. Can you explain a bit about that?
Well, I think that they understand that mobility as a service, bringing the cost of transportation down, making transportation services available to anyone and everyone on a local basis, and partnering with cities to be a solution to traffic, to pollution, etc. That is a mission that they all believe in. And I think that they, having seen what happened in 2017, to some extent the crisis, the enormous crisis that the company has gone through, is a benefit because everybody at the company knows now that we need to change, that we need to break with the past as far as the way the company was run. We need to go from growth at any cost to responsible growth and growth in partnership with other players out there. That's clear, but now I've got to kind of get the company down to the normalcy of execution, of building great technology, and I think we're going to get there. It's still some tough sledding early on, but I absolutely think we're going to get there.
When you talk about execution, is profits one of the things you want to get? I think you lost $4 billion last year.
Well, profits,
peanuts by the standards of
profits would help. Yes. So at some point we absolutely have to become profitable, and that's part of the plan.
Do you have a kind of goal for that? Do you think you should be profitable by 2022 or by 2020?
I think that we'll be profitable before 2022. This is the business itself.
Do you want to come back a bit closer, 2020?
Yeah, listen, it's not going to, I don't want to name a specific year, but this is a business that the core business, the ride-sharing business, can be profitable within 3 years. We will continue to make very aggressive investments in building out autonomy because we think that's a terrific opportunity for building out new technologies such as Uber Elevate, where near-term profitability is not a goal, but long-term growth is. So we will look to balance near-term profitability, but as a company, we will always be a company that makes big, bold bets and takes big risks.
To what extent, though, do you think that drive to become profitable fights against a little bit of this culture change? If you want to make, you talked about making money, but not at all costs. Do those two things spar against each other?
I don't think that profitability and culture are their issue. It's the company in the past was willing to make trade-offs as it related to how it did business, and I think was guilty of hubris, was guilty of thinking that they knew better than others, and I think that what we know now clearly is that breakneck growth can hide cultural issues, that there are no excuses for not doing the right thing, and that you do have to make trade-offs. And as a management team, we're specifically talking about those trade-offs that you have to make. We have to be a little more patient sometimes because working with governments, regulators, et cetera, sometimes takes longer, but in the end, you build a more lasting business. And so maybe what we went through was necessary, but we're here. We can control our actions from this moment onwards, and I think everyone at Uber from this moment onwards wants to build a great company, not only in terms of growth, but in terms of the kind of company anyone would want to work at.
Can I ask you one thing which you have got as sort of hangover from last year, which is all the regulatory problems, and particularly all the cases against you? I think there are 6 criminal probes or whatever going on.
The lawyers are lining up outside the door.
Different things.
Listen, I think that all of them are serious issues, and my response is that we're going to be transparent and we're going to take responsibility for our actions in the past. I do think that there are certain circumstances where there was smoke but no fire. And I think as a company, we have to defend ourselves and work within kind of the appropriate frameworks. And my goal is just to get beyond this stuff.
Some of these things like pricing policies, surely they go right to the heart of what Uber is, or am I wrong about that?
Yeah, I think they do, but I think that there's a way of being smart but transparent at the same time, and that's where we've got to take the company.
Take me through governments. When you talk to governments privately, do they talk any differently than they do publicly?
Governments?
Yes, governments.
I think that they are honestly a bit relieved with how we are engaging with them, because I think that the engagement is now real. I think they feel like we're out there, we're genuine because we've learned our lessons of the past, and I do think that we can take, for example, the data that we have in terms of traffic and in terms of movement of our drivers and riders, and we can use that data to partner up with cities in order to solve congestion issues, because congestion doesn't help anyone. It wastes enormous amounts of time for consumers. It hurts the environment. And I think that we are aligned with cities, for example, to partner with them in a fundamental way to solve these problems. And I do think that when these are conversations that a number of regulators and cities have wanted to have with us for many years, and I think we are really engaging with them at a depth that I think is going to create a real win-win going forward.
Do you think you were too confrontational on this before?
Yeah, I do. I think that the company was pushing growth. And listen, any innovator, to some extent, the innovation is about questioning past kind of present practices. It's about breaking things, the Facebook breaking things. We just went a step and a half too far. And what I want to keep, hopefully, is the best of both worlds, which is this spirit of innovation, the spirit of can-do, etc., but the responsibility of partnership. We don't know better than you. We're actually going to work with you, of actually having dialogue and respect for our city partners, for regulators, and then continuing to take risks and continuing to do daring things. And I think we can accomplish that.
Imagine this audience here is a collection of mayors or a collection of city officials, and you want to depict, this is the Year Ahead conference, depict what the years ahead in this thing are going to be like. How far is driverless cars going to go? You talked just a few days ago about the idea of there being flying cars in 10 years' time. Can you just give a description of what you think transport is going to look like?
Well, I think that we think there are three keys to transport and where the industry is going: autonomous, electric, and shared. And I think all three are necessary in order to get to the next level of city planning, et cetera. There are many cities where up to a fifth of the space taken in these cities is taken by parking and storing these cars. And so I do think that you need autonomous, you need electric, and you need shared. And I do think it's going to take some time. True autonomy for every single use case is some ways away. What we bring to bear is our developing autonomy, and we will have autonomous cars on the road, I believe, within the next 18 months, not as a kind of a test case, but as a real case out there. And over a period of time, we're going to bring autonomous transportation and feather it in with the non-autonomous transportation with drivers.
What does feathering in mean?
Feathering
to,
in
to a layman like me?
Crashing. Yeah, feathering in means if you're, for example, in Phoenix, and you make a request to go from A to B, which is what you do with Uber, there will be 95% of cases where we may not have everything mapped perfectly, or the weather may not be the right weather, or there may be an accident on the road, or you may not have 2 or 3 ways of getting from A to B, where you may say, you know what, that's not an autonomous use case. We're going to send a driver to pick that person up. For 5% of cases, everything is going to fall into place. And we will send an autonomous car. The user will be able to pick, do you want, there's an autonomous car, yes or no? And we'll be able to service that A for B. That 5% is going to go to 10 and 15 and 20 as our computers and our algorithms learn more and more about what it takes to drive in a city in a real life situation. And every minute of every day, that driver, that computer is going to get better and know Phoenix better and better and better. And in 5 years, we'll have the perfect driver in Phoenix. We will have to retrain that driver in every single city. We're going to have to build out 3D maps of these cities. And it will take time, but over a period of time, you essentially have a driver who becomes the perfect driver. It'll take 10 to 15 years, but that's the feathering in that I'm talking about.
And will a child born today, will they ever need to learn how to drive?
A child born today? No, I don't think so.
So within sort of 20 years from now, we will...
I don't think so. Listen, I hear some groans.
And also,
I heard a couple of groans. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. That doesn't count an estimated 20 to 50 million people that are injured. Okay, this is actually a public safety issue. If you look at cars, 96% of cars, 96% of time, cars are sitting there not being used. It is a huge amount of pollution that's caused by these cars being in the road, and a huge amount of wasted time. So the safety is there. Electrification is absolutely key, and sharing these platforms is going to allow us to be much safer and also put our assets where they add value.
But it's quite interesting because when you first came in, I remember you sounding somewhat more skeptical about self-driving cars. You've been converted. Is that a?
The choir has spoken, and I'm listening. It's pretty exciting technology out there. But again, it will be a hybrid technology for some period of time.
What about flying cars? That came as a slight surprise.
Yes, that's a great project that we're working on. It's called Uber Elevate. And it is actually about battery technology.
It would have helped a lot of people here.
I know. I wish that I was available. We'll launch it here if we can. But battery technology is allowing us to have multiple rotors on planes, or helicopters, if you want to call them that. These rotors that are much smaller will be much quieter than helicopters are. Much quieter, much safer. If you add sharing into the equation, you can actually get the economics of going from A to B. We think within 5 to 7 years to a place where normal people would think about taking these flying cars. That'll be the beginning, and then it's about scaling. And we're working with a number of partners right now.
Do you think the regulation on flying cars? I've heard some proponents of it argue that it might be easier than it has been on driverless cars, because driverless cars you have to deal with existing roads, existing everything. Flying cars, essentially, you're going into unconquered space.
I think that mayors that are forward-thinking understand that traffic and pollution are a real issue, and I think flying cars can be a significant solution to traffic issues in cities. And these cars, to start with, they're going to be very specific. They'll be kind of highways in the air. There'll be very specific routes that these flying cars go on. They're not going to be able to take you to your backyard and land in your backyard. There'll be these skyports. So there'll be very specific routes that you go on. And I think if you build a regulatory framework that has that kind of structure around it, I think you get to a better solve.
Can I drag you back somewhat reluctantly back to the real world? But you have Rajiv Misra, who came in with you from SoftBank.
Yes.
He's going to become a director. Last week he said that Uber should focus on repairing its market share in the US and on key European markets rather than going to new ones. Do you agree with that? Is that the way you look at Uber?
I think one of the fundamental strengths of Uber is the global scope that we have. This is
you
a brand.
had that motto, everywhere. What's it? Everywhere for everyone.
Yeah, everywhere for everyone.
Do you want to make it some places for some people?
No, we like the everywhere for everyone. It's much sexier than some places for some people.
That's telling me.
Just not interesting. I do think seriously, though, the global scope that our company brings is important. Our being able to build technology that we can amortize essentially everywhere in the world is hard, but it is part of the fundamental value that we introduce. So I would look at Uber very much as a global brand. That said, we're going to look at all opportunities, but at this point we are leaning forward, and 2018 for us is going to be very much a lean forward year for the company.
But without, I'm not trying to create new boardroom tension at Uber, but that would appear that SoftBank is keener on a more limited idea, whilst you're keener on everywhere for everyone.
Well, listen, SoftBank is a very important shareholder. They're our largest shareholder, and many of our shareholders have opinions over what's the right thing to do. Ultimately, the governance of the company is going to be at the board, and we'll have those discussions at the board, and we'll set our long-term strategy and then execute on it.
One of the things which Uber played, perhaps not very fortunately, a role in was the whole sexual harassment questions and everything to do with that. I suppose one very obvious question, do you think that you have solved that part of the culture? But secondly, do you think that is this time this is a real revolution and it's going to stick?
I think that what was happening at Uber was serious, and I think that while what Uber went through was difficult, I think the Susan Fowler blog was probably one of the best things that happened for Uber, and it certainly started a movement that's an incredibly important movement of the company. I'd be reticent to say that it's solved.
Yeah.
But it's not an endemic issue within the culture of the company, and I think the company has learned, and I think the company took very harsh and appropriate steps to make sure that kind of behavior is absolutely clear, that kind of behavior is not accepted in any way, shape, or form of the company, regardless of where you are, regardless of if you're a great performer or not. So I think we're at the right place for Uber as a company, but I think in general we're not where we need to be in terms of women in senior positions, making sure that we're welcoming of women in technology, and we help women really build their careers within our company. There's a great kind of bottoms-up energy there, but we're not where we need to be, and we have a lot of work ahead of us.
On the issue of, you talked about the top performers, is that looking back, and also I suppose looking forward for many of the people in this room, because there are a lot of people's businesses which have been affected by this. If you had to give lessons to other people who are now looking at this issue, perhaps more seriously than they have done before, is the really bad issue, and I suppose I'm thinking some ways about the media industry in this, is that giving top performers more room for maneuver or whatever than people, or more discretion than people thought? Is that top performers need to be treated the same as everybody else?
I think they absolutely need to be held accountable. One of the really valuable lessons that I got early in my life was actually through Jack Welch, and he said, it's very tempting to allow top performers to misbehave in any way, but for me, he was talking about being aligned with the CEO. Sometimes you allow top performers, the tendency is, well, let them get away with some kind of behavior that is not the right behavior because they're so good. And what Jack told me very early on is that it's the top performers who are problematic culturally that are the most dangerous because they have followership within the company because people look up to them. So he's like the dumb person who is bad culturally. He's not the problem because everyone says, well, that's a dumb person, so who cares? It's the smart person who has followership, so it is incredibly important for the top performers to actually be held to account more radically than anyone else because they're the ones who have followership at the company, and they have to set the example. So for me personally, that has absolutely guided how I've managed. Expedia was a company that had, excellent cultural values, and one of the first things we did at Uber was to go out and reset our cultural values, and we call them norms because to me, it's not just these values that you put on the wall and kind of people stare at and it's all nice. It's about behavior. And we set out to change behavior at Uber, and I think that the company was thirsting for it, and we are starting on a path, and I believe it's going to be a positive path.
An inevitable question, I hope you won't regard it as a cheap shot, but you talked about smart people who have followers throughout a company. I mean, Travis would seem to be the epitome of that sort of figure. Do you think of him as being in that category of people that Jack Welch was talking about?
I think, listen, Travis was the CEO of the company, and he had incredible followership, and he was held to account, right? I mean, he's no longer the CEO of the company, and he's a board member. He's a big investor, and so he's absolutely going to play a part on the board. But we've also been very clear as a company that we do have to make a break with the past, with how we behaved as a company. And to some extent, with the new CEO being a very different kind of a CEO. So in the end, you have to be held accountable, and I think that Travis was held accountable, and at this point, he's a board member and a constructive one at that.
If you look around the world now, where do you see the next competitors to Uber? You've obviously got Lyft breathing down your neck.
Yes, yes.
Where else do they come from?
Well, I think that as you move into a world of autonomy, the position of the car manufacturers, the position of, for example, Google, who's developing Waymo and Waymo autonomous technology, you're going to get a lot of players interested in the space. And a lot of people think about Uber and ride sharing as a significant enterprise, and it is. But the fact is that we account for less than 1% of miles driven on the road now. When autonomy comes in, that number over the next 10 years is going to be closer, I believe, to 15 to 20%. So, because we're not yet a true alternative to car ownership, and I believe that as you bring autonomous and you bring the price of mobility down and make it available to everybody, everywhere, then we become a real alternative to car ownership, and that really opens up the market for us, but it also opens us up to many more competitors.
And is Google at the forefront of those competitors at the moment?
Google is one of many. I think that they've developed very strong autonomous technology, but what we think, which is exceptional, is having autonomous technology and the network under one roof, which allows us to use autonomous in a very practical way, nearer than you think.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Jason Kelly on Bloomberg Radio.
Listen carefully, live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Yes, we are both here, and we are also streaming together in our studio on YouTube. It is Monday, September 21st, 2020, and Jason Kelly, it only took about 27, 28 weeks. What did I do? What did I say?
I know. We are socially distanced, just to be clear. We're on opposite sides of the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio.
Just wiped down my workspace.
And it ain't permanent, because we'll be, back remote, you and I, in various forms and fashions. It's a new week, a new world, but a lot of the same turmoil.
Yeah, and we've got stocks down, plunging to a 2-month low. We are off our lows of the session, but nonetheless, some worries due to the virus and also something going on with global banks. So we'll get into that a little bit later on. And of course, we're watching politics closely between a potential new Supreme Court justice and a reversal on that TikTok deal. I mean, man, I thought we had it done.
Yeah, well, that deal's not done, and whether a deal gets done for a new justice, the passing of Ruth Bader Ginsburg obviously was a tremendous headline, felt so forcefully across the country, but politics intervene as they do. So we'll get into all of that. First, let's get to Charlie Pellet or Doug Krisner for an update. Hey, Doug.
Hey, Jason, it's Doug here. Yeah, you guys were highlighting a lot of the issues that are at play today and driving price action to the downside. A lot of risk being taken off the table. You mentioned the situation with the coronavirus, tighter restrictions possible, maybe likely. Financials being hard hit. Carol referred to a new investigation talking about suspicious transactions at global banks. And look at the airlines today. They're bleeding about $230 30 million a day. S&P 500 airline group is down more than 7%. The Dow is weaker by 2.8%. S&P down more than 2.1%, and the Nasdaq Composite weaker by about 1.2%. We've got a rally in the dollar against the majors. Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index pushing higher by 0.8%. Flip side gives us a weaker Japanese yen and a much weaker offshore Chinese yuan. I'm Doug Krisner. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Doug, thank you so much. We'll be checking in with you throughout the afternoon. Let's set the Business Week agenda now. A lot on it, as we just laid out with Doug between us. Gina Martin-Adams, Chief Equity Strategist for Bloomberg Intelligence. She's in New Jersey, as is Dave Wilson, Stocks Editor, author of The Chart and Stock of the Day. Gina, I want to start with you because it's a pretty gloomy picture across all the major indices. What are you seeing as you and your team really break it down? What's the big driver here?
Yeah, I think it's tough to articulate one driver or another. The S&P 500 opened this week testing key levels. We saw the index crash through its 50-day moving average as of Friday, so we knew we were in for some continuation of the corrective process when we woke up this morning, irrespective of some of the news, in particular the news on the financial sector and maybe some dubious, nefarious behavior among participants being potentially pretty dangerous for that space has been the big news of today, and that may have contributed to a broader sell-off than would have been likely otherwise. But I'd say the technicals were set up for a rough day to continue today. Now we may be looking at finally a capitulation point, which, you know, for the first time since the end of August, we can say the index is nearing oversold levels. So we want to watch through the close to see how broad the correction is. If we get to a 14-day moving average or a 14-day RSI back near oversold levels, it could represent a buying point for capital that's been looking to get into this market but waiting for an appropriate time to do so.
Dave Wilson, come on in on what you're seeing in the trade today.
You know, there are a couple of things that jump out besides what's going on with the banks, you know, after this report from the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists talking about, you know, how they may be handling or not handling suspicious transactions properly. So that's a piece of it. Beyond that, I mean, you look at what's going on with hospitals and with health insurers. All this sort of tied up with what happens to the Affordable Care Act. Now that the Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg has passed, and you know we may get a successor before Election Day, which would mean we'd have a successor when a week after Election Day, the High Court hears arguments by the states trying to get rid of Obamacare. So, you know, those stocks are especially weak in today's trading. And then there's the saga of Nikola, the electric truck developer. And
do you wonder if they're sitting at General Motors saying, whose idea was this? I mean, there's still more to know, and I don't want to, you know, kind of count them out.
If they're doing it at GM, I can assure you GM shareholders, at least some of them, are asking that question, because while Nikola's down 19%, GM's off more than 5.5%. And there's another company that's already working with Nikola, CNH Industrial. Now, they're big into tractors and, you know, other types of sort of industrial machines. CNH is down almost 8%, so there's definitely a toll being taken that goes beyond, you know, this development stage company, and so that's another one that jumps out, especially because Nikola is the product of, you know, a deal with one of these special purpose acquisition companies, SPACs, blank check companies, call them what you will.
Heard of
real
them.
Black eye.
Absolutely, we've been talking about those a ton. Gina Martin-Adams, before we let you go, the election, politics, is that starting to weigh on this market in a more meaningful way?
Yeah, well, politics, I think. Dave already highlighted the Ginsburg passing and what that may mean for the Supreme Court and the ACA sort of battle upcoming. So there certainly is a portion of politics. I would also say, though, the election is absolutely getting priced into VIX futures. I mean, we've seen over the last month VIX futures for November getting even more expensive than October, which says to me the market is trying to price for a very uncertain or highly volatile election season lasting right through the end of November, which would be very unusual. So I do think it's part of this But obviously there are a lot of moving parts, and it all started with the deflation of a mini tech bubble, which is now extending into other issues.
Right. All right. Well, good context as always. Thank you so much. Gina Martin-Adams, Chief Equity Strategist for Bloomberg Intelligence, along with Dave Wilson, Stocks Editor for Bloomberg, both joining us from New Jersey. Carol?
Let's do the Bloomberg Business Week bite of the day, one number that tells us a lot. Today's number is 103 million. Donations to Democratic candidates and causes surged over $100 million on Sunday yesterday following the death of Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, showing Democrats' eagerness to fight efforts to seat a new justice before the election. Act Blue, it's a key fundraising platform for the left, including Joe Biden's campaign against President Trump, took in more than $103 million between the announcement of her death and just after noon Sunday.
Yeah, I saw this really take hold, as I'm sure you did on social media.
I heard this a lot over
Instagram and Twitter. There was just a lot of movement on that. And I do think it's interesting. We'll continue to track this with our political experts. We'll talk to Josh Wingrove about it coming up in just a minute. The money is flipping in a way that I think we haven't traditionally seen. Trump has been such a juggernaut, the campaign has, in raising money, and the Democrats are making some noise that we haven't seen in a long time on the fundraising front.
Right. It's very telling, that people are kind of out there speaking with their donations. So something we'll track and talk with Josh Wingrove a little bit later on. We've got 3 companies coming up that look, and the leaders at those companies are senior executives that look at the global economy with a wide lens. And that includes the president and CEO of Siemens USA. We're talking about Barbara Humpton. So we'll see what she is seeing right now.
Yeah, exactly. I'm also going to catch up with Pete Stavros. He runs private equity at KKR. The role that they're playing with workers, it's a novel thing that they have introduced. They're announcing it today with one of their companies. It involves taking equity much deeper into the company, basically paying frontline workers in stock, a different sort of compensation scheme.
Interesting.
It's a meaningful move when it comes to private equity and maybe trying to undo some of the things that are largely attributed or often historically attributed to private equity.
And speaking of moves, we always like watching the moves by big global conglomerates. And I caught up with the gentleman who's going to be taking over the top spot at the global conglomerate that's based in India. We're talking about the Mahindra Group. Let's try speaking again. Maybe I'll take a lesson tonight. Dr. Anish Shah, we're going to catch up with him.
Well, and a couple of folks at our last hour talking about fixes.
Yep.
What to fix the U.S.? Well, there's a population fix to that. Can't wait to catch up with Matthew Iglesias from Vox. Amazing.
And fixing the climate. We got a solution for that as well. It's the subject of a new Netflix film. So we'll get into all of that in just a moment. But first up, let's get a check on world and national news headlines. For that, let's check in with Nancy Lyons in our D.C. studio. Hi, Nance.
Hey, Carol. The U.S. is taking some steps to sanction a number of Iranian individuals associated with developing Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile program. Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin says new sanctions are targeting the Atomic Energy Agency.
This administration will use every tool at our disposal to stop Iran's nuclear, ballistic, missile, and conventional weapons pursuits, which it uses directly to threaten and terrorize the rest of the world.
The move comes after the U.S. insisted over the weekend UN sanctions on Iran would snap back due to Iran's failure to comply with its nuclear weapons commitments. Financial stocks are trading lower today after an investigation by the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists discovered J.P. Morgan Chase, Deutsche Bank, and HSBC Holdings were among global banks that keep profiting from, quote, powerful and dangerous players in the past 2 decades, even under U.S.-imposed penalties on the institutions. The analysis found Deutsche Bank disclosed $1.3 trillion of suspicious money in the files. J.P. Morgan disclosed $514 billion. President Trump is making it clear he wants to move quickly to fill the Supreme Court seat left vacant by the passing of Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. He called into Fox and Friends this morning to say he's eyeing the end of the week to name his pick.
We have a lot of time, tremendous amount of time. I think it should be voted on and done before the election. I think that would be good for the Republican Party, and I think it would be good for everybody to get it over with because it's always controversial.
Ginsburg died Friday night. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons.
This is an interesting story.
This is an interesting story. So Martin Braun and Amanda Albright talking about tax revenue, it's something that we've talked about a number of times throughout the course of the pandemic here. And New Jersey, California, seeing more tax revenue than expected. So maybe all those millionaires won't get taxed after all, Carol. In your state.
Yeah. Don't hold your breath. Yeah, I think that train has left the station. So yeah, state tax revenues in some parts of the U.S. are rebounding. So we're talking about August sales tax receipts in New Jersey, which was hit very, very hard, my home state, by the virus, rose 3% from a year earlier. And some nonpartisan legislative analysts are forecasting that revenue will exceed Governor Murphy's projections by $1.4 billion for the fiscal year. California too, Georgia, their collections are on the rise. Ohio's Cuyahoga. Am I saying it right?
Cuyahoga.
Let's all say it together.
Cuyahoga. It's a great song by REM, actually. That's how you can always remember.
County, home to Cleveland, dodged almost all of the devastating blows that it once predicted. So that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, you do wonder whether all the pain has been felt, though, to be honest. I mean, of people not going back to work.
They still had losses, though, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see. Maybe we're living in a world where not as bad as we thought, like not catastrophic, feels pretty good. So we'll obviously continue to track this. But this has been a key debate, right? From a federal perspective and from a fiscal stimulus perspective is, do you need to come in and sort of buttress some of these states and municipalities? I would imagine that a lot of states and municipalities may be reading this and saying, that's not the case for us.
It still feels pretty painful. We'll listen to this. Preliminary figures from 40 states show total state tax revenues were down by about $28 billion or 7.5% from March through July. So, and that compares with the same period a year ago. So we're still down. And, I don't think we're out of the woods yet. And it's interesting, the conversations I've had since I've been back in the office today. Everybody's like, so you're getting ready for round two?
Yeah, seriously.
Unfortunately.
Cuyahoga.
Cuyahoga.
Say it with me.
All together. That's our word. When you hear that word, Cuyahoga.
station and the Ad Council.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
So a new trading week is underway, and it is very much a risk-off session for U.S. equities. A lot of risk being taken off the table. Right now, the S&P fluctuating very near a two-month low. We're down about 2.3% right now. We've got weakness in material names, also transportation shares, part of the industrial group, and specifically the airlines being very hard hit. Collectively, the S&P airline stocks are down about 7%. You know, this industry is bleeding about $230 million a day. And then globally, half the fleet has been idled, which takes us to the coronavirus and the possibility that we'll see a lot more new restrictions, particularly if you look at what's happening in the UK. Financial stocks today being very hard hit. We had a report from the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists detailing suspicious transaction at global banks, including JP Morgan, Deutsche Bank, and HSBC. Right now, the Dow off about 3%. In the NASDAQ market, the composite index is down just about 1.6%. We're seeing long-term interest rates come down. 10-year Treasury losing about 3 basis points in yield. We're at 66 basis points. A lot of dollar strength today, interestingly, with the Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index up 0.8%, gives us a weaker yen and a weaker offshore Chinese yuan. I'm Doug Krisner. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Doug, thanks so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Well, so much going on in and around the Capitol when it comes to politics, the election, policy, and decisions being made.
Yeah, just a little going on.
Just a little bit going on. Following it all is Josh Wingrove. He's White House correspondent for Bloomberg. He joins us on the phone. All right, so let's start with what I think is probably top of mind for just about everyone in Washington. The passing of Ruth Bader Ginsburg inspired so much admiration and so much celebration, even from the president, who has, not always been the biggest fan of the liberal wing of the court. And yet this turns very quickly, Josh, into a political fight like we haven't seen in a long time. And I'm going to say it, we've seen some political fights. What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, everyone's trying to figure out when this nomination will come and who it will be, but it is coming. It will be someone, and President Trump today is beating the drum to get a vote before the election as opposed to in the sort of lame duck post-election haze. And this is, of course, enraging Democrats and, of course, is at odds on the face of it with what happened in 2016 when there was a lot more runway before the election and Republicans stalled or blocked President Obama's nomination at the time. So this time around, they're saying that Republicans are arguing that it's different. They're saying it's not hypocritical. They think that because there's a Republican Senate and a Republican White House at the same time, that this is just fundamentally different from 2016. But bottom line, a lot of them seem just to see this as too good an opportunity to pass up. President Trump talked this morning of 4 or 5 women. All of them are women. He's going to appoint a woman. Being on his sort of short list. We've reported that 2 of the leading front runners are Amy Coney Barrett and Barbara Lagoa. Certainly the betting odds seem to be swirling around those 2 names. So, it remains anyone's guess. It looks like it will be Saturday when we hear from the president on who his pick will be.
And I want to get into more on the possible replacements on the Supreme Court. But I do wonder, Josh, does it matter to President Trump and the upcoming election whether this gets done before the November election? Because, technically, Congress or the Senate can do it afterwards, correct? There's enough time. In other words, I've been seeing it takes on average 70 days to get a nominee through when it comes to a Supreme Court nomination. So help me out here and help me understand what the significance of when it gets done, at least for the Trump campaign.
Yeah, I guess they're gaming it out now, or at least that's what they've signaled. If, it happens before, then you kind of avoid the political kind of cringe of having senators who maybe lost their election to casting deciding votes, people like Cory Gardner in Colorado, for a lifetime appointment to the court. Some of the people he's talking about are 48 or 52. These are people that will serve for decades. If you put it after that, then of course these people might have to vote for it. Mitch McConnell seems to be acting like he doesn't have all that much concern that this thing won't be able to go forward. Republicans can lose 3 people and still get the confirmation. They've sort of, had pushback, but not firm no's from 2, or at least not both of them have given firm no's. So they still have some wiggle room, and they sure are acting like they think that this thing will be good. On the flip side, there's polling showing that Americans don't want this rush. They don't want a vote. A majority of pretty strong majority of Americans, including really mixed feelings in the Republican Party. So there's for sure a risk here. And we look at all the fundraising that has happened in the Democratic Party. Ruth Bader Ginsburg is an icon to liberals in America. I mean, this could be profoundly motivating for Democratic voters, or at least would be Democratic voters. I mean, President Trump is already getting clobbered by Joe Biden when it comes to women voters. I mean, if he's seen to be, moving too quickly or pouncing too quickly, in a week, for instance, when we're going to have services or memorials for Justice Ginsburg, that could further exacerbate that gender gap, and a really hugely stark gender gap we're seeing in this race. I mean, it's like there are 2 different elections going on between men and women.
And so, Josh, do you get a sense, we got a minute left, and we're going to come back and talk to you a little bit about TikTok, but do you get a sense of how soon we'll see it really reflected in polling, kind of how this is playing out for the electorate?
I think it'll be a while, because I think we're going to see it most closely reflected in state-by-state cases. Mm-hmm. And some of the signals we've had so far are that, the Republicans have taken some of the states as almost lost causes, Arizona, Maine, that kind of thing. This battle might come down to more like Iowa, North Carolina. But honestly, I think if you ask some Republicans whether they would be comfortable gambling with the Senate majority and the prize is getting another Supreme Court pick, you'd find some Republicans who would say, you know what, pressing a Supreme Court pick might be too good to pass up, even if it means we risk losing the majority. Whereas, Mitch McConnell certainly doesn't want to not be majority leader. Mitch McConnell, he might try to, he's going to try to have his cake and eat it too. He's going to try to push forward, ram forward if he has to, the nominee, and somehow make the math work that they still will have a majority, after this voting happens.
All right, hang with us. We're going to come back and talk to you a little bit about one of the other big stories, which is the TikTok on TikTok. You and your colleagues did some fantastic reporting about sort of how this all came to be and where it may go from here, because it is far from certain based on the deal that actually got done, and especially when you put it up against the proposal and essentially the point of this whole thing to begin with. So more with Josh Wingrove in just a second. It's Bloomberg.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 1061. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
So, TikTok.
Yeah, I mean, this has been one of the most fascinating and unusual deals we've ever seen. The collision of all things we're obsessed with: politics, business, technology,
China,
trade,
U.S.
all of it.
Yeah. So
plus dances.
Plus dances, especially by your family.
Totally. Big TikTokers there in the Kelly household. We're going to get into it with Josh Wingrove. He's got the latest from Washington staying with us. But first, Doug Krisner's got an update on everything happening in the trade. Hey, Doug.
Hey, Jason. A lot of risk being taken off the table today. Dow Industrial Average weaker by more than 2.9%. The S&P very near a two-month low. We're down about 2.4% right now in the S&P at 3241. And the NASDAQ Composite is weaker by more than 1.5%. A lot of concerns for the market today. There's the valuation concern, what Fed policy means. There's the U.S.-China relationship. And then coronavirus. Now, U.S. deaths have approached 200,000, and the U.S. new caseload is now in line with a one-week average. Earlier, we reached out to Dr. Joshua Sharfstein. He is Vice Dean of the Bloomberg Johns Hopkins School of Public Health. He told us there is definite signs of progress.
One is certainly that we're finding the virus in more people who are at lower risk, so the rate of people getting very sick is lower. The other thing is that there's just a better understanding of the virus, so for people who do get sick, they can get oxygen faster, and if they go into the hospital, there's better treatment for them, so they're less likely to die.
That is Dr. Joshua Sharfstein of the Bloomberg Johns Hopkins School of Public Health. The school is supported by Michael Bloomberg. He is the founder, majority owner of Bloomberg LP, the parent of Bloomberg Radio. We're seeing a lot of strength in the dollar right now with the Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index up 0.8%. We've got a weaker yen and a weaker offshore Chinese yuan. I'm Doug Krisner. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Doug, thanks so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Jason Kelly and Carol Masser here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Let's get back to Josh Wingrove, White House correspondent for Bloomberg. All right, let's talk TikTok because we had a deal, we thought, and we still have a deal, but
can I just say, going into it, it felt really sketchy. Like this whole process, Josh, has felt, right?
Yeah, or like ad hoc at times.
Yeah, that works.
Is a good way of putting it.
Just I get triggered just hearing the word TikTok because of how many emails I've had subject line TikTok over the last month and a half. But it's just so this deal. I mean, it's sort of been leaking out here and there. We still don't know so much about it. What we do know is it doesn't really meet the criteria that the president set out. I mean, at all. And yet he's speaking positively of it. On the weekend, he just sort of dropped a bomb of news that he tacitly or preliminarily confirmed it. So where does that leave us? Well, it leaves us subject to the whims of Donald John Trump because, if he wanted certain things in this, like, for instance, a sale of the U.S. unit, that's not in this deal. And so what they've done is punt a week the restrictions that were coming in on TikTok. It's possible they could punt them again a week if these talks continue. But the bottom line is that Trump is speaking positively about this deal, while at the same time saying that if the data is not secure, then he will, revoke his support for it. And that, of course, is going to have folks worried.
Is that Trump speaking? Is that CFIUS speaking? Like, typically when a deal like this, CFIUS, it would be very clear. They would be very in control. There would be no questions about what needed to be done and whether or not a deal was going to go through. And it would take much longer than it is.
I mean, this is unconventional because this whole deal is sparked in the first place by the president himself. And we have one of our colleagues, Nick Wadhams, is reporting today that it was, in fact, that Tulsa rally in July, or June, in and around there, that first rally since the pandemic the president had where the turnout was sort of an embarrassment. It wasn't full. He promised it would be full. It wasn't full. And TikTok users had, signed up, but with not the plan of going to that rally. That, according to this report, had angered some people in the White House and kind of gave the TikTok hawks, if you will, a bit of an opening to pounce. And since then is when we've seen the president sort of really ramp up his language. So, I mean, is it CFIUS or is it Trump? I don't know. I don't think anyone knows really to what
That's
extent
terrifying.
the differentiation.
Don't you find that terrifying a little bit in a situation like this?
I mean, we got so much going on, so many
worrisome
crises.
at least.
What's another mixed one? But I'll say one thing. This is occupying a lot of the president's time.
Yeah.
Obviously, the Supreme Court fight is going to occupy a lot of the president's time. So there's only so much time in the day. I just have a lot of trouble seeing where that leaves any talk of stimulus money. I mean, if Congress is ripping itself apart over the Supreme Court, I mean, if there was hope still of a stimulus deal, this doesn't increase the odds of a stimulus deal, to put it lightly.
Okay, so I was going to sort of end the conversation on that exact note, Josh, which is where are we on anything else that's not TikTok or Supreme Court, and specifically stimulus? Because I read something this morning that said, well, maybe this actually gives cover to Mark Meadows and Steve Mnuchin and Nancy Pelosi and others to, sort of quietly outside the spotlight put something together.
Well, we had sort of two tracks that were blending. On the CR, which is the government funding deal, it's looking good. Things are looking okay there, although, Pelosi is putting a bill forward that doesn't meet the White House needs, so, it's not nailed down yet. But for a larger stimulus bill, I mean, we're not really anywhere. I mean, the Democrats and Republicans are entrenched. A lot of Republicans are saying publicly that they don't see a lot of need to rush another bill because the economy is recovering. Of course, that leaves the millions of folks who are still out of work, facing or already have faced eviction. They're waiting for Congress to act, for Congress to do something, and there just does not seem to be a lot of appetite. I continue to be a little surprised by what seems to be more optimism on Wall Street about a deal than there is on Capitol Hill. There just really aren't signs that they're anywhere near close to a deal.
I have to say, Josh, with everything going on, like you said, between the virus still, more stimulus, the pandemic, obviously, Supreme Court, I have to say, I almost feel like TikTok is a party trick. And like, am I missing something? Has this been thrown out there for some reason? It just seems so odd that this is such a big story and continues to be one, and takes up so much of the president's time.
I think Trump does care about it because he thinks that it's sort of Chinese spying, and he's mad about China for a range of reasons, including the pandemic. He did kind of tip his hand a little bit today, I think, because he talked, when he called into Fox and Friends this morning for 45 minutes, he talked about the need to create competition for Facebook. So you remember Trump a little while ago has been complaining about these tech monopolies. There's a case to be made that part of his motivation on TikTok is to, spur competition for other American tech brands, which again,
stand something up
these are uncharted waters when it comes to presidential action in the tech space.
Well, it's only Monday, Josh Wingrove.
Exactly. It's all uncharted, my man. All right, Josh Wingrove, White House correspondent for Bloomberg. Thank you so much. And thanks for talking TikTok, because we know you've been all over that, to say the least, and much more to come when we think about the week in Washington. By Saturday, we may indeed have a nominee for that vacant seat on the Supreme Court. Let's head down to Washington now, and Nancy Lyons. Hey, Nancy.
Hey, Jason. Well, the body of Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg will lie in repose this week at the Supreme Court. The public will be able to pay its respects Wednesday and Thursday, when Ginsburg's casket will be placed in front of the Supreme Court building, a precaution due to COVID-19. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says Ginsburg's body will lie in state inside Statuary Hall in the Capitol on Friday. A private ceremony is set for this Wednesday. President Trump says he'll name a replacement for the late Justice Ginsburg by the end of this week. Bloomberg's Amy Morris takes a look at some of the possibilities.
Appeals Court Judges Amy Coney Barrett and Barbara Lagoa are emerging as the most likely choices. President Trump tells Fox News he wanted to wait until services for Ruth Bader Ginsburg are concluded before naming her replacement. But he does want the new justice confirmed before the November election. Doing this so close to the election has sparked an outcry among Democrats. In Washington, I'm Amy Morris, Bloomberg Radio.
Attorney General Bill Barr is announcing more than $100 million in federal grants to help combat human trafficking in the U.S. Speaking at a roundtable today in Atlanta, Barr said the funding would help law enforcement officers and support services for victims.
Aside from financial support, the Justice Department will continue to use the full force of the law and our enforcement resources to investigate, prosecute, and punish the people behind this. criminal scourge.
Barr calls it one of the top enforcement priorities of the Justice Department. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
Nancy, thanks so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Jason Kelly and Carol Masser here with you. So the Emmys, I watch some of them. I watch more of the highlights just because I don't watch that much live TV if it's not sports.
Yeah.
At this point. But a lot of shows that I watch, candidly, getting celebrated.
You must have been. I was thinking about you. I'm like, this is like the Jason Kelly
It was
Emmy
unbelievable.
Awards.
Oh my God. I mean, Schitt's Creek, if you haven't seen that show, an unbelievable, unprecedented sweep across all of it.
This
Acting,
was the last season,
directing,
right? They're done.
They're done. And it is a just delightful show.
30
it's
awards.
So sweet. 30 awards for HBO they got. And
Most of any network.
Succession also in there. So there was a little bit of a family theme. Some function, some dysfunction.
Yeah.
Succession, I know, a show that you and I have talked about.
Yes.
Riveting drama with some unanticipated comedy. But the show itself, Jimmy Kimmel hosting, I thought he did a great job with all of the different things coming in. And it was a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. And I think well-deserved across the board.
But it's just amazing, and it's just kind of a confirmation of all of these streaming services, right? Or cable service. It's not your traditional television anymore.
It's not. Although,
it hasn't been for a while, but...
Well, exactly. And I think that's the point, is that people had basically said, well, maybe we're going to write off HBO, post Game of Thrones, but here comes Succession.
Yeah.
I mean, Pop TV is not something that basically anyone had ever heard of. Sorry. But that's where Schitt's Creek ended up. I mean, we had heard of Eugene Levy and his son, and obviously Catherine O'Hara, Eugene Levy and Catherine O'Hara. It's such a great, decades-long comedic partnership that they have. And I cannot recommend that show enough, honestly.
Netflix set a record for the most nominations of any network, but they struck out again in its pursuit of the two top awards, or in pursuit of the top awards.
Right.
So we've been talking to a lot of folks at Netflix with some of their content. Man, these are the guys, though, that are spending big time.
They are. And look, when we look to next year, does a show like Away probably grab some nominations and maybe some awards? You and I have been watching it. It's pretty great. This is Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
So we're seeing a lot of risk being taken off the table today. Right now, the S&P 500 is weaker by more than 2.5%. Energy leading this decline. The S&P 500 Energy Group is down more than 4.5%, and those stocks are tracking crude oil lower. WTI right now in the late New York session at 39.36. So we're down by more than 4% on the day. So the S&P 500 last set a record high back on September 2nd, 35.80. So we're down just about 10% from that level. 32.35 right now in the S&P. Dow Industrial Average weaker by more than 3%, and the NASDAQ comp off about 1.8%. A lot of concerns in the market today. Tighter restrictions possible given the coronavirus situation is kind of tricky in the UK. We have the financial stocks being hit after a report today. Detailed suspicious transactions at global banks, and on the list, JP Morgan, Deutsche Bank, HSBC. Airlines being very hard hit among the industrial group. The S&P airline index is down by more than 7%. We're seeing a lot of strength in the dollar right now, with the Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index rising nearly 0.8%. We've got a weaker yen, much weaker offshore Chinese currency at 6.8052 against the dollar, so we're down just about 0.5%. I'm Doug Krisner. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Doug, thanks so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Jason Kelly here with you on a Monday afternoon from our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. And one of the best stories and one of the best reporters, candidly, I just love talking to him, love reading his stuff. Jeff Green, managing diversity reporter for Bloomberg. He joins us on the phone from Michigan to talk about a story. It's in the upcoming edition of the magazine. It's about Southern Bancorp, its CEO named Darren Williams. He joins me, as well as Joel Weber, the editor of Bloomberg Business Week. So, Joel, part of the equality issue, I believe, and this is a really, really important piece of the puzzle when it comes to undoing a lot of the systemic racism, candidly, going after the wealth gap and the lending gap to a large extent.
That's right. And so Darren Williams, one of finance's only black CEOs, and he's a CEO of Southern Bancorp, which Jeff is going to tell us about more in a second. What I found so interesting about this was it's like there's this void in the country, in the South in particular, where there are thousands of unbanked people. And that has obviously limited their ability to not only get capital, but also, move up in society. And that's a problem that Darren has sort of recognized, and that Southern Bancorp has moved to solve. And Jeff, talk to us about how he's going about addressing this problem.
Yeah, well, it's really interesting that the and underbanked are about a quarter of the population, and they tend to skew heavily black, and people of color in general, but mostly black. And it's the kind of thing that's somewhat hidden, and it's a little bit intractable because these are people that banks really can't lend money to, and thus they end up going to payday lenders, which makes them even higher credit risk because they have so much debt. So what Darren and Southern were trying to do even before the pandemic was to figure out a way to sort of bridge this, to bring these people into the banking system, help them to trust the banks, give them some sense that what they're doing with the payday lenders, they're never going to gain sort of the wealth that you get. You can't get a house, you can't get a mortgage until you kind of straighten that stuff out. So, that's his big goal, is to put more people in a position to be able to have a bank account, gain credit, and ultimately have a mortgage and have something where wealth is accrued. And it was interesting because we started doing this a year ago prior to the pandemic, and the big frustrating thing for him was it was sort of in the background. It was like you knew this was a problem. You knew it was sucking the life out of people, but it was really hard for people to sort of understand just how momentous it was.
Right.
And then the pandemic hits, and front and center are people dying at 3 times the rate in black communities, and it's like you start to say, wow, this is not just esoteric philosophical discussion. This is life and death, and the death is really stunning to a lot of Americans.
Well, and Jeff, I think then on top of that, in the aftermath of the killing of George Floyd and this reckoning, this long overdue reckoning around all of those issues that you described around the wealth gap, that's been brought to the fore by the likes of John Rogers over at Ariel and others. And I do wonder, how Darren Williams sees this, and sort of to your point, like this has been hiding in plain sight for a long time. He's happy for the attention, but what do we do about it? What does he say we should be doing? What is he doing to sort of help the cause?
Well, the solution that both he sees, because his bank is called the Consumer Development Financial Institution, which is sort of a specially chartered bank that is designed to try and bring money and loans and financial wherewithal to the poorest people in the country. It was something actually created by President Clinton in '94, and Southern was the model for it. Hillary Clinton was on the first version of Southern's board when it was formed, more than a quarter century ago. So it's like a long-standing. This is not a new struggle. But his idea is to use the CDFIs more effectively. In fact, Bank of America and Goldman Sachs were on a call with him and President Trump, basically saying we need to do this, we need to do more of this, and it led to a big infusion of money to the CDFIs. And that is sort of the question is, will this continue? I mean, it was in a crisis moment. The Paycheck Protection Plan was not getting to the people it needed to because the big banks didn't have the infrastructure. Meanwhile, here's Darren Williams working on the weekend with his staff, getting, wrote 50 checks when other people hadn't even got an application yet. So that's sort of his hope, is that now people know the CDFIs are there. The big banks have kind of thrown some money their way. Netflix is involved. Google's involved. Will get this to continue so that the focus stays on the CDFIs, more money is available so they can do more loans. I mean, that's the only way it works, is they need basically below market rate money that they can then lend out to keep this moving.
So, Jeff, there's 1,000 of these CDFIs out there that are in a position to help, and it's all been modeled on basically Williams and sort of in the model that they've adapted. I'm also curious what other ideas he has for how we could be helping vulnerable Americans right now.
Well, I mean, one of the key things is credit education. They were doing this. I mean, I went with them to a class in this little town site in, just off a cotton field, just, middle of nowhere, but, 20 people there learning about credit and how it works and how interest accrues and debt and all those sorts of things, basically just right at the grassroots level, trying to teach people how to get their finances in order. And then at the end of that, they would give them this 9% loan, which, keep in mind a payday loan is around 400%, if you don't pay it off right away. So this 9% loan at the time that they would pay half of it, or half of it would be available for them to pay bills, and half of it would be held in sort of like a certificate of deposit. And that was like one of the tools. I mean, there's lots of things, and he's basically saying you need to just do the block and tackling in the communities to keep this going. And a lot of the big banks have pulled out. And he's like, great, you don't want to deal with it. Give me more money so that I can deal with it, so I can get the money to the people that need it. I can focus on the hardest hit communities with more effectiveness.
Right. Well, and it's interesting, and I highly recommend people read this story because there's an aspect of this, and you alluded to this, Jeff, around the payday lenders. That's a really important piece to understand. The delta in the interest rates there is massive and game-changing in a lot of ways. It's a terrific piece of reporting, as always, from Jeff Green, managing diversity reporter for Bloomberg. He joined me on the phone from Michigan. Check out that story in the upcoming issue of Bloomberg Business Week. You can read it now on the Bloomberg and at Bloomberg.com. My thanks as well to Joel Weber, the editor of Bloomberg Business Week. He joined from Massachusetts. Well, for those of you listening in New York, D.C., and San Francisco, watching on YouTube, Bloomberg Business Week continues right here. If you're listening on 106.1 in Boston, Bay State Business, that's coming up next. Coming up next here, we're going to talk about TikTok from the perspective of China. Our expert, Andy Brown, weighing in. Much more to come. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York, I'm Doug Krisner. 3 p.m. on Wall Street. We have an hour remaining in the first trading day of the week. Quite a bit of risk being taken off the table today, with the S&P 500 now lower by 2.2%. Energy stocks tracking the price of crude oil to the downside. WTI in the extended New York session is weaker by more than 4% right now at 39.40. A lot of concerns in the marketplace. Possibility of tighter restrictions when it comes to the coronavirus, and financials today being hard hit. This is after a report from the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists detailed suspicious trading transactions at global banks. The report indicating that several of the big banks kept profiting from powerful and dangerous players over the past 2 decades, even after the U.S. imposed penalties on these financial institutions. Right now, the S&P Financials Index down by more than 3.5%. So the S&P last set a record high on September 2nd, and since that time we are down just about 10%. Dow Industrial Average weaker by nearly 2.8%, and in the NASDAQ market, the composite index is weaker by about 1.3%. A lot of problems developing where it comes to TikTok and its U.S. partner Oracle. Shares in Oracle right now being actively traded. The stock is right now holding on to a very slim gain of about 0.8%. We'll unpack this story in greater detail coming up here on Bloomberg. In the bond market right now, 10-year Treasury down more than 2 basis points in yield. We are quoted at 66 basis points. The dollar, meantime, strong against the majors, with the Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index rising 0.7%. We do have a weaker yen and a weaker offshore Chinese currency. The yen right now at 104.77. The yuan 6.8052 against the dollar. All right, just to recap, Dow weaker by 2.6%, S&P 500 down more than 2%, and the NASDAQ comp weaker by about 1.2%. I'm Doug Krisner. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Jason Kelly on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, you are listening to Bloomberg Business Week, kicking off the 3 p.m. Wall Street time hour. Let's do a little Business Week economics if we can. Andy Brown is with us, editorial director for Bloomberg New Economy, joining us on the phone from New Hampshire, picking up where Doug Krisner just left off when it comes to TikTok. Man, this deal, and we've talked about it before, Andy, is just head-spinning, head-scratching, however you want to put it. It's nothing like we've ever seen before, and it ain't over when it comes to getting done. What's the most important thing we need to understand about this? Because as I look at it, at least, and I think you may agree, it's kind of a mess.
It is a complete debacle and has been really right from the very beginning. And stuck in the middle of this U.S.-China geopolitical tug of war is a company and investors that are desperately trying to figure a way out. On the one hand, this is TikTok and its parent ByteDance. On the one hand, they've got the Chinese government, which essentially looks at what's happening as a politically inspired smash and grab raid by the Trump administration. And on the other hand, by the Trump administration, which is using the TikTok issue and WeChat as a chip or as a bargaining chip in domestic politics, essentially beating up on China as a vote-getting ploy. And so they've been twisting this way and that way, and it now looks like this deal that they stitched together, which, by the way, gets Trump almost nothing of what he wanted in the first place out of it. And even that deal now looks shaky. It's not at all sure that the Chinese side are going to sign off on it or whether Trump himself is satisfied with it.
And so, knowing the intricacies of the governments and that nexus between the national governments and the national champions, as it were, both of which I think you can argue you have on either side here, what went wrong? Was this just sort of too hard too fast, or was everybody not on board to begin with? Like, what do you make of it, again, especially knowing some of the nuances of how each side interacts with the other?
Well, it's just the whole deal is unprecedented. We've never had a company caught up in this way before, with kind of M&A being dictated literally out of the Oval Office. So it's incredibly difficult. There are so many constituencies that need to be satisfied. And in the end, it looks like nobody is going to. I mean, so Trump came into this. He said, "Look, I got three things. Number one, this TikTok has got to be owned by a U.S. company. Number two, we have to make the data secure, so that it doesn't fall into the hands of the Chinese Communist Party, and they have all this personal data on U.S. population. And three, we want to have a big chunk of change. They're going to make a big payment to the U.S. Treasury." Well, actually, even under this new deal, 80% of the company after the IPO, if it IPOs, is still going to be owned by ByteDance. The algorithms are going to be open to inspection by Oracle, the trusted technology partner, but they won't, in that sense, sort of belong to any U.S. entity. ByteDance has them. And as for this $5 billion payment that Trump talks about, it turns out that this is kind of tax that they were going to be paying anyway to the U.S. government, and there's some sort of vague, nebulous promise that they'll come up with some kind of patriotic education program, whatever that may mean for U.S. kids. So he's got actually very little of what he pushed for. So if your concern was national security, this deal doesn't really do it for you.
And so as you widen the aperture a little bit and think about this from the context of ongoing tensions, ongoing negotiations around trade and the broader relationship between the U.S. and China, what does this tell you?
If you're a Chinese company and you're thinking about making an investment in the U.S., you're thinking strategically indeed about your global position, or if you're an American company now and you're thinking about, the China market and how you should be positioned there, this should really worry you because it has been so unpredictable. I mean, we're in uncharted territory. There are no real rules, at least under the old system, the CFIUS system, this sort of the screening process. It was somewhat predictable. You knew what you were getting into. A lot of deals didn't get done because companies thought to themselves, well, it's not going to get through the U.S. screening committee, so we won't bother. This one just came right out of left field and surprised everybody.
And so on the other side, if you're a U.S. tech company, what do you think about this?
Well, and actually it's not just tech. Right now there's a lot of talk about an entities list. So the Chinese could actually come up with a list of companies that could be subject to retribution, not necessarily U.S. companies. So that could include tech companies, but banks, trading companies. China hasn't retaliated so far because it really needs foreign investment. It needs foreign technology. But pushed far enough, they actually could start to take action against U.S. companies, international companies in China.
Wow. All right. Andy Brown, thank you so much. Andy Brown, of course, is the editorial director for Bloomberg New Economy. He has been breaking down this deal, trying to make sense of it alongside the rest of us. I have to say, this is something we've watched incredibly closely. We've had a global team working on it from all angles, corporate, deal-making, political, international. It has touched all boxes and continues to evolve and change. And this week seems like it will be a big week when it comes to that deal happening or not happening. And obviously a lot of it just comes down to the President of the United States and what he decides to do when it comes to TikTok. Our thanks to Andy Brown. Coming up, we're going to talk about the virus, the latest there. Yep, we're still in the midst of a global health crisis. And later on, talk a little private equity with the head of private equity at KKR. He's got a new take on equity, sharing it among the workers and what that means going forward, taking care of lots of different stakeholders. That's all coming up. In the meantime, let's get to Nancy Lyons in D.C. Hey, Nancy.
Hey, Jason. Well, the Trump administration is breaking with other members of the UN Security Council and is declaring the re-imposition of sanctions against Iran.
The President's executive order announced today gives us a new and powerful tool to enforce the UN arms embargo and hold those who seek to evade UN sanctions accountable.
Today's announcement comes after the administration failed to extend the conventional weapons embargo set to expire next month under the Iran nuclear deal. Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg's body will lie in repose at the Supreme Court building this Wednesday and Thursday. A private ceremony will take place in the Great Hall early Wednesday, attended by Justice Ginsburg's family, close friends, and members of the court. Then on Friday, her casket will lie in state at the U.S. Capitol. Betsy West directed and produced the documentary on Ginsburg's life, RBG, and told Bloomberg's David Weston that while she leaves a legacy for so many, she was living a legacy to her mother.
Ruth Bader Ginsburg was so proud of her mother. She used to say, you know, what's the difference between a bookkeeper and a Supreme Court justice? One generation. I mean, she felt, you know, that she was carrying on what her mother could have done.
Parts of Texas and Louisiana are bracing for flooding and damaging storm surge as Tropical Storm Beta slowly works its way into the part of the country that's already been drenched and battered during a busy hurricane season. The U.S. National Hurricane Center says Beta could bring up to 15 inches of rain and up to 5 feet of storm surge in some coastal communities. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
Nancy, thanks so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Jason Kelly, Doug Krisner.
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm so excited to chit-chat with you. You know, I listened to all your wisdom about what's going on in the markets. Quite a day. Before we get to the story that we want to talk about, it's quite a day.
Yeah, it
Just
really
watching the
is.
numbers.
It
Yikes.
really is. You know, and we've talked about some of the fundamentals underneath the hood, the coronavirus, the report on these financial institutions that may have been up to no good. But you got to wonder, too, the death of Justice Ginsburg over the weekend and how it may have affected psychology as the market begins to deal with the calculus that's involved around the election.
Yes.
You know, I think that's got to be at the margins, don't you?
I absolutely agree with you. And I think, you know, I was reminded, you know, it's very helpful, the campaign update that Bloomberg has going as sort of a rolling story every day, you know, reminds you how many days there are to go. It's only 43 days.
Yeah.
I mean, that is a snap.
You know, and I was listening to your conversation around the TikTok deal and what a muddy affair this is. One of the things I want to point out, too, is from the Chinese side particularly, given a lot of the sanctions that have been in place where high tech is concerned, the semiconductor story is a huge one. And you'll remember the NVIDIA deal with ARM. Yes. Beijing needs to sign off on that deal. So I'm sure there are a lot of things happening in the shadows away from the conversation around TikTok. And just it's going to be very interesting to see how all of these pieces kind of line up the closer we get to the election.
Well, and do you get a sense from your Daybreak Asia work, I'm diverging from the script here, but that this is viewed on the Chinese side and the Asia side with as much sort of perplexion, if that's a word, as it is on the U.S. side, the TikTok deal, that is?
Yeah, I think particularly when it comes to the algorithm itself, you know, that's a real plume here. And I think that where American technology is concerned, we are a little bit behind the curve on artificial intelligence, and I think China would like to keep it that way.
Yeah. I mean, clearly a story that we're going to continue to follow. I know you're going to be following it. We're going to be hearing from you a lot more in this show, but also on Daybreak Asia. Doug Krisner, thank you so much.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
With about 42 minutes left in today's trading day, we are now off session lows, but there's a lot of weakness in U.S. equities. The S&P 500 down about 1.8% right now, and in the NASDAQ market, the composite index is weaker by about 0.9%. We're seeing weakness today, broadly speaking, among materials and industrial shares. Energy stocks tracking the price of crude oil lower. WTI now in the extended New York session down about 3.7%. We're trading 39.60. And to get back to the equity trade, Dow Industrial Average right now weaker by about 2.3%. A lot of concerns here, and there was a report early in the day that really took the rug out from underneath the financial stocks. This is an investigation from the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists. It detailed suspicious transactions from a number of global banks, indicating that they kept profiting from powerful and dangerous players over 2 decades, even after the U.S. imposed penalties on these firms. So the S&P Financials Index right now weaker by just about 3%. Long-term interest rates coming in, 10-year Treasury, 67 basis points in yield, and we have some dollar strength today with the Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index up 0.6%, and that has produced a weaker yen and a weaker offshore Chinese currency. I'm Doug Krisner. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Doug, thanks so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Well, let's get an update on the virus, how it is spreading, what we may need to be worried about. Weather's getting a little cooler here in New York City, at least, and that's where we find Emma Court, healthcare reporter for Bloomberg. So, Emma, I guess I'll just start by saying, starting in the U.S., where are we in this outbreak?
Hi, thanks for having me, and I appreciate the very seasonal introduction. We're in the U.S. right now. We're reaching about 200,000 deaths from the novel coronavirus, and it's a grim milestone. It's a dark milestone. It also sets the U.S. apart on the world stage. The U.S. has about 4% of the world's population, but accounts for about 21% of global coronavirus deaths. And all the public health experts I've spoken to said, this figure really underscores, the sort of stunning inability that the U.S. has had to contain this virus. We're also at a bit of a turning point for the U.S. outbreak after seeing the virus sort of blaze through New York and New Jersey earlier this year, and then this summer have these, big hot spots in southern and southwestern states like Texas, Arizona, Florida, California. Now we're seeing the burden of the virus shifting a bit more to the Midwest, and it's hard to know right now whether we're going to see the virus kind of continue its path, whether we'll see cases, decline, whether the virus will accelerate in the fall, or whether it'll keep kind of plateauing the way we've been seeing now.
Right.
There's a lot of fears about the fall ahead.
Right. All right. So that's exactly where I wanted to go next. As we get into the fall, there is this sense of at least we've learned something maybe about how to treat this virus. I was talking to a friend on the phone earlier, catching up, and she was saying that, part of her approach, and I think a lot of people's approach is, if it's unfortunately inevitable that you're going to be exposed to it in some form or fashion, make it as late in this process as possible as science essentially catches up, right? And sort of figures out how to deal with it as hospitalizations go down. What have we learned about how to treat it at this point?
Yeah, you raise a really important point, which is that we know a lot more about the coronavirus right now, not just how to prevent its spread, but also how to treat it. And doctors are putting that knowledge to good use in the hospital. And we're seeing them develop more effective, methods of, handling patients in the hospital, but also, having more therapeutics at their disposal in terms of, when you have these very severely ill patients. And hopefully patients also fare better when hospitals aren't overwhelmed, right? So we've seen that be an improvement as well as these, severe cases have gone down. But, I think something I would point out, as a counterpoint to this, is that we are only beginning to learn, about people who survive COVID-19 and the long-lasting effects that they're having. And, I've done some reporting about that, and scary stuff. This is not trifling stuff, and we don't really know with only about, 8 months or 10 months of experience with this virus how these things will last in the long term. So, it's really good news for people who do get exposed later in the game. Doctors have a lot more at their disposal to treat them, but, it's not, I would caution people against saying, well, hopefully I'll just have a mild case. These mild cases are very serious for the people experiencing them. And, hopefully I'll survive if I do end up in the hospital. It's not the end of the road, unfortunately.
Yeah, absolutely. As we look around the world, we are seeing some different outbreaks and some different government reactions. The UK, I believe we're going to have Prime Minister Boris Johnson address Parliament tomorrow to talk about what's going on in that country. What are we learning from the rest of the world? Because there have been places where we've been able to, at least theoretically, take some lessons here.
Yeah, and that's, I think, a really important point is even though the U.S. has sort of stood out on the world stage in terms of the amount of deaths from the new coronavirus, we are seeing other countries struggle with this as well and facing some of the same old trade-offs about reopening the economy versus preventing the virus from spreading. And we're going to hear from the UK soon about what the next steps they've decided to take. They're seeing a rise in cases. I think it's about 50,000 new cases a day that they're on course for, and that's something that, concerns officials there. And we may hear about some new lockdowns in Europe, and it's something that's, really causing European stocks to fall. So.
Only about 30 seconds left here, Emma. What do we know about kind of who is continuing to be affected by this virus here in the United States?
Yeah, it's an important point as well, the changing demographics of this virus. So we have seen, and again, the U.S. data is really not in the shape you would like it to be, and experts say we don't have a clear picture on even how the virus is changing and who it's affecting is changing because we just don't have those data capabilities. But we do know ever since the summer that the virus has been skewing younger, which means we're doing a better job, hopefully, of protecting those elderly individuals in nursing homes. But we know that, younger people hopefully have milder cases and are hopefully going to fare better with the virus, and so fewer deaths, basically.
Right. All right. A comprehensive conversation. I really appreciate it. Emma Court, healthcare reporter for Bloomberg. She is on the COVID beat doing some fantastic work. Check her out on the Bloomberg. She joined us from here in New York City. Coming up into the world of private equity, this is Bloomberg.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 1061. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
Well, coming up, we are going to talk a little private equity. We're going to have Dave Wilson's chart of the day, and we're going to get you to the close of trading. It's been an ugly day in the markets, to say the least. The big indices all wrestling with a lot of crosswinds. Let's get some details from Doug Krisner. Hey, Doug.
Hey, Jason, you're absolutely right about that, particularly where energy is concerned. Many of the big energy stocks following the price of crude oil lower. WTI now in the extended session at $39.53. Generally speaking, in a number of asset classes, we're just seeing a risk-off trade. Having said that, the S&P 500 is off the session lows. We're down about 1.8% right now. In addition to the weakness in energy, many of the airline stocks are down today. The S&P airline group weaker by about 7.5%. Incidentally, the industry overall is bleeding about $230 million a day. Financials being hit. This is after a report detailed suspicions of transactions at global banks that may have been moving against U.S.-imposed penalties on financial firms. The indication was that these banks kept profiting from powerful and dangerous players. Right now, the Dow weaker by about 2.4%. NASDAQ Composite, meantime, weaker by about 0.9%. Long-term interest rates down today, 10-year Treasury yielding 67 basis points. We have some dollar strength, too, with the Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index rising 0.6%. That gives us a weaker yen and a weaker offshore Chinese yuan. I'm Doug Krisner. That's the Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Doug, thank you so much. And welcome to our Bloomberg television audience as well. Happy to welcome to this program Pete Stavros. He's co-head of Americas for private equity for KKR. Heard of it. It's one of the best-known private equity firms, and it's a firm that has been talking a lot over the past years about its various stakeholders, and that includes employees at a time when we're more and more concerned about all of the constituencies involved in a company. Pete, you've got some news today to share with us about what you're doing with some of your portfolio companies. First, welcome. Tell us what's going on at Ingersoll Rand.
Thanks for having me, Jason. So today we celebrated a $150 million equity award to non-members of management. So these are mostly hourly employees who work in our factories and our distribution centers and earn an hourly wage. This is on top of a $100 million grant we did at our IPO in 2017, which, because the stock has performed so well, is now worth about $180 million. So you add both those up, it's more than $300 million of equity in the hands of hourly workers. And so very meaningful financially. And, you know, we've got lots of kind of personal stories we've been able to hear firsthand in terms of what it's meant for them. And then just as importantly, in terms of outcomes for companies and for our investors, you know, we see higher employee engagement, better returns, better results, and better outcomes for our investors.
Well, and let's talk about the personal side of this. And I'm going to start with you, because part of the genesis of this, I think, is your own history and sort of growing up and understanding the industrial landscape, not just as now an investor, but as a kid from your dad.
Yeah, that's right. My dad was a construction worker. He operated a road grader for his whole career in Chicago, earned an hourly wage. And, you know, I just saw firsthand the lack of incentive alignment. And if you think about it, if you're an hourly employee, really all you care about are getting more hours. So that can be at the expense of efficiency. I mean, if you're too efficient, you may work fewer hours and earn less money. And there was just constant conflict around hours. And my dad always dreamt about, you know, shared ownership or profit sharing at his construction company with his union. And it, you know, unfortunately never happened, but that certainly really stuck with me. And then as a graduate student, you know, years later, this is now still 20 years ago, but as a young adult in graduate school, you get a lot of flexibility to study what interests you. And I had an opportunity to study broad-based ownership for my second year in business school. And that was a hot topic in the 1970s around ESOPs. Had really kind of cooled, and I was interested to learn why it interest dissipated? Could it still be relevant today? Could it be relevant to private equity? And then when I joined KKR back in 2005 and was fortunate enough to step into a leadership position running industrials, that was when I was able to kind of first put these ideas into action.
And it's fascinating, too, because this, and I'm just going to say it out loud, this cuts against, candidly, the public profile of private equity in many ways that tends to enrich a few and not think about the rest in many ways. So I do wonder what the conversations are like as you engage companies around this. Are they looking at you like, I don't know about this?
Yeah, we do encounter some skepticism, maybe even some cynicism. Some of our companies we are buying from other private equity firms, and so we do get a little bit of, hey, I've been around the block, I've seen this before, and I just don't believe that we're going to share an ownership and you're going to do all these things you're telling us around investing in the facilities and investing in employees. So there is some, you've got some wood to chop at the outset. We overcome it by bringing in CEOs from companies that have run businesses for us before and telling them that this is real. We really mean it. We also do a lot to make that ownership feel real. So we print physical stock certificates often. We will open up Fidelity accounts for people, even though the stock of their company might be private and not publicly traded. We do, as our valuations internally change for that company, we flow it through Fidelity, and then they see value being created in their portfolio. So, but I have to say, even public companies, Ingersoll Rand, the predecessor company, Gardner Denver, when we took it, it was a public company in 2013, 6,000 employees, 86 people had ownership, which is very typical. 1% to 2% of a company typically takes up all the ownership. And so, even in public companies, we do come up against the skepticism you're talking about.
And so talk about other elements of this, because obviously the financial element is super important, but one of the things that we're increasingly talking about, we talked about it earlier on today, and it's part of the Business Week issue this week, is not just about shared ownership, but basically sort of a holistic view of someone's finances and creating wealth. And I believe you've done some work with Operation Hope. John Hope Bryant, has been a guest on this program. Tell me a little bit more about what you're doing there.
You're right. It does have to be broader than just ownership, because if it's just ownership and you just hand out the ownership and that's the end of the conversation, that's just compensation. And if what you're after is a better employee experience, more engaged employees, and better ultimate performance in the company, you've got to be broader than that. So even as it relates to ownership, the CEOs who do this well, and our CEO of Ingersoll Rand is exceptionally good at this, Vicente Reynal, you've got to treat people like owners. So you've got to share the business plan, share the vision. Where are we headed? How are we going to get there? Is everyone going to participate in the upside, assuming we achieve our plans? But then beyond ownership, we do things around investing in the workforce, improving the work environment, which starts with the basics like employee safety, but also we've extended to, we brought in healthier food options to our manufacturing plants. Right now, we're building an on-site medical clinic at one of our facilities because the employees have complained about having to drive so far for, basic medical care. You mentioned John Bryant. We work closely with Operation Hope to do personal financial training. I mean, if you're going to give out ownership and have people really have a shot at wealth creation, they're going to have to understand what, get some basic training on what to do with it. And that ranges from debt repayment to understanding the earned income tax credit to, how to invest money, once they have some wealth. So the last part, by the way, is our companies also, I think, do a nice job of engaging with the community.
Right.
And this is all about building pride in the organization, showing employees, hey, this is about more than just making money. And so we've struck a number of really exciting partnerships with nonprofits as well.
So, Pete, I would be journalistically negligent if I didn't ask you about the broader private equity world. You guys at KKR have been exceedingly busy, I think it's fair to say, putting a lot of money to work, doing a lot of deals during a time when the world is, to say the least, topsy-turvy. What are you seeing out there now 6 months into a work-from-home environment where the economy remains a little bit uncertain, the stock market remains pretty resilient, today notwithstanding? What are you seeing out there?
Yeah, we have remained active both on the investment side and on the distribution side, returning capital to our investors, and we're proud of having been able to accomplish both during this COVID period of time. In terms of what we're seeing right now, in the economy itself, it's as you would expect. There are some things doing well. Some aspects of retail are actually surprisingly doing quite well. Anything around housing, if you look at the exodus from urban areas to suburban areas, low interest rates, strong housing prices, anything touching that, building products, et cetera, doing really well. Anything around travel, leisure, aerospace, people making manufacturing aerospace components, obviously a much tougher environment. In terms of what we're looking for either secular trends and themes we really believe in, health and wellness, e-commerce, et cetera, or areas that are really in the crosshairs of COVID that if you've got a 10-year horizon, there's a lot of growth from here. Might not recover all the way back, but there's a lot of growth from here. So things like, we invested in U.S. Foods, great business that serves restaurants as a distributor. That's something that with the fullness of time is going to come back.
And so as you look at the end of this year and into 21, what's the biggest challenge for you as an investor?
The biggest challenge I would say is just the lack of visibility. Yeah. I mean, everything is changing so quickly and there's so much going on between, you've got a potential spike in COVID coming, this fall, you've got the election, you've got trade issues with China. I mean, there's just a little bit, it's coming at you so fast, it can be hard to separate the signal from the noise. I would say that's the biggest issue an investor's got, is the amount coming at you is a little bit, unprecedented.
And more to come on this program where equity continues to go deeper into the organizations you own?
Definitely. This is something we are continuing to expand, experiment with, try and constantly improve. We understand that this is not a perfect fit for every sector. If you take retail as an example, average employee turnover is 100% a year. If you walk in and start talking about a 5-year business plan, that's not going to be effective. So yes, this is here to stay for us. We are going to be expanding it and continuing to experiment with it. But again, we understand that it's not going to be right for every situation.
All right, Pete Stavros, really good to catch up with you, co-head of America's Private Equity for KKR, a novel solution to spreading the compensation and the ownership throughout the economy. My thanks to him. This is Bloomberg. Wow, Dave Wilson coming in hot on a Monday.
I blame the rock and roll fantasy camp for that.
Did you go to rock and roll fantasy camp over the weekend and decide to just do a hair metal sort of situation?
I did not.
Oh, come on, Dave. You're among friends. You could share it with us.
I am having a hard time pinning down which band, though. It's not Motley Crue, is it?
It is Motley Crue.
Ooh,
you
boom.
Doubted yourself, Jason.
There we go.
Maybe Jason went to rock and roll fantasy camp over the weekend. I think so,
Who's
too.
to say?
Who's to say? So, okay.
How does that play into your chart of the day, Dave?
I mean, when you're talking about home builders, you've got to take a song with home in the title, don't you think?
Totally.
Home Sweet Home.
There you go.
That's the song. In any case, what I did with the latest chart is, just do sort of a basic comparison. And, it's one that you could argue kind of shows up today when you look at the shares of Toll Brothers. I mean, they came out and talked about how the first half of their current fiscal quarter, their contracts that were signed more than doubled from a year ago. So you've got those shares higher. And then the question is, wait a minute. We're in the middle of a pandemic. We either have a recession going on now or have been through one. How the heck can these shares be doing so well? And a big reason, it would seem, just based on today's chart, is what's going on with mortgage rates. I mean, we've seen the 30-year fixed rate on average, as compiled by Freddie Mac, go below 3%. It set a record the week before last. It was just above that record last week at 2.87%. And so it kind of tracks pretty nicely with the year-to-date performance of the S&P 1500 Home Building Index. So that includes the bigger builders in the S&P 500 and the smaller ones in the mid-cap 400 and small-cap 600. You put it all together as of Friday, the industry index was up about 27%, and it is what they call a level 4 index group. So it's the most fine definition of industries within the S&P 500. So there are 147 of these industries, and the group was 11th. It just fell out of the top 10 literally at the closing bell on Friday. So, it just goes to